index finger moving slowly from entry to entry. "Got your note?" I said. She raised the finger, typed a few more strokes, then laid a ruler across the file. Pivoting and thrusting in one motion, she rolled to her desk. "I pulled up what you asked for. Sort of." She dug through one stack of paper, shifted to another, then returned to the first, searching more slowly. Finally, she withdrew a small stack of papers, stapled at the corner, scanned a few pages, then extended the collection to me. "Nothing before 88. I leafed through the pages, dismayed. How could there be so many? First, I tried calling up cases with dismemberment as my key word. That's the first list, the long one. I got all the people who threw themselves in front of trains or fell into machinery and had limbs ripped off. I didn't think you wanted that." Indeed. It seemed to be a list of every case in which an arm, leg, or finger had been traumatically severed at or even near the time of death. Then I tried adding intentional, to limit the selections to cases in which the dismemberment was done on purpose. I looked at her. I got nothing. None? That doesn't mean there weren't any. How come? I didn't enter this data. Over the past 2 years, we've had special funding to hire part-time workers to get historical data online as quickly as possible. She gave an exasperated sigh and shook her head. The ministry dragged its heels for years getting computerized. Now they want everything up to date overnight. Anyway, the data entry people have standard codes for the basics. Date of birth, date of death, cause of death, and so on. But for something that's odd, something that occurs only rarely, they're pretty much on their own. They make up a code. Like a dismemberment. Right. Someone might call it an amputation. Someone else might use the term disjointing. Usually they just use the same word the pathologist put in the report. Or they might just enter it as cutting or sawing. I looked back at the lists, thoroughly discouraged. I tried all of those, and a few others. No go. So much for this idea. Mutilation brought up the other really long list. She waited while I turned to the second page. That was even worse than dismemberment. Then I tried dismemberment in combination with post-mortem as a limiter to select out the cases in which the... She turned her palms upward and made a scratching motion with her fingers, as if trying to tease the word from the air. The event took place after death. I looked up, hopeful. All I got was the guy with his dick chopped off. Computer took you literally. Huh? Never mind. Another joke that didn't travel. Then I tried mutilation in combination with the post-mortem limiter, and she reached across the desk and displayed the last printout. Bango! Is that what you say? Bingo. Bingo! I think this may be what you want. You can ignore some of it, like those drug things where they used acid. She pointed to several lines she'd penciled out. Those are probably not what you want. I nodded absently, totally absorbed by page 3. It listed 12 cases. She'd drawn lines through 3 of them. But I think maybe some of the others might be of interest to you. I was hardly hearing her. My eyes had been drifting through the list, but were now riveted on the 6th name down. A tingle of uneasiness passed through me. I wanted to get back to my office. "Lucy, this is great," I said. "This is better than I'd hoped for." "Anything you can use?" Yes, I think so," I said, trying to sound casual. "Do you want me to call these cases up?" "No, thanks. Let me look this over. Then I think I'd rather pull the complete files." Let me be wrong on this one, I prayed to myself. Bien sûr. She took off her glasses and began polishing a lens on the hem of her sweater. Without them, she looked incomplete, wrong somehow, like John Denver after he switched to contacts. "I'd like to know what happens," she said, the pink rectangles back flanking the bridge of her nose. "Of course, I'll tell you if anything breaks." As I walked away, I heard the wheels of her chair gliding across the tile. In my office, I laid the printout on my desk and looked at the list. One name stared at me. Francine Morissette Champoux. Francine Morissette Champoux. I'd forgotten all about her. Stay cool, I told myself. Don't jump to conclusions. I forced myself to go over the other entries. Gagne and Valencia were in there, a pair of drug dealers with a lousy business sense. So was Chantal Trottier. I recognized the name of a Honduran exchange student whose husband had put a shotgun to her face and pulled the trigger. He had driven her from Ohio to Quebec, cut off her hands, and dumped her nearly headless body in a provincial park. As a parting gesture, he'd carved his initials on her breasts. I didn't recognize the other 4 cases. They were before 1990, before my time. I went to the central files and pulled them, along with the jacket on Morissette Champoux. I stacked the files according to their LML numbers, thus achieving chronological order. I'd go about this systematically. Violating that resolution as soon as I made it, I went right to the Morissette Champoux folder. Its contents made my anxiety rocket. Chapter 22. Francine Morissette Champoux was beaten and shot to death in January 1993. A neighbor had seen her walking her small spaniel around 10 one morning. Less than 2 hours later, her husband discovered her body in the kitchen of their home. The dog was in the living room. Its head was never found. I remembered the case, though I wasn't involved in the investigation. I'd commuted to the lab that winter, flying north for 1 week of every 6. Pete and I were at each other constantly, so I'd agreed to spend the whole summer of '93 in Quebec. Optimistic the 3-month separation might rejuvenate the marriage. Right. The brutality of the attack on Morissette Champoux had shocked me then, and did still. The crime scene photos brought it all back. She was lying half under a small wooden table, her arms and legs spread wide, white cotton panties stretched taut between her knees. A sea of blood surrounded her, giving way at its perimeter to the geometric pattern of the linoleum. Dark smears covered the walls and counterfronts. From off-camera, the legs of an upturned chair seemed to point at her. You are here. Her body looked ghostly white against the crimson background. A pencil-thin line looped across her abdomen, a happy face smile just above her pubis. She was slit from this scar upward to her breastbone, and her innards protruded from the opening. The handle of a kitchen knife was barely visible at the apex of the triangle formed by her legs. 5 feet from her, between a work island and the sink, lay her right hand. She'd been 47 years old. Jesus, I whispered softly. I was picking my way through the autopsy report when Charbonneau appeared in my doorway. I guessed his mood was not congenial. His eyes looked bloodshot, and he didn't bother with greetings. He entered without asking and took the chair opposite my desk. Watching him, I felt a momentary sense of loss. The lumbering walk, the looseness in his movement, just the largeness of him touched something I thought I'd abandoned, or been abandoned by. For a moment, I saw Pete sitting across from me, and my mind flew backward in time. What an intoxicant his body had been. I never knew if it was his size or the relaxed way he had of moving it. Maybe it was his fascination with me, that it seemed genuine. I could never get enough of him. I'd had sexual fantasies, damn good ones, but from the moment I saw him standing in the rain outside the law library, they'd always involved Pete. I could use one right now, I thought. Jesus, Brennan, get a grip. I snapped back to the present. I waited for Charbonneau to begin. He was staring down at his hands. My partner can be a son of a bitch. He spoke in English. But he's not a bad guy. I didn't respond. I noticed that his pants had 4-inch hems, hand-sewn, and wondered if he'd done the job himself. He's just set in his ways, doesn't like change. Yes. He wouldn't meet my eyes. I felt unease. And? I encouraged. He leaned back and picked at a thumbnail, still avoiding eye contact. From a radio down the hall, Rock Voisine sang softly of Hélène. He says he's going to file a complaint. He dropped both hands and shifted his gaze to the window. A complaint. I tried to keep my voice flat. With the minister, and the director, and La Manche. He's even looking up your professional board. And what is Monsieur Claudel unhappy about? Stay calm. He says you're overstepping your bounds, interfering in stuff you got no business in, messing up his investigation. He squinted into the bright sunlight. I felt my stomach muscles tighten and a hotness spread upward. Go on. Flat. He thinks you're... He fumbled for a word, no doubt seeking a substitute for the one Claudel had actually used. Overreaching. And what exactly does that mean? He still avoided eye contact. He says you're trying to make the Gagnon case into a bigger deal than it really is, seeing all kinds of shit that isn't there. He says you're trying to turn a simple murder into an American-style psycho-extravaganza. And why am I trying to do that? My voice wavered slightly. Shit, Brannon, this isn't my idea. I don't know. For the first time, his eyes met mine. He looked miserable. It was obvious he didn't want to be there. I stared back, not really seeing him, just using the time to quell the alarm call going out to my adrenals. I had some idea of the type of inquiry a letter of complaint could set in motion, and I knew it wouldn't be good. I'd investigated such charges when I sat on the board's ethics committee. Regardless of outcome, it was never pretty. Neither of us spoke. "Ellen, the things you do make me crazy about you," crooned the radio. Don't kill the messenger, I told myself. My eyes dropped to the dossier on my desk. A body with skin the color of milk reproduced in a dozen glossy rectangles. I considered the photos, then looked at Charbonneau. I hadn't wanted to broach this yet, didn't feel ready, but Claudel was forcing my hand. What the hell, things couldn't get worse. Monsieur Charbonneau, do you remember a woman named Francine Morissette Champoux? Morissette Champoux. He repeated the name several times, twirling through his mental Rolodex. That was several years ago, eh? Almost 2. January of 1993. I handed him the photos. He thumbed through them, nodding his head in recognition. Yeah, I remember. So? Think, Charbonneau. What do you recall about the case? We never got the turd that did it. What else? Brennan, tell me you're not trying to hook this one in, too. He went through the photos again. The nodding transformed to negative shaking. No way. She was shot. Doesn't fit the pattern. The bastard slit her open and cut her hand off. She was old, 47, I think. I gave him an icy stare. I mean, older than the others, he mumbled, reddening. Morissette Champoux's killer drove a knife up her vagina. According to the police report, there was extensive bleeding. I let that sink in. She was still alive. He nodded. I didn't need to explain that a wound inflicted after death will bleed very little, since the heart is no longer pumping and blood pressure is gone. Francine Morissette Champoux had bled profusely. With Margaret Atkins, it was a metal statue. She was also alive. Silently, I reached behind me and pulled the Gagnon file. I withdrew the scene photos and spread them in front of him. There was the torso, lying on its plastic bag, dappled by the 4 o'clock sunlight. Nothing had been moved but the covering of leaves. The plunger lay in place, its red rubber cup snug against the pelvic bones, its handle projecting toward the body's severed neck. I believe Gagnon's killer shoved that plunger into her with enough force to drive the handle through her belly and clear up to her diaphragm. He studied the photos for a long time. Same pattern with all 3 victims. I hammered on. Forceful penetration with a foreign object while the victim is alive. Body mutilation after death. Coincidence, Monsieur Charbonneau? How many sadists do we want out there, Monsieur Charbonneau? He ran his fingers through the bristle on his head, then drummed them on the arm of the chair. Why didn't you tell us this sooner? I just realized the Morissette Champoux connection today. With only Atkins and Gagnon, it seemed a bit thin. What does Ryan say? Haven't told him. Unconsciously, I fingered the scab on my cheek. I still looked like I'd gone to a TKO with George Foreman. Shit, he said with little force. What? I think I'm beginning to agree with you. Claudel's gonna bust my balls about this. More drumming. What else? The saw marks and pattern of dismemberment are almost identical for Gagnon and Trottier. Yeah, Ryan told us that. And the unknown from Saint-Lambert. A fifth? It came out fit. You're very quick. Thanks. Back to drumming. Know who she is yet? I shook my head. Ryan's working on it. He ran a meaty hand over his face. His knuckles were covered with patches of coarse gray hair, miniature versions of the crop on his head. So what do you think about victim selection? I gave a palm-up gesture. They're all female. Great. Ages? 16 to 47. Physicals? A mix. Locations? All over the map. So, what's the sicko bastard go for? The way they look? The boots they wear? The place they shop? I replied with silence. You find anything common to all five? Some son of a bitch beat the crap out of them, then killed them. Right. Tilting forward, he placed his hands on his knees, hunched and lowered his shoulders, and gave a deep sigh. Claudel's gonna shit flaming bullets. When he'd gone, I called Ryan. Neither he nor Bertrand was in, so I left a message. I went through the other dossiers, but found little of interest. 2 drug dealers blasted and sawed up by former friends in crime. A man killed by his nephew, dismembered with a power saw, then stored in the basement freezer. A power failure had brought him to the attention of the rest of the family. A female torso washed up in a hockey bag, with head and arms found downriver. The husband was convicted. I closed the last file and realized I was starving. 1:50 p.m. No wonder. I bought a ham and cheese croissant and a Diet Coke in the cafeteria on the 8th floor and returned to my office, ordering myself to take a break. Ignoring the order, I tried Ryan again. Still out. A break it would be. I bit the sandwich and allowed my thoughts to meander. Gabby? Nope. Out of bounds. Claudel? Veto. Saint-Jacques? Off limits. Katie. How could I get through to her? Right now, no way. By default, back to Pete, and I felt a familiar flutter in my stomach. Remember the tingling skin, the pounding blood, the warm wetness between my legs. Yes, there had been passion. You're just horny, Brennan. I took another bite of my sandwich. The other Pete. The nights of anger, the arguments, the dinners alone, the cold shroud of resentment that had smothered the lust. I took a swig of Coke. Why was I thinking about Pete so often? If we had a chance to do it all again. Thanks, Miss Streisand. Relaxation therapy wasn't working. I reread Lucy's printout, careful not to drip mustard on it. I reviewed the list on page 3, trying to read the items Lucy had crossed out, but her pencil marks obscured the letters. Out of curiosity, I erased each of her lines and read the entries. 2 cases involved bodies stuffed into barrels, then doused with acid. A new twist on the ever-popular drug burn. The 3rd item puzzled me. Its LML number indicated a 1990 case, and that Pelletier had been the pathologist. No coroner was listed. In the name field it read, Singe. The data fields for date of birth, date of autopsy, and cause of death were empty. The entry, démembrement post-mortem, had prompted the computer to include the case in Lucy's list. Finishing the croissant, I went to the central files and pulled the jacket. It contained only 3 items, a police incident report, a 1-page opinion by the pathologist, and an envelope of photographs. I thumbed through the pictures, read the reports, then went in search of Pelletier. "Got a minute?" I said to his hunched back. He turned from the microscope, glasses in one hand, pen in the other. Come in, he urged, sliding the bifocals onto his face. My office had a window. His had space. He strode across it and gestured to one of two chairs, flanking a low table in front of his desk. Reaching into his lab coat, he withdrew a pack of Du Mauriers and extended it to me. I shook my head. We'd been through the ritual 1,000 times. He knew I didn't smoke, but he would always offer. Like Claudel, Pelletier was set in his ways. "What can I help you with?" he said, lighting up. "I'm curious about an old case of yours. Goes back to 1990. "Ah, mon Dieu, can I remember that far back? I can barely remember my own address sometimes." He leaned forward, cupped his mouth, and looked conspiratorial. "I write it on matchbooks, just in case." We both laughed. "Dr. Pelletier, I think you remember just about everything you want to remember." He shrugged and wagged his head, all innocence. "Anyway, I brought the file." I held it up, then opened it. "Police report says the remains were found in a gym bag behind the Voyageur bus station." Wino opened it, thinking maybe he could find the owner. "Right," said Pelletier. "Honest rubbies are so common. They should form their own fraternal organization." "Anyway, he didn't like the aroma. Said," I skimmed the incident report to find the exact phrase, "the smell of Satan rose up out of the bag and surrounded my soul." Unquote. "A poet. I like that," said Pelletier. "Wonder what he'd say about my shorts." I ignored that and read on. He took the bag to a janitor, who called the police. They found a collection of body parts wrapped up in some sort of tablecloth. "Ah, oui, I remember that one," he said, pointing a yellowed finger at me. "Grisly. Horrible." He had that look. "Dr. Pelletier, the case of the terminal monkey." "Then I read your report correctly?" He raised his eyebrows questioningly. "It really was a monkey?" He nodded gravely. "Capuchin." "Why did it come here?" "Dead." "Yes, everyone's a comedian. But why a coroner case?" The look on my face must have prompted a straight answer. "Whatever was in there was small, and someone had skinned it and cut it up. Hell, it could have been anything. Cops thought it might be a fetus or a neonate, so they sent it to us." "Was there anything odd about the case?" I wasn't sure what I was looking for. "Nah, just another sliced-up monkey." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Right. Dumb question. Anything strike you about the way the monkey was cut up?" "Not really. These monkey dismemberments are all the same." This was going nowhere. "Did you ever find out whose monkey it was?" "Actually, we did. A blurb appeared in the paper, and some guy called from the university." "You come?" "Yeah, I think so. A biologist or zoologist or something. Anglophone." "Ah, wait." He went to a desk drawer, pushed the contents around, then withdrew a stack of business cards bound with a rubber band. Rolling the band off, he flicked through the cards and handed one to me. "That's him. I saw him when he came to ID the deceased." The card read, "Parker T. Bailey, Ph.D., Professeur de Biologie, Université du Québec à Montréal," and gave email, telephone, and fax numbers, along with an address. "What was the story?" I asked. "The gentleman keeps monkeys at the university for his research. One day he came in and found one less subject. Stolen? Stolen, liberated, escaped, who knows. The primate was AWOL." The expression sounded odd in French. "So he read about the dead monkey in the paper and called here?" "C'est ça." "What happened to it?" "The monkey?" I nodded. "We released it to—" He gestured at the card. "Dr. Bailey," I supplied. "Oui. There were no next of kin. At least not in Quebec." Not a twitch. "I see." I looked at the card again. This is nothing, my left brain said, while at the same time I heard myself asking, "May I keep this?" "Of course." "One other thing." I laid the trap for myself. "Why do you call it the case of the terminal monkey?" "Well, it was," he answered, surprised. "Was what?" "The monkey. It was terminal. Yes, I see. Also, that's where it was. Where? The terminal, the bus terminal. Some things do translate, unfortunately. For the rest of the afternoon, I pulled details from the 4 principal files and entered them into the spreadsheet I'd created. Color of hair, eyes, skin, height, religion, names, dates, places, signs of the zodiac, anything and everything. Doggedly, I plugged it in, planning to search for links later. Or perhaps I thought the patterns would form by themselves, the interconnecting bits of information drawn to each other like neuropeptides to receptor sites. Or maybe I just needed a rote task to occupy my mind, a mental jigsaw puzzle to give the illusion of progress. At 4:15, I tried Ryan again. Though he wasn't at his desk, the operator thought she'd seen him and reluctantly began a search. While I waited, my eye fell on the monkey file. Bored, I dumped out the photos. There were 2 sets, one of Polaroids, the other of 5x7 color prints. The operator came back on to tell me Ryan was not in any of the offices she'd rung. Yes, sigh, she'd try the coffee room. I thumbed through the Polaroids, obviously taken when the remains arrived in the morgue. Shots of a purple and black nylon gym bag, zipped and unzipped, the latter showing a bundle in its interior. The next few showed the bundle on an autopsy table, before and after it was unrolled. The remaining half-dozen featured the body parts. The scale on the ID card confirmed that the subject was, indeed, tiny, smaller than a full-term fetus or newborn. Putrefaction was advancing nicely. The flesh had begun to blacken and was smeared with something that looked like rancid tapioca. I thought I could identify the head, the torso, and the limbs. Other than that, I couldn't tell squat. The pictures had been taken from too far away, and the detail was lousy. I rotated a few, looking for a better angle, but it was impossible to make out much. The operator came back with resolve in her voice. Ryan was not there. I'd have to try tomorrow. Denying her the opportunity to launch the argument she'd prepared, I left another message and hung up. The 5x7 close-ups had been taken following cleaning. The detail that had escaped the Polaroids was fully captured in the prints. The tiny corpse had been skinned and disjointed. The photographer, probably Denis, had arranged the pieces in anatomical order, then carefully photographed each in turn. As I worked my way through the stack, I couldn't help noting that the butchered parts looked vaguely like rabbit about to become stew. Except for one thing. The 5th print showed a small arm ending in 4 perfect fingers and a thumb curled onto a delicate palm. The last 2 prints focused on the head. Without the outer covering of skin and hair, it looked primordial, like an embryo detached from the umbilicus, naked and vulnerable. The skull was the size of a tangerine. Though the face was flat and the features anthropoid, it didn't take Jane Goodall to know that this was no human primate. The mouth contained full dentition, molars and all. I counted. 3 premolars in each quadrant. The terminal monkey had come from South America. It's just another animal case, I told myself, returning the pictures to their envelope. We'd get them occasionally because someone thought the remains to be human. Bear paws skinned and left behind by hunters, pigs and goats slaughtered for meat, the unwanted portions discarded by a roadside, dogs and cats abused and thrown in the river. The callousness of the human animal always astounded me. I never got used to it. So, why did this case hold my attention? Another look at the 5x7s. Okay, the monkey had been cut up. Big deal. So are a lot of animal carcasses that we see. Some asshole probably got his jollies tormenting and killing it. Maybe it was a student, pissed off at his grade. With the 5th photo, I stopped, my eyes cemented to the image. Once again, my stomach muscles knotted. I stared at the photo, then reached for the phone. Chapter 23. There's nothing emptier than a classroom building after hours. It's how I imagine the aftermath of a neutron bomb. Lights burn, water fountains spew forth on command, bells ring on schedule, computer terminals glow eerily. The people are absent. No one quenching a thirst, scurrying to class, or clicking on keyboards. The silence of the catacombs. I sat on a folding chair outside Parker Bailey's office at the Université du Québec à Montréal, UQAM. Since leaving the lab, I'd worked out at the gym, bought groceries at the Provigo, and fed myself a meal of vermicelli and clam sauce. Not bad for a quick and dirty. Even Bertie was impressed. Now I was impatient. To say the biology department was quiet would be like saying a quark is small. Up and down the corridor, every door was closed. I'd perused the bulletin boards, read the graduate school brochures, the field school announcements, the offers to do word processing or tutoring, the notices announcing guest speakers. Twice. I looked at my watch for the millionth time. 9:12 p.m. Damn, he should be here by now. His class ended at 9. At least, that's what the secretary had told me. I got up and paced. Those who wait must pace. 9:14. Damn. At 9:30, I gave up. As I slung my purse over my shoulder, I heard a door open somewhere out of sight. In a moment, a man with an enormous stack of lab books hurried around the corner. He kept adjusting his arms to keep the books from falling. His cardigan looked as if it had left Ireland before the potato famine. I guessed his age at around 40. He stopped when he saw me, but his face registered nothing. I started to introduce myself when a notebook slipped from the stack. We both lunged for it. Not a good move by him. The better part of the pile followed, scattering across the floor like confetti on New Year's Eve. We gathered and restacked for several minutes. Then he unlocked his office and dumped the books on his desk. "Sorry," he said, in heavily accented French. "No problem," I responded in English. "I must have startled you." "Yes. No, I should have made 2 trips. This happens a lot." His English was not American. "Lab books? Yeah. I just taught a class in ethological methodology." He was brushed with all the shades of an Outer Banks sunset. Pale pink skin, raspberry cheeks, hair the color of a vanilla wafer. His mustache and eyeglasses were amber. He looked like a man who'd burn, not tan. "Sounds intriguing. Wish more of them thought so. I'm Tempe Brennan," I said, reaching into my bag and offering him a card. "Your secretary said I could catch you now." As he read the card, I explained my visit. "Yeah, I remember. I hated losing that monkey. It really cheesed me off at the time." Suddenly, "Would you like to sit?" Without waiting for a reply, he began shoveling objects from a green vinyl chair and heaping them onto the office floor. I stole a peek around. His tiny quarters made mine look like Yankee Stadium. Every inch of wall space that wasn't covered with shelves was blanketed with pictures of animals: sticklebacks, guinea fowl, marmosets, warthogs, even an aardvark. No level of the Linnean hierarchy had been neglected. It reminded me of the office of an impresario, with celebrity associations displayed like trophies. Only these photos weren't signed. We both sat, he behind his desk, feet propped on an open drawer, I in the recently cleared visitor's chair. "Yeah, it really cheesed me off," he repeated, then switched the topic suddenly. "You're an anthropologist?" "Mm-hmm." "Do much with primates?" "No, used to, but not anymore. I'm on the anthropology faculty at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. Occasionally I teach a course on primate biology or behavior, but I'm really not involved in that work anymore. I'm too busy with forensic research and consulting." "Right." He waved the card. "What did you do with primates?" I wondered who was interviewing who. Whom? "I was interested in osteoporosis, especially the interplay between social behavior and the disease process. We worked with animal models, rhesus mostly, manipulating the social groups, creating stress situations, then monitoring the bone loss." "Do any work in the wild?" "Just island colonies." "Oh?" The amber eyebrows arched with interest. "Cayo Santiago in Puerto Rico. For several years, I taught a field school on Morgan Island, off the coast of South Carolina. Rhesus monkeys? Yes. Dr. Bailey, I wonder if you can tell me anything about the monkey that disappeared from your facility? He ignored my not-so-smooth segue. How'd you get from monkey bones to corpses? Skeletal biology. It's the crux of both. Yeah, true. The monkey? The monkey. Can't tell you much. He rubbed one Nike against the other, then leaned over and flicked at something. I came in one morning and the cage was empty. We thought maybe someone had left the latch unhooked and that Elsa, that was her name, maybe she let herself out. They'll do that, you know. She was smart as a pistol and had phenomenal manual dexterity. She had the most amazing little hands. Anyway, we searched the building, alerted campus security, jumped through all the hoops, but we never found her. Then I saw the article in the paper. The rest is history. What were you doing with her? Actually, Elsa wasn't my project. A graduate student was working with her. I'm interested in animal communication systems, particularly, but not exclusively, those relying on pheromones and other olfactory signals. The change in cadence, along with the shift to jargon, clued me that he'd given this synopsis before. He'd launched into his "my research is" spiel, the scientist's oral abstract for public consumption. The spiel is based on the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. It is trotted out for cocktail parties, fundraisers, first meetings, and other social occasions. We all have one. I was hearing his. What was the project? Enough about you. He gave a wry smile and shook his head. Language. Language acquisition in a New World primate. That's where she got her name. L'apprentissage de la langue du singe américain. Alsa. Marie-Lise was going to be Quebec's answer to Penny Patterson, and Elsa would be the Coco of South American monkeys. He flourished a pen above his head, gave a derisive snort, then let his arm drop heavily. It made a soft thud against the desk. I studied his face. He looked either tired or discouraged. I couldn't tell which. Marie-Lise? My student. Was it working? Who knows? She didn't really have enough time. The monkey disappeared 5 months into the project. More rye. Followed shortly thereafter by Marie-Lise. She left school? He nodded. Do you know why? He paused a long time before answering. Marie-Lise was a good student. Sure, she had to start over on her thesis, but I have no doubt she could have completed her master's. She loved what she was doing. Yeah, she was devastated when Elsa was killed, but I don't think that was it. What do you think it was? He drew small triangles on one of the lab books. I let him take his time. She had this boyfriend. He'd hassle her all the time about being in school. Badgered her to quit. She only talked to me about it once or twice, but I think it really got to her. I met him at a couple of department parties. I thought the guy was spooky. How so? Just, I don't know, antisocial, cynical, antagonistic, rude, like he'd never absorbed the basic skills. He always reminded me of a Harlow monkey, you know? Like he was raised in isolation and never learned to deal with other beings. No matter what you said to him, he'd roll his eyes and smirk. God, I hated that. Did you ever suspect him? That maybe he killed Elsa to sabotage Marie-Lise's work? To get her to quit school? His silence told me that he had. Then, he was supposedly in Toronto at that time. Could he verify that? Marie-Lise believed him. We didn't pursue it. She was too upset. What was the point? Elsa was dead. I wasn't sure how to ask the next question. Did you ever read Marie-Lise's project notes? He stopped doodling and looked at me sharply. What do you mean? Is there any chance of something she wanted to cover up? Some reason to want to dump the project? No, absolutely not. His voice held conviction. His eyes did not. Does she keep in touch? No. Is that common? Some do, some don't. The triangles were spreading. I changed tack. Who else had access to the... Is it a lab? Just a small one. We keep very few animal subjects here on campus. We just don't have the space. Every species has to be kept in a separate room, you know. Oh? Yes, the CCAC has specific guidelines for temperature control, space, diet, social and behavioral parameters, you name it. The CCAC? The Canadian Council on Animal Care. They publish a guide for the care and use of experimental animals. It's our Bible. Everyone using research animals has to conform to it. Scientists, breeders, industry. It also covers the health and safety of personnel working with animals. What about security? Oh, yeah, the guidelines are very specific. What security measures did you follow? I'm working with sticklebacks right now. Fish. He swiveled and waved his pen at the fish on the wall. They don't require a whole lot. Some of my colleagues keep lab rats. They don't either. The animal activists don't usually get wrought up over fish and rodents. His face did the World Cup of wry. Elsa was the only other mammal, so security wasn't all that stringent. She had her own little room, which we kept locked. And, of course, we locked her cage and the outer lab door. He stopped. I've gone over it in my mind. I can't remember who was the last to leave that night. I know I didn't have a night class, so I don't think I was here late. Probably one of the grad students did the last check. The secretary won't check those doors unless I specifically ask her to. He paused again. I suppose an outsider could have gotten in. It's not impossible someone left the doors unlocked. Some of the students are less dependable than others. What about the cage? The cage was certainly no big deal, just a padlock. We never found it. I suppose it could have been cut. I tried to broach the next topic delicately. Were the missing parts ever found? Missing parts? Elsa had been... No, I groped for a word. Kiss. Cut up. Parts of her weren't in the bundle that was recovered. I wondered if anything showed up here. Like what? What was missing? His pastel face looked puzzled. Her right hand, Dr. Bailey. Her right hand had been severed at the wrist. It wasn't there. There was no reason to tell him about the women who'd suffered the same violation, about the real reason I was there. He was silent. Linking his fingers behind his head, he leaned back and focused on something above me. The raspberry in his cheeks moved toward rhubarb. A small clock radio hummed quietly on his file cabinet. After a decade, I broke the silence. In retrospect, what do you think happened? He didn't answer right away. Then, when I was convinced he never would, I think it was probably one of the mutant life forms that are spawned in the cesspool around this campus. I thought he'd finished. The source of his breathing seemed to have moved deeper into his chest. Then he added something, almost in a whisper. I didn't catch it. Sorry? I asked. Marie-Lise deserved better. I found it an odd thing to say. So did Elsa, I thought, but held my tongue. Without warning, a bell split the silence, firing a current through every nerve in my body. I looked at my watch. 10 p.m. Sidestepping his question about my interest in a monkey dead 4 years, I thanked him for his time and asked him to call me should he think of anything else. I left him sitting there, refocusing on whatever had floated above my head. I suspected he was gazing into time, not space. Not too familiar with the territory, I'd parked in the same alley as the night I'd cruised the Main. Stick with what works. I'd come to think of that outing as the Great Gabby Grope. It seemed like eons ago. It had been 2 days. Tonight was cooler, and a soft rain still fell. I zipped my jacket and started back to my car. Leaving the university, I walked north on Saint-Denis, past a cavalcade of upscale boutiques and bistros. Though just a few blocks east, Saint-Denis is a galaxy away from Saint-Laurent. Frequented by the young and affluent, Saint-Denis is the place to go seeking. A dress, silver earrings, a mate, a one-night stand. The street of dreams. Most cities have one. Montreal has 2. Crescent for the English, Saint-Denis for the French. I thought about Elsa as I waited for the light at de Maisonneuve. Bailey was probably right. Ahead and to my right sat the bus station. Whoever had killed her hadn't gone far to ditch the body. That suggested a local. I watched a young couple emerge from the Berry-UQAM metro station. They ran through the rain, clinging together like socks just out of the dryer. Or it could have been a commuter. Right, Brennan, grab a monkey, take the metro home, whack it, cut it up, then haul it back on the metro and leave it at the bus station. Great thinking. The light turned green. I crossed Saint-Denis and walked west onto Maisonneuve, still thinking about my conversation with Bailey. What was it about him that bothered me? Did he show too much emotion for his student? Too little for the monkey? Why had he seemed so, negative about the Alsa project? Why didn't he know about the hand? Hadn't Pelletier told me Bailey inspected the cadaver? Wouldn't he have noticed the missing hand? The remains had been released to him, and he'd taken them from the lab. "Shit!" I said aloud, mentally smacking my forehead. A man in coveralls turned to look at me, registering apprehension. He wore no shirt or shoes and carried a shopping bag in both arms, its torn paper handles pointing at odd angles. I smiled to reassure him, and he shuffled on, shaking his head at the state of humanity and the universe. "You're a regular Columbo," I berated myself. "You didn't even ask Bailey what he did with the body. Good job." Having chastised myself, I made amends by proposing consumption of a hot dog. Knowing I wouldn't sleep anyway, I accepted. That way I could blame it on the food. I went into the Chien Chaud on Saint-Dominique, ordered a dog all dressed, fries, and a Diet Coke. "No Coke, Pepsi," I was told by a John Belushi look-alike with thick black hair and a heavy accent. Life really does imitate art. I ate my food in a red and white plastic booth, contemplating travel posters peeling from the walls. That would do, I thought, gazing at the two blue skies and blindingly white buildings of Paros, Santorini, Mykonos. Yes, that would do nicely. Cars began to crowd the wet pavement outside. The Maine was revving up. A man arrived and engaged Belushi in loud conversation, presumably Greek. His clothes were damp and smelled of smoke and fat and a spice I didn't recognize. Droplets sparkled in his thick hair. When I glanced over, he smiled at me, cocked one bushy eyebrow, and ran his tongue slowly along his upper lip. He might as well have shown me his hemorrhoid. Matching his maturity level, I showed him middleman and turned my attention to the scene outside the window. Through Rain Street glass, I could make out a row of shops across the street, dark and silent on the eve of a holiday. La Cordonnerie La Fleur. Why would a shoemaker call his shop The Flower? La Boulangerie Nan. I wondered if that was the name of the bakery, the name of the owner, or just an ad for Indian bread. Through the windows, I could see empty shelves, ready for the morning's harvest. Do bakers bake on national holidays? La Boucherie Saint-Dominique. Its windows were covered with news of weekly specials. Lapin frais, bœuf, agneau, poulet, saucisse. Fresh rabbit, beef, lamb, chicken, sausage, monkey. That's it. You're out of here. I wadded the wrapper into the paper tray that had held my hot dog. The things for which we kill trees. I added my Pepsi can, threw the whole mess into the trash, and left. The car was where I'd left it, and as I'd left it. Driving, my brain looped back to the murders. Each slap of the wipers brought up a new image. Alsa's truncated arm. Slap. Mauricette Champoux' hand lying on her kitchen floor. Slap. Chantal Trottier's tendons. Slap. Arm bones with cleanly cut lower ends. Slap. Was it always the same hand? Couldn't remember. Have to check. No human hand had been missing. Just coincidence? Was Claudel right? Was I getting paranoid? Maybe Alsa's abductor collected animal paws. Was he just an overzealous Poe fan? Slap. Or she. At 11:15, I pulled into my garage. Even my bone marrow was exhausted. I'd been up over 18 hours. No hot dog would keep me awake tonight. Bertie hadn't waited up. As was his habit when alone, he'd curled up in the small wooden rocker by the fireplace. He looked up when I came in, blinking round yellow eyes at me. "Hey, Bird, how was it being a cat today?" I purred, scratching under his chin. "Does anything ever keep you up?" He closed his eyes and stretched his neck, either ignoring or enhancing the feel of my stroking. When I withdrew my hand, he yawned widely, nestled his chin back onto his paws, and regarded me from under heavy lids. I went to the bedroom, knowing he'd follow eventually. Unclasping the barrettes in my hair and dumping my clothes in a heap on the floor, I threw back the covers and dropped into bed. In no time, I fell into a dense and dreamless sleep. I hosted no phantom apparitions, no menacing stage plays. At one point, I sensed a warm heaviness against my leg, and knew that Bertie had joined me, but I slept on, enveloped in a black void. Then, my heart was pounding, and my eyes were open. I was wide awake, felt alarm, and didn't know why. The transition was so abrupt, I had to orient myself. The room was pitch black. The clock read 1:27. Bertie was gone. I lay in the dark, holding my breath, listening, straining for a clue. Why had my body gone to red alert? Had I heard something? What blip had my personal radar detected? Some sensory receptor had sent a signal. Had Bertie heard something? Where was he? It was unlike him to prowl at night. I relaxed my body and listened harder. The only sound was my heart hammering against my chest. The house was eerily silent. Then I heard it. A soft clunk, followed by a faint metallic rattle. I waited, rigid, not breathing. 10, 15, 20 seconds. A glowing digit changed shape on the clock. Then, when I thought I might have imagined it, I heard it again. Clunk, rattle. My molars compressed like a Black & Decker vise, and my fingers curled into fists. Was someone in the apartment? I'd grown accustomed to the ordinary sounds of the place. This sound was different, an acoustic intruder. It didn't belong. Silently, I eased back the quilt and swung my legs out of bed. Blessing last night's sloppiness, I reached for my t-shirt and jeans and slipped them on. I stole across the carpet. I stopped at the bedroom door to look back in search of a possible weapon. Nothing. There was no moon, but light from a street lamp oozed through the window in the other bedroom and partly lit the hall with a faint glow. I stole forward, past the bathroom, toward the hall with the courtyard doors. Every few steps I stopped to listen, breath frozen, eyes wide. At the entrance to the kitchen, I heard it again. Clunk, rattle. It was coming from somewhere near the French doors. I turned right into the kitchen and peered toward the French doors on the patio side of the apartment. Nothing moved. Silently cursing my aversion to guns, I scanned the kitchen for a weapon. It wasn't exactly an arsenal. Noiselessly, I slid my trembling hand along the wall, feeling for the knife holder. Choosing a bread knife, I wrapped my fingers around the handle, pointed the blade backward, and dropped my arm into full extension. Slowly, testing with one bare foot at a time, I tiptoed forward far enough to see into the living room. It was as dark as the bedroom and kitchen. I made out Bertie in the gloom. He was sitting a few feet from the doors, his eyes fixed on something beyond the glass. The tip of his tail twitched back and forth in jittery little arcs. He looked tense as an unshot arrow. Another clunk rattle stopped my heart and froze my breath. It came from outside. Bertie's ears went horizontal. 5 tremorous steps brought me alongside Bertie. Unconsciously, I reached out to pat his head. He recoiled at the unexpected touch and went tearing across the room with such force that his claws left divots in the carpet. They looked like small black commas in the murky darkness. If a cat could be said to scream, Bertie did it. His flight totally unnerved me. For a moment I was paralyzed, frozen in place like an Easter Island statue. "Do like the cat and get yourself out of here," the voice of panic told me. I took a step backward. Clunk, rattle. I stopped, clutching the knife as if it were a lifeline. Silence, blackness. Da-dum, da-dum. I listened to my heartbeat, searching my mind for a sector still able to think critically. If someone is in the apartment, it told me, he is behind you. Your escape route is forward, not backward. But if someone is just outside, don't provide him with a way in. Da-dum, da-dum. The noise is outside, I argued. What Bertie heard is outside. Da-dum, da-dum. Take a look. Flatten yourself against the wall next to the courtyard doors and move the curtains just enough to peer outside. Maybe you can see a shape in the darkness. Reasonable logic. Armed with my Chicago cutlery, I unglued 1 foot from the carpet, inched forward, and reached the wall. Breathing deeply, I moved the curtain a few inches. The shapes and shadows in the yard were poorly defined, but recognizable. The tree, the bench, some bushes, nothing identifiable as movement except for branches pushed by wind. I held my position for a long moment. Nothing changed. I moved toward the center of the curtains and tested the door handle. Still locked. Knife at the ready, I sidled along the wall toward the main entrance door, toward the security system. The warning light glowed evenly, indicating no breach. On impulse, I pressed the test button. A noise split the silence, and despite my anticipating it, I jumped. My hand jerked upward, bringing the knife into readiness. "Stupid," the functioning brain fragment told me. "The security system is operating, and it hasn't been breached. Nothing's been opened. No one has entered." "Then he's out there," I responded, still quite shaken. "Maybe," said my brain, "but that's not so bad. Turn on some lights, show some activity, and any prowler with sense will beat it out of here." I tried to swallow, but my mouth was too dry. In a gesture of bravado, I switched on the hall light, rapidly followed by every light between there and my bedroom. No intruders anywhere. As I sat on the edge of my bed, holding the knife, I heard it again. A muffled clunk, rattle. I jumped and almost cut myself. Emboldened by my conviction that no intruder was inside, I thought, "All right, you bastard, let me catch just one glimpse and I'm going to call the cops." I moved back to the French doors adjacent to the side yard, quickly this time. That room was still unlit, and I moved the curtain edge once more and peered out, bolder than before. The scene was the same. Vaguely familiar shapes, some moved by the wind. Clunk, rattle. I started involuntarily, then thought, that noise is back from the doors, not at the doors. I remembered the side yard floodlight and moved to find the switch. This was no time to worry about annoying the neighbors. With the light on, I returned to my curtain edge. The floodlight was not powerful, but it displayed the yard's features well enough. The rain had stopped, but a breeze had picked up. A fine mist danced in the beam of the light. I listened for a while. Nothing. I scanned my available field of vision several times. Nothing. Recklessly, I deactivated the security system, opened the French door, and stuck my head outside. To the left, against the wall, the black spruce lived up to its name, but no foreign shape mingled with its branches. The wind gusted slightly, and the branches moved. Clunk, rattle. A new surge of fright. The gate. The noise was coming from the gate. My gaze whipped to it in time to catch a slight movement as it settled into place. As I watched, the wind surged again, and the gate moved slightly within the boundaries of its latch. Clunk, rattle. Chagrined, I marched into the yard and up to the gate. Why had I never noticed that sound? Then I flinched once more. The lock was gone. The padlock that prevented any movement of the latch was missing. Had Winston neglected to replace it after cutting the grass? He must have. I gave the gate a sharp shove to secure the latch as tightly as I could and turned back toward the door. Then I heard the other sound, more delicate and muffled. Looking toward it, I saw a foreign object in my herb garden, like a pumpkin impaled on a stick coming out of the ground. The wispy rustle was that of a plastic covering, moved by the wind. A horrifying realization overtook me. Without knowing why I knew, I sensed what was beneath that plastic cover. My legs trembled as I crossed the grass and yanked the plastic upward. At the sight, nausea overcame me, and I turned to retch. Wiping my hand across my mouth, I charged back inside, slammed and locked the door, and reset my security alarm. I fumbled for a number, lurched to the phone, and willed myself to punch the correct buttons. The call was answered on the 4th ring. Get over here, please, right now. Brennan? Groggy. What the This goddamn minute, Ryan! Now! Chapter 24. A gallon of tea later, I was curled in Bertie's rocker, dully observing Ryan. He was on his third call, this one personal, assuring someone he'd be a while. Judging by his end, the call's recipient wasn't happy. Tough. Hysteria has its rewards. Ryan had arrived within 20 minutes. He searched the apartment and yard, then contacted the CUM to arrange for a patrol unit to stake out the building. Ryan had placed the bag and its grisly contents into another larger bag, sealed it, and put it in a corner of the dining room floor. He would take it to the morgue tonight. The recovery team would come in the morning. We were in the living room, me sitting and sipping tea, Ryan pacing and talking. I wasn't sure which had the more calming effect, the tea or Ryan. Probably not the tea. What I really wanted was a serious drink. Want didn't really describe it. Crave came closer. Actually, I wanted many drinks. A bottle I could pour from until there was no more. Forget it, Brennan. The cap's on, and it's going to stay on. I sipped my tea and watched Ryan. He wore jeans and a faded denim shirt. Good choice. The blues lit his eyes like colorizing on old film. He finished his calls and sat down. "That should do it," he said, tossing the phone onto the couch and running a hand over his face. His hair was disheveled, and he looked tired. But then, I probably didn't look like Claudia Schiffer. Do what? I wondered. "I appreciate your coming," I said. "I'm sorry I overreacted." I'd already said this, but repeated myself. "No, you didn't. I don't usually—" "It's okay. We're going to get this psycho." I could have just... He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. The blue lasers grabbed my eyes and held them. A fleck of lint rode one of his lashes, like a pollen grain clinging to a pistol. "Brennan, this is serious. There's a guy out there that's some sort of mental mutant. He's psychologically malformed. He's like the rats that tunnel under garbage heaps and slink through sewer pipes in this city. He's a predator. His wiring's twisted, and now he's fed you into whatever degenerate nightmare he's spinning for himself. But he's made a mistake, and we're going to flush him out and squash him. That's what you do with vermin." The intensity of his response startled me. I could think of nothing to say. Pointing out his mixed metaphors seemed unwise. He took my silence for skepticism. "I mean it, Brennan. This asshole has dog food for brains, which means you can't pull any more of your stunts." His comment turned me churlish, a swing that didn't need much of a push. I was feeling vulnerable and dependent and hating myself for it, so I turned my frustration on him. "Stunts?" I spat at him. "Shit, Brennan, I don't mean tonight." We both knew what he did mean. He was right, which increased my annoyance and made me even more contentious. I swirled my tea, now cold, and held my silence. "This animal's obviously been stalking you," he drummed on, persistent as a jackhammer. "He knows where you live. He knows how to get in." He didn't really get in. "He planted a goddamn human head in your backyard." "I know!" I screamed, my composure developing a major fault line. My eyes slid to the dining room corner. The thing from the garden lay there, silent and inert, an artifact waiting to be processed. It could have been anything. A volleyball, a globe, a melon. The round object in its shiny black bag looked harmless inside the clear plastic into which Ryan had sealed it. I stared at it, and images of the grisly contents washed over my mind. I saw the skull rising on its scrawny picket neck. I saw empty orbits staring straight ahead, and pink neon glinting off the white enamel into the gaping mouth. I imagined the intruder cutting the lock and boldly crossing the yard to plant his gruesome memento. "I know," I repeated. "You're right. I'll have to be more careful." I swirled my cup again, looking for answers in the leaves. "Want some tea?" "No, I'm fine." He got up. "I'll check to see if the unit's here." He disappeared into the back of the apartment, and I made myself another cup. I was still in the kitchen when he returned. There's one unit parked in the alley across the street. There'll be another one around back. I'll check with them when I leave. No one should be able to get near this building without being seen. Thanks. I took a sip and leaned against the counter. He took out a pack of Dumouriez and raised his eyebrows at me. Sure. I hated smoke in the apartment. But then he probably hated being there. Life is compromise. I thought about searching out my one ashtray, but didn't bother. He smoked, and I sipped without speaking, leaning against the counter, each lost in thought. The refrigerator hummed. You know, it wasn't really the skull that freaked me. I'm used to skulls. It was just so out of context. Yeah. It's a cliché, I know, but I feel so violated. Like some alien creature breached my personal space, rooted about and left when he lost interest in anything more. I gripped the mug tightly, feeling vulnerable and hating it. Also feeling stupid. He'd no doubt heard some version of that speech many times. If so, he didn't mention it. Do you think it's Saint-Jacques? He looked at me, then flicked his ash into the sink. Leaning back against the counter, he took a deep pull. His legs stretched almost to the refrigerator. I don't know. Hell, we can't even pin down who it is we rousted. Saint-Jacques is probably an alias. Whoever was using that shithole probably didn't really live there. Turns out the landlady only saw him twice. We've staked the place for a week, and no one's gone in or out. Hum. Pull. Exhale. Swirl. He had my picture in his collection. He'd cut it out and marked it. Yep. Be straight with me. He paused a minute, then... He'd be my pick. Coincidence is just too improbable. I knew it, but didn't want to hear it. Even more, I didn't want to think about what it meant. I gestured toward the skull. From the body we found in Saint-Lambert? Whoa, that's your country. He took a last drag, ran tap water over the butt, and looked around for some place to put it. I pushed off the counter and opened a cabinet containing a trash bag. As he raised up, I laid a hand on his forearm. Ryan, do you think I'm crazy? Do you think this serial killer idea is just in my head? He straightened and fixed his eyes on me. I don't know. I just don't know. You could be right. 4 dead women over a 2-year period have all been sliced up or dismembered, or both. Maybe a 5th. Maybe some similarities with the mutilation, the object insertion, but that's all. So far, no other tie. Maybe they're linked, maybe they're not. Maybe there's a truckload of sadists out there, operating independently. Maybe Saint-Jacques did all of them. Maybe he just likes to collect stories about the exploits of others. Maybe it's only one person, but that person is someone else. Maybe he's fantasizing his next outing right now. Maybe the bastard just planted a skull in your yard. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. But I do know some sicko asshole parked a skull in your petunias tonight. Look, I don't want you taking chances. I want your word you'll be careful. No more expeditions. Again, the paternalism. It was Parsley. What? The edge on his voice was sharp enough to cut off any more flippant remarks. Just what do you want me to do? For now, no more secret sorties. He hooked a thumb at the evidence bag. And tell me who that is over there. He looked at his watch. Christ, it's 3:15. You gonna be all right? Yes, thanks for coming. Right. He checked the phone and the security system again, collected the plastic bag, and I let him out the front. As I watched his retreat, I couldn't help noticing that his eyes weren't the only feature the genes showed off well. Brennan, too much tea. Or too little of something else. At exactly 4:27, the nightmare started again. At first I thought I was dreaming, replaying earlier events. But I'd never really fallen asleep. I'd been lying there, urging myself to relax, allowing my thoughts to fragment and reassemble like shapes in a kaleidoscope. But the sound I now heard was present and real. I recognized what it was and what it meant. The beep of the security alarm told me a door or window had been opened. The intruder was back and had gotten inside. My heart rate launched into orbit, and I felt the fear return. First suffocating and paralyzing, then triggering a rush of adrenaline that left me alert but uncertain. What to do? Fight? Flight? My fingers gripped the edge of the blanket, and my mind flew in 1,000 directions. How had he gotten past the police units? Which room was he in? The knife. It was on the kitchen counter. I lay there, rigid, gauging options. Ryan had checked the phones, but I wanted to sleep undisturbed and had unplugged the one in the bedroom. Could I find the cord, locate the little triangular plug, and make a call before being overpowered? Where had Ryan said the police cars were parked? If I threw open the bedroom window and screamed, could the police hear me and react in time? I strained to hear every movement in the darkness around me. There, a soft click. In the entrance hall? I stopped breathing. My front teeth clamped to my lower lip. A scrape against the marble floor, near the entrance hall. Could it be Bertie? No, this sound had weight behind it. Again, a gentle brushing, as though against a wall, not the floor. Too high for a cat. An image from Africa jumped into my head. A night drive in the Amboseli. A leopard, frozen in the Jeep headlights, crouched, muscles taut, nostrils sucking the night air, soundlessly closing in on the unsuspecting gazelle. Was my stalker similarly in command of the darkness, picking a deliberate path to my bedroom, cutting off escape routes? What was he doing? Why had he come back? What should I do? Something. Don't lie there and wait. Do something. The phone. I'd try for the phone. There were police units right outside. The dispatcher would reach them. Could I reach it without giving myself away? Did it really matter? Slowly I raised the blankets and rolled flat on my back. The rustling of the sheets sounded like thunder in my ears. Something brushed the wall again, louder, closer, as if the intruder was more sure of himself, less inclined to be cautious. Every muscle and tendon tense, I inched toward the left side of the bed. The pitch black of the room made it hard to get my bearings. Why had I drawn the shade? Why had I unplugged that phone for a little extra sleep? Stupid, stupid, stupid. Find the cord, find the plug, punch 911 in the dark. I made a mental inventory of the objects on the nightstand, mapping the route my hand would take. I would have to slide down to the floor to reach the telephone jack. At the left side of the bed, I raised onto my elbows. My eyes probed the darkness, but it was too deep to distinguish features except for the bedroom door. It was faintly backlit by some appliance with a glowing dial. There was no silhouette in the doorway. Encouraged, I eased my left leg clear of the bed and slowly, blindly, groped for the floor. Then a shadow crossed the doorway, freezing my leg in midair and locking my muscles in catatonic fear. This is the end, I thought. In my own bed, alone, 4 cops outside, oblivious. I pictured the other women, their bones, their faces, their gutted bodies, the plunger, the statue. "No!" screamed a voice in my head. "Not me! Please, not me!" How many screams could I manage before he was on me? Before he silenced them with one sweep of his blade across my throat? Enough to alert the police outside? My eyes darted back and forth, frantic like those of an animal in a trap. A dark mass filled the doorway. A human figure. I lay speechless, motionless, unable even to launch my final screams. The figure hesitated, as though uncertain of its next move. No features. Only a silhouette framed in the entrance. The only entrance. The only exit. God, why didn't I keep a gun? Seconds dragged by. Maybe the figure could not make out my outline on the very edge of the bed. Maybe the room looked empty from the doorway. Did he have a flashlight? Would he turn on the wall switch? My mind snapped out of its paralysis. What had they taught in self-defense class? Run if you can. I can't. If cornered, fight to win. Bite, gouge, kick, hurt him. First rule, don't let him get on top. Second rule, never let him pin you down. Yes, surprise him. If I could get to any exit door, the cops outside could save me. My left foot was already on the floor. Still on my back, I eased my right leg toward the edge of the bed, millimeter by millimeter, pivoting on my buttocks. I had both feet on the floor when the figure made a jerky motion, and I was blinded by the glare of light. My hand flew to my eyes, and I lurched forward in a desperate effort to knock the figure aside and escape the bedroom. My right foot caught the sheet, sending me headlong onto the carpet. I rolled quickly to my left and scrambled onto my knees, turning to face my attacker. Third rule, never turn your back. The figure remained on the far side of the room, hand on the light switch. Only now, it had a face. A face distorted by some inner turmoil at which I could only guess. A face I knew. My own face was fast-forwarding through a series of expressions: terror, recognition, confusion. Our eyes locked and held. Neither moved. Neither spoke. We stared at each other across the air in my bedroom. I screamed. "God damn you, Gabby! You stupid bitch! What are you doing? What have I done to you, you bitch, you goddamn bitch!" I sat back on my heels, hands on my thighs, making no attempt to control the tears bathing my face or the sobs racking my body. Chapter 25. I rocked back and forth from my knees to heels, sobbing and shouting. My words made little sense, and when mingled with the sobbing became incoherent. I knew the voice was mine, but I had no power to stop it. Gibberish I didn't recognize flew from my mouth as I rocked and sobbed and shrieked. Soon the sobbing won out over the shrieking and receded to a muffled sucking sound. With one last shudder, I stopped my rocking and focused on Gabby. She too was crying. She stood across the room, one hand clutching the light switch, the other pressed to her chest. Her fingers twitched open, then closed. Her chest heaved with each intake of breath, and tears ran down her face. She wept silently, and seemed frozen in place, except for that one clutching hand. "Gabby?" My voice broke, and it came out, "B?" She gave a tight nod, her dreadlocks bobbing about her ashen face. She started making little sucking sounds, as if trying to pull back her tears. Speech seemed beyond her capabilities. "Jesus Christ, Gabby, are you crazy?" I whispered, reasonably controlled. "What are you doing here? Why didn't you call?" She seemed to consider the second question, but attempted to answer the first. "I needed to talk to you." I just stared at her. I'd been trying to find this woman for 3 weeks. She'd avoided me. It was 4:30 in the morning. She'd just broken into my home and aged me at least a decade. "How'd you get in here?" "I still have a key." More gulping sounds, but quieter, slower. "From last summer." She moved a trembling hand from the light switch and displayed a key dangling from a small chain. I felt anger rising in me, but my exhaustion held it in check. "Not tonight, Gabby." "Tempe, I gave her a look intended to freeze her in place once more. She stared back, not comprehending, plaintive. "Tempe, I can't go home." Her eyes were dark and round, her body rigid. She looked like an antelope cut from the herd and cornered. A very large antelope, but terrified nonetheless. Wordlessly, I pushed to my feet, got towels and linens from the hall closet, and dropped them on the guest room bed. "We'll talk in the morning, Gabby." "Tempe, in the morning." As I fell asleep, I thought I heard her dial the phone. It didn't matter. Tomorrow. And talk we did, for hours and hours, over bowls of cornflakes and plates of spaghetti, sipping endless cappuccinos. We talked, curled on the couch and on long walks up and down St. Catherine. It was a weekend of words, most of them pouring from Gabby. At first I was convinced she'd come unglued. By Sunday night I wasn't so sure. The recovery team came by late Friday morning. In deference to me, they called ahead, arrived without fanfare, and worked quickly and efficiently. They accepted Gabby's presence as a natural development, the comfort of a friend after a night of fright. I told Gabby there had been an intruder in the garden, leaving out mention of the head. She had enough on her mind. The team left with encouraging words. "Don't worry, Dr. Brennan, we'll get the bastard. You hang in there." Gabby's situation was as harrowing as mine. Her former informant had become her stalker. He was everywhere. Sometimes she'd see him on a bench in the park. Other times he'd follow her on the street. At night he'd hang around Saint Laurent. Though she now refused to talk to him, he was always there. He kept his distance, but his eyes never left her. Twice she thought he'd been in her apartment. I said, "Gabby, are you sure?" I meant, "Gabby, are you losing it?" "Did he take anything?" "No. At least I don't think so. Nothing I've noticed. But I know he went through my things. You know how you can tell. Nothing was gone, but things were a bit off. Just sort of rotated in place." "Why didn't you return my calls?" "I stopped answering the phone. It rang a dozen times a day, and no one would be on the other end. Same with the answering machine. Lots of hang-ups. I just stopped using it." "Why didn't you call me? And say what? I'm being stalked? I've made myself a victim? I can't handle my own life?" I thought if I treated him like the maggot he is, he'd lose interest, slither away, and pupate somewhere else. Her eyes looked tortured. "And I knew what you'd say. You're losing it, Gabby. You're letting your paranoia control you, Gabby. You need help, Gabby." I felt a stab of guilt, remembering the way I'd hung up with her last. She was right. "You could have called the police. They'd give you protection." Even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Right. And then she told me about Thursday night. I got home about 3:30 a.m., and I could tell someone had entered the apartment. I used the old trick of stretching a thread across the lock. Well, seeing it gone totally unnerved me. I had been in a pretty good mood since I hadn't seen the creep all night. Also, I'd just had the locks changed, so I was feeling secure about the apartment for the first time in months. Seeing that thread on the floor just destroyed me. I couldn't believe he'd gotten in again. I didn't know if he was still inside, and I didn't want to find out. I bolted and came here. Bit by bit, she talked of the past 3 weeks, recounting incidents as they came into her head. As her narrative unfolded over the weekend, my mind rearranged the disjointed episodes into a chronology. Though the man harassing her had done nothing overtly aggressive, I saw a pattern of increasing boldness. By Sunday, I began to share her fear. We decided she would stay with me for the time being, though I wasn't so sure what score my place would earn in a safety check. Late Friday, Ryan had called to tell me the patrol unit would be there through Monday. I'd nod to them as we set out on our walks. Gabby thought they were a response to the garden intruder. I didn't suggest otherwise. I needed to bolster her newborn sense of safety, not wreck it. I suggested we contact the police about her stalker, but she adamantly refused, fearing their involvement would compromise her girls. I also suspected she was afraid of losing their trust and her access to them. Reluctantly, I agreed. On Monday, I left her and went to work. She planned to gather some things from her apartment. She'd agreed to stay off the main for a while and meant to spend time writing. For that, she needed her laptop and files. When I got to my office, it was past 9. Ryan had already phoned. The scrolled message said, "Got a name. A.R." He was out when I returned his call, so I went to the histo lab to check on my garden memento. It was drying on the counter, cleaned and marked, the absence of soft tissue having made boiling unnecessary. It looked like 1,000 other skulls, with its empty orbits and neatly penned LML number. I stared at it, recalling the terror it had triggered 3 nights earlier. "Location, location, location," I said to the empty lab. "Pardon?" I hadn't heard Denis come in. "Something a realtor once told me." "Oui?" "It isn't what something is, so much as where it is that often shapes our reaction." He looked blank. "Never mind. You took soil samples before you washed this?" "Oui." He held up 2 small plastic vials. "Let's get him over to Trace." He nodded. "Have x-rays been done?" "Oui. I just gave the bite wings and apicals to Dr. Bergeron." "He's here on a Monday?" "He's going on holiday for 2 weeks, so he came to finish some reports." Happy day. I put the skull in a plastic tub. "Ryan thinks he's got a name." "Ah oui?" His eyebrows shot up. "He must have been up with the birds today. The message was taken by the night service." For the Saint-Lambert skeleton or for your chum there? He indicated the skull. Apparently the story had already made the rounds. Maybe both. I'll let you know. I headed for my office, stopped by Bergeron's on the way. He'd spoken with Ryan. The detective had found a missing person match promising enough to request a mandat du coroner for the ante-mortem records, and was on his way. Know anything about her? Yeah, nothing. I'll finish with the skull before lunch. If you need it, just come by. I spent the next 2 hours assessing the sex, race, and age of the skull. I observed features of the face and brain case, took measurements, and ran discriminant functions on my computer. We agreed the skull was that of a white female, like the Saint-Lambert skeleton. Age was frustrating. All I had to go on was closure of the cranial sutures, a notoriously untrustworthy system for evaluating age. The computer didn't help. I estimated she'd been in her late 20s to mid-30s when she died, maybe 40. Again, consistent with the bones from Saint-Lambert. I looked for other indicators of congruity: overall size, robusticity of muscle attachments, degree of arthritic change, condition of the bone, state of preservation. Everything matched. I was convinced this was the head missing from the Monastère Saint-Bernard skeleton. But I needed more. Then I turned the skull over and examined the base. Coursing across the occipital bone, close to the point where the skull sits on the vertebral column, I could see a series of slashes. They were V-shaped in cross-section and ran from high to low, following the contour of the bone. Under the Luxa-lamp, they looked similar to the marks I'd observed on the long bones. I wanted to be sure. I took the skull back to the histo lab, set it next to the operating scope, and got out the headless skeleton. I withdrew the 6th cervical vertebra, placed it under the scope, and re-examined the cuts I'd described the week before. Then I switched to the skull, focusing on the gashes scoring its back and base. The marks were identical, the contours and cross-sectional dimensions matching perfectly. Grace Damas. I switched off the fiber-optic light and turned toward the voice. Qui? Grace Damas, repeated Bergeron. Age 32. According to Ryan, she went missing in February of 92. I calculated. 2 years and 4 months. That fits. Anything else? I really didn't ask. Ryan said he'd stop in after lunch. He's tracking something else down. Does he know the ID's positive? Not yet. I just finished. He looked at the bones. Anything? They're a match. I want to see what the trace evidence folks have to say about the soil samples. Maybe we can get a pollen profile. But I'm convinced. Even the cut marks are the same. I wish I had the upper neck vertebrae. But it's not critical. Grace Damas. All through lunch, the name echoed in my head. Grace Damas. Number 5? Or was it? How many more would we find? Each of the names was burned into my mind like a brand on a heifer's rump. Morissette Champoux, Trottier, Gagnon, Adkins. Now another. Damas. At 1:30, Ryan came to my office. Bergeron had already given him the positive on the skull. I told him it was good for the skeleton as well. What do you know about her? I asked. She was 32. 3 kids. Christ. Good mother, faithful wife, active in the church. He glanced at his notes. St. Demetrius over in Hutchison, near Avenue du Parc in Fairmont. Sent the kids off to school one day. Never seen again. Husband? Looks clean. Boyfriend? He shrugged. It's a very traditional Greek family. If you don't talk about it, those things can't be true. She was a good girl, lived for her husband. They've got a friggin' shrine set up for her in the living room. Another shrug. Maybe she was a saint, maybe she wasn't. We're not going to find out from Mama or hubby. It's like talking to barnacles. You mention hanky-panky, they pull in and slam shut. I told him about the cut marks. Same as Trottier and Gagnon. Hands were cut off, like Gagnon, and 1 each for Morissette Champoux and Trottier. When he'd gone, I turned on the computer and pulled up my spreadsheet. I erased Inconnu from the name column and typed in Grace Damas, then entered the scanty information Ryan had given me. In a separate file, I summarized what I knew about each of the women, arranging them by date of death. Grace Damas had disappeared in February of 1992. She was 32, married, the mother of 3. She lived in the near northeast part of the city, in an area known as Parc Extension. Her body had been dismembered and buried in a shallow grave at the Saint-Bernard Monastery in Saint-Lambert, where it was found in June of 1994. Her head showed up in my garden several days later. Cause of death was unknown. Francine Morissette Champoux was beaten and shot in January of 1993. She was 47. Her body was found less than 2 hours later, just south of Centreville, in the condo she shared with her husband. Her killer had slit her belly, cut off her right hand, and forced a knife into her vagina. Chantal Trottier disappeared in October of 1993. She was 16. She lived with her mother off the island, in the lake community of Sainte-Anne-de-Bellevue. She'd been beaten, strangled, and dismembered, her right hand partially severed, her left one completely detached. Her body was found 2 days later in Saint-Jérôme. Isabelle Gagnon disappeared in April of 1994. She'd lived with her brother in Saint-Édouard. In June of this year, her dismembered body was found on the grounds of Le Grand Séminaire in Centreville. Though cause of death could not be determined, marks on her bones indicated she'd been dismembered, her belly slit. Her hands had been removed, and her killer had inserted a plunger in her vagina. She was 23. Margaret Adkins was killed on June 23rd, just over a week ago. She was 24, had 1 son, and lived with her common-law husband. She'd been beaten to death. Her belly was slit, and 1 breast had been sliced off and forced into her mouth. A metal statue had been rammed up her vagina. Claudel was right. There was no pattern in M.O. They were all beaten, but Morissette Champoux was also shot. Trottier was strangled. Adkins was bludgeoned. Hell, we didn't even have a cause for Damas and Gagnon. I went over and over what had been done to each of them. There was variation, but there was also a theme. Sadistic cruelty and mutilation. It had to be one person, one monster. Damas, Gagnon, and Trottier were dismembered and dumped in plastic bags. Their bellies had been slit. Gagnon and Trottier had had their hands severed. Morissette Champoux was slashed and had a hand cut off, but she wasn't dismembered. Adkins, Gagnon, and Morissette Champoux had suffered genital penetration with a foreign object. The others hadn't. Adkins' breast was mutilated. No one else was disfigured in that way. Or were they? There hadn't been enough of Damas and Gagnon to say. I stared at the screen. It has to be here, I told myself. Why can't I see it? What's the link? Why these women? Their ages are up and down the charts. It's not that. They're all white. Big deal. This is Canada. Francophone, Anglophone, allophone. Married, single, common law. Choose another category. Let's try geography. I got out a map and plotted where each of the bodies had been found. It made even less sense than when I'd done it with Ryan. Now there were 5 points in the scatter. I tried plotting their homes. The pins looked like paint flung at a canvas by an abstract artist. There was no pattern. What'd you expect, Brennan? An arrow pointing to a flat on Sherbrooke? Forget place. Try time. I looked at the dates. Damas was the first, in early 1992. I calculated in my head. 11 months between Damas and Morissette Champoux. 9 months later, Trottier. 6 months to Gagnon. 2 months between Gagnon and Adkins. The intervals were decreasing. Either the killer was growing bolder or his bloodlust was growing stronger. My heart pounded hard against my ribs as I considered the implication. Over a week had passed since Margaret Adkins died. Chapter 26. I felt trapped inside my skin, anxious and frustrated. The visions in my head annoyed me, but I couldn't turn them off. I watched a candy wrapper dance on the wind outside my window, tossed by puffs of shifting air. That piece of paper is you, Brennan, I chided myself. Can't control your own fate, much less anyone else's. There's nothing on Saint-Jacques. No word on who put the skull in your yard. Gabby's nutcase is still out there. Claudella's probably lodging a complaint against you. Your daughter is about to drop out of school, and 5 dead women are living in your head and likely to be joined by a 6th or 7th at the rate your investigation is going. I looked at my watch. 2:15 p.m. I couldn't stand my office another minute. I had to do something. But what? I glanced at Ryan's incident report. An idea began to form. They'll be furious, I told myself. Yes. I checked the report. The address was there. I pulled up my spreadsheet on the computer screen. They were all there, along with the phone numbers. You would do better to go to the gym and work off your frustration there. Yes. Solo sleuthing won't help the situation with Claudel. No. You may lose Ryan's support. True. Tough. I printed the data from the screen, made a choice, and dialed. A man answered on the 3rd ring. He was surprised, but agreed to see me. Grabbing my purse, I fled into the summer sunshine. It was hot again, the air so thick with humidity you could take your finger and write your initials in it. The haze refracted the sun's glare and spread it all around like a cloak. I drove toward the home Francine Morissette Champoux had shared with her husband. I'd chosen her case for no other reason than proximity. She had lived just below Centreville, not 10 minutes from my condo. If I bombed, well, I was on my way home. I found the address and pulled to a stop. The street was lined with brick townhouses, each with its iron balcony, below-ground garage, and brightly colored door. Unlike most communities in Montreal, this one had no name. Urban renewal had transformed what had been part of the Canadian National Yards, replacing tracks and tool sheds with residences, barbecue grills, and tomato plants. The neighborhood was neat and middle class, but suffered from an identity crisis. It was too close to the city core to be truly suburban, but just a hair outside the arc defining trendy downtown. It wasn't old, and it wasn't new. Functional and convenient, it lacked bouquet. I rang the bell and waited. Fresh-cut grass and ripe garbage tinged the hot air. 2 doors down, a sprinkler arced water across a chiclet-sized lawn. A central air compressor hummed to life, its sound challenging the sprinkler's steady click. When he opened the door, I thought of the Gerber baby grown up. His hair was blonde and receding, the center patch swirling into a curl on his forehead. His cheeks and chin were round and padded, his nose short and angled upward. He was a large man, not yet gone to fat, but moving down that road. Though it was 90 degrees, he wore jeans and a sweatshirt. Calgary Stampede, 1985. Monsieur Champoux, I'm... He pulled the door wide and stepped back, ignoring the ID I held for his inspection. I followed him down a narrow hall to a narrow living room. Fish tanks lined one wall, tinting the room an eerie aquamarine. At the far end, I could see a counter stacked with small nets, boxes of food and other fish paraphernalia. Louvered doors opened onto the kitchen. I recognized the kitchen work island and looked away. Monsieur Champoux cleared a spot on the sofa and indicated I should sit. He dropped into a recliner. Monsieur Champoux, I began again. I'm Dr. Brennan from the Laboratoire de Médecine Légale. I left it at that, hoping to avoid further explanations about my precise role in the investigation. I didn't really have any. Have you found something? It's been so long I don't let myself think about it anymore. He spoke to the parquet floor. It's been 1.5 years since Francine died, and I haven't heard from you people in over 1 year. I wondered where he thought I fit in with you people. I answered so many questions, talked to so many people. The coroner, the cops, the press. I even hired my own investigator. I really wanted to nail this guy. Didn't do any good. They never found a clue. We can pinpoint the time he killed her to within an hour, you know. The coroner said she was still warm. This maniac kills my wife, walks out and disappears without a trace. He shook his head in disbelief. Have you finally got something? His eyes held a mixture of anguish and hope, guilt sliced to my core. No, Monsieur Champoux, not really. Except 4 other women may have been killed by the same animal. I just want to go over a few details, see if there's anything we overlooked. The hope vanished and resignation surfaced. He leaned back in his chair and waited. "Your wife was a nutritionist?" He nodded. "Where did she work?" "All over, really. She was paid by the MAS, but on any given day she could have been anywhere." "The MAS?" "Ministère des Affaires Sociales." She moved around. Her job was to advise food cooperatives, immigrant groups mostly, about how to buy stuff. She'd help them form these collective kitchens, then teach them how to make whatever it is they like to eat, so it would be cheap but still healthy. She'd help them get produce and meat and things, usually in bulk. She was always visiting the kitchens to be sure they were running okay. Where were these collectives? All over the place. Parc Extension, Côte-des-Neiges, Saint-Henri, Little Burgundy. How long had she been working for the MAS? Maybe 6, 7 years. Before that, she worked at the Montreal General. Had much better hours. Did she enjoy her work? Oh, yeah. She loved it. The words caught briefly in his throat. Were her hours irregular? No, they were regular. She worked all the time. Mornings, evenings, weekends. There was always a problem, and Francine was the one to fix it. His jaw muscles clenched and unclenched. Had you and your wife disagreed about her work? He fell silent for a moment. Then, I wanted to see more of her. I wished she was still at the hospital. What do you do, Monsieur Champoux? I'm an engineer. I build things. Only no one wants much built these days. He gave a mirthless smile and tipped his head to one side. I was downsized. He used the English phrase. I'm sorry. Do you know where your wife was going the day she was killed? He shook his head. We'd hardly seen each other that week. There was a fire in one of her kitchens, and she'd been there day and night. She may have been going back there, or she may have been heading for another one. She didn't keep any kind of journal or log that I know of. They never found one in her office, and I never saw one here. She'd been talking about getting her hair cut. Hell, she may have been going to do that. He looked at me, his eyes tortured. Do you know what that feels like? I don't even know what my wife was planning to do on the day she died. The circulating water of the tanks murmured softly in the background. Had she spoken about anything unusual? Odd phone calls? A stranger at the door? I thought of Gabby. Someone on the street? Another headshake. Would she have? Probably, if we'd spoken. We really hadn't had time those last few days. I tried a new tack. It was January. Cold. The doors and windows would have been closed. Was your wife in the habit of keeping them locked? Yes. She never liked living here. Didn't like being right on the street. I talked her into buying this place, but she preferred high-rise buildings with security systems or guards. We get some pretty seedy characters down here, and she was always on edge. That's why we were leaving. She liked the extra space and the little yard out back, but she never really got used to being here. Her work took her to some rough areas, and when she came home, she wanted to feel safe, untouchable. That's what she said. Untouchable, you know? Yes. Oh, yes. When was the last time you saw your wife, Monsieur Champoux? He breathed deeply, exhaled. She got killed on a Thursday. She'd worked late the night before because of the fire, so I'd already gone to bed when she got home. He dropped his head and talked again to the parquet. A patch of tiny vessels colored each of his cheeks. She came to bed full of her day, trying to tell me where she'd been and what she'd been doing. I didn't want to hear it. I saw his chest rise and fall under the sweatshirt. The next day I got up early and left. Didn't even say goodbye. We were quiet a moment. That's what I did, and there's no way out. I don't get another shot. He raised his eyes and stared into the turquoise of the tanks. I resented her working when I couldn't, so I froze her out. Now I live with it. Before I could think of a response, he turned to me, his face taut, his voice harder than it had been. I went to see my brother-in-law. He had some job leads for me. I was there all morning. Then I came back here around noon. She was already dead. They checked all that out. Monsieur Champoux, I'm not suggesting you... I don't see that this is going anywhere. We're just rehashing old words. He rose. I was being dismissed. I'm sorry to bring up painful memories. He regarded me without comment, then moved toward the hall. I followed. Thanks for your time, Monsieur Champoux. I handed him my card. If there's anything you think of later, please give me a call. He nodded. His face had the numbed look of a person swept into a calamity who can't forget that his last words and last acts toward the wife he loved were petty and far from a proper goodbye. Is there ever a proper goodbye? As I left, I could feel his eyes on my back. Through the heat, I felt cold inside. I hurried to my car. The interview with Champoux left me shaken. As I drove toward home, I asked myself 1,000 questions. What right had I to dredge up this man's pain? I pictured Champoux's eyes. Such sorrow. Brought on by my forced reminders? No, I wasn't the architect of his house of regret. Champoux was a man living with remorse of his own construction. Remorse for what? For harming his wife? No, that wasn't his character. Remorse for ignoring her, for leaving her thinking she was not important. Simple as that. On the eve of her death, he rejected conversation, turned his back, and went to sleep. He didn't say goodbye in the morning. Now he never would. I turned north onto Saint-Marc, passing into the shadow of the overpass. Would my inquiries do anything but drag memories to the surface where they would again cause pain? Could I really help where an army of professionals had failed? Or was I just on a personal quest to show up Claudel? No! I banged the steering wheel with the heel of my hand. No, damn it, I thought to myself. That is not my goal. No one but me is convinced that there is a single killer and that he will kill again. If I am to prevent more deaths, I have to dig up more facts. I emerged from shadow into sunlight. Instead of turning east toward home, I crossed Sainte-Catherine, doubled back on Rue de Fort, and merged onto the 20 West. Locals called it the 2 and 20, but I'd yet to find anyone who could explain or locate the 2. I edged out of the city, drumming my impatience on the steering wheel. It was 3:30, and traffic was already backed up at the Turcot interchange. Bad timing. 45 minutes later, I found Geneviève Trottier weeding tomatoes behind the faded green house she had shared with her daughter. She looked up when I pulled onto the drive and watched me cross the lawn. Oui? Friendly, sitting back on her heels, squinting up at me. She wore bright yellow shorts and a halter too big for her small breasts. Sweat glistened on her body and curled her hair tightly around her face. She was younger than I'd expected. When I explained who I was and why I was there, the friendliness turned somber. She hesitated, put down her trowel, then rose, brushing dirt from her hands. The smell of tomatoes hung heavy around us. "We'd better go inside," she said, dropping her eyes. Like Champoux, she didn't question my right to ask. She started across the yard, and I followed, hating the conversation about to ensue. The knotted halter hung loose across the knobs on her spine. Blades of grass stuck to the backs of her legs and rode the tops of her feet. Her kitchen gleamed in the afternoon sunlight, its porcelain and wood surfaces testimony to years of care. Potted kalanchoe lined the windows, framed by yellow gingham. Yellow knobs dotted the cabinets and drawers. "I've made some lemonade," she said, her hands already moving to the task. Comfort in the familiar. "Yes, thank you, that would be nice." I sat at a scrubbed wooden table and watched her twist ice cubes from a plastic tray, drop them into glasses, and add the lemonade. She brought the drinks and slid in across from me, her eyes avoiding mine. "It's hard for me to talk about Chantal," she said, studying her lemonade. "I understand, and I am sorry for your loss. How are you doing?" Some days it's easier than others." She folded her hands and tensed, her thin shoulders rising under the halter. "Have you come to tell me something?" "I'm afraid not, Madame Trottier, and I don't really have any specific questions for you. I thought there might be something you've remembered, perhaps something you didn't think important earlier." Her eyes stayed on the lemonade. A dog barked outside. "Has anything occurred to you since you last spoke with the detectives? Any detail about the day Chantal disappeared?" No response. The air in the kitchen was hot and dense with humidity. It smelled faintly of lemon disinfectant. "I know this is awful for you, but if we're to have any hope of finding your daughter's killer, we still need your help. Is there anything that's been bothering you? Anything you've been thinking about?" "We fought." Again, the guilt of non-closure. The wish to take back words and substitute others. "She wouldn't eat. She thought she was getting fat." I knew all this from the report. "She wasn't fat. You should have seen her. She was beautiful. She was only 16. Her eyes finally met mine. A single tear spilled over each lower lid and trickled down each cheek. Like the English song. "I'm so sorry," I said, gently as I could. Through the screened window I could smell sun on geraniums. "Was Chantal unhappy about anything?" Her fingers tightened around her glass. "That's what's so hard. She was such an easy child, always happy, always full of life, bubbling with plans. Even my divorce didn't seem to upset her. She took it in stride and never missed a step." Truth or retrospective fantasy? I remembered the Trottiers had divorced when Chantal was 9. Her father was living somewhere in the city. "Can you tell me anything about those last few weeks? Had Chantal altered her routine in any way? Had any odd calls? Made any new friends?" Her head moved slowly in continuous negation. "No." "Did she have trouble making friends?" "No." "Were you uneasy about any of her friends?" "No." "Did she have a boyfriend?" "No." "Did she date?" "No." "Did she have problems at school?" "No." Poor interrogation technique. Need to get the witness to do the talking instead of me. "What about that day, the day Chantal disappeared?" She looked at me, her eyes unreadable. "Can you tell me what took place that day?" She took a sip of lemonade, swallowed deliberately, set the glass back on the table. Deliberately. "We got up around 6. I made breakfast." She clutched the glass so tightly I feared it would shatter. "Chantal left for school. She and her friends rode the train, since the school is in Centreville. They say she went to all her classes. And then she..." A breeze teased the gingham off the window frame. "She never came home?" "Did she have any special plans that day?" "No." "Did she normally come right home after classes?" "Usually." "Did you expect her home that day?" "No, she was going to see her father." "Did she do that often?" "Yes, why do I have to keep answering these questions? It's useless. I've told all this to the detectives. Why do I have to keep repeating the same things over and over? It doesn't do any good. It didn't then, it won't now." Her eyes fixed on mine, the pain almost palpable. "You know what? All the time I was filling out missing persons forms and answering questions, Chantal was already dead. She was lying in pieces in a dump, already dead." She dropped her head, and the thin shoulders shuddered. She was right. We had nothing. I was fishing. She was learning to bury the pain, to plant tomatoes and live. And I'd ambushed her and forced an exhumation. Be kind. Get out. "It's all right, Madame Trottier. If you can't remember further details, they're probably not important." I left my card and standard request. "Call if you think of anything." I doubted she would. Gabby's door was closed when I got home, her room quiet. I thought of looking in, resisted. She could be so touchy about her privacy. I got into bed and tried to read, but Geneviève Trottier's words kept jamming my mind. Déjà mort, already dead. Shampoo had used the same phrase. Yes, déjà dead. 5. That was the chilling truth. Like Shampoo and Trottier, I too had thoughts that would not lie quiet in my mind. Chapter 27. I woke to the sound of the morning news, July 5th. I'd slipped through Independence Day and not even noticed. No apple pie, no Stars and Stripes forever, not a single sparkler. Somehow the thought depressed me. Every American anywhere on the globe should stand up and strut on the 4th. I had allowed myself to become a Canadian spectator of American culture. I made plans to go to the ballpark at the next opportunity and cheer for whichever American team was in town. I showered, made coffee and toast, and scanned the Gazette. Endless talk of separation. What would happen to the economy? To Aboriginals, to English speakers? The want ads embodied the fear. Everyone selling, no one buying. Maybe I should go home. What was I accomplishing here? Brennan, stow it. You're surly because you have to take the car in. It was true. I hate errands. I hate the minutiae of making do in a techno-nation state in the closing years of the second millennium. Passport, driver's license, work permit, income tax, rabies shot, dry cleaning, dental appointment, pap smear. My pattern. Put it off until unavoidable. Today, the car had to be serviced. I am a daughter of America in my attitude toward the automobile. I feel incomplete without one, cut off and vulnerable. How will I escape an invasion? What if I want to leave the party early, or stay after the metro stops? Go to the country, haul a dresser. Gotta have wheels. But I am not a worshiper. I want a car that will start when I turn the key, get me where I want to go, keep doing it for at least a decade, and not require a lot of pampering. Still no sounds from Gabby's room. Must be nice. I packed my gear and left. The car was in the shop, and I was on the metro by 9. The morning rush was over, the rail car relatively empty. Bored, I grazed through the ads. See a play at Le Théâtre Saint-Denis. Improve your job skills at Le Collège O'Sullivan. Buy jeans at Guess. Chanel perfume at L'Abbé. Color at Benetton. My eyes drifted to the metro map. Colored lines crossed like the wiring on a motherboard. White dots marked the stops. I traced my route eastward along the green line from Guy Concordia to Papineau. The orange line looped around the mountain, north-south on its eastern slope, east-west below the green line, then north-south again on the west side of the city. Yellow dived below the river, emerging on Ile Sainte-Hélène and at Longueuil on the south shore. At Berry-UQAM, the orange and yellow lines crossed the green. Big dot, major switching point. The train hummed as it slithered through the underground tunnel. I counted my stops. 7 dots. Compulsive, Brennan. Want to wash your hands? My eyes moved north along the orange line, visualizing the changing landscape of the city. Berry-UQAM, Sherbrooke, Mount Royal. Eventually, Jean Talon, near Saint-Édouard. Isabelle Gagnon had lived in that neighborhood. Oh? I looked for Margaret Atkin's neighborhood. Green Line. Which station? P9. I counted from Berry-UQAM. 6 stops east. How many was Gagnon? Back to orange. 6. Tiny hairs tingled at the back of my neck. Morissette Shampoo. Georges Vanier Metro. Orange. 6 stops west from Berry-UQAM. Jesus. Trottier? No. The metro doesn't go to Sainte-Anne-de-Bellevue. Damas? Parc Extension. Close to the Laurier and Rosemont stations. 3rd and 4th stops from Berry-UQAM. I stared at the map. 3 victims lived exactly 6 stops from the Berry-UQAM station. Coincidence? Papineau, said a mechanical voice. I grabbed my things and bolted onto the platform. 10 minutes later, I heard the phone as I unlocked my office door. Dr. Brennan? What the hell are you doing, Brennan? Good morning, Ryan. What can I help you with? Claudel's trying to nail my butt to the wall because of you. Says you've been running around bothering victims' families. He waited for me to say something, but I didn't. Brennan, I've been defending you because I respect you, but I can see what's shaping up here. Your prying could really hang me up on this case. I asked a few questions. That's not illegal. I did nothing to diffuse his anger. You didn't tell anyone. You didn't coordinate. You just went off knocking on doors. I could hear breath being drawn through nostrils. They sounded clenched. I called first. Not quite true for Geneviève Trottier. You're not an investigator. They agreed to see me. You're confusing yourself with Mickey Spillane. It's not your job. A well-read detective. Christ, Brennan, you are pissing me off. Squad room noise. Look, controlled. Don't get me wrong. I think you're solid. But this isn't a game. These people deserve better. His words were hard as granite. Yes. Trottier is my case. What exactly is being done on your case, Brent? And what about the others? Where are they going? I was on a roll. These investigations aren't exactly heading everyone's agenda right now, Ryan. Francine Morissette Champoux was killed over 18 months ago. It's been 8 months since Trottier. I have this bizarre notion that whoever killed these women ought to be reeled in and locked up. So I take an interest. I ask a few questions. What happens? I'm told to butt out. And because Mr. Claudel thinks I'm about as helpful as a boil, these cases will drop lower and lower until they're off the charts and out of everyone's minds. Again. I didn't tell you to butt out. What are you saying, Ryan? I understand Claudel wants your ass in a sling. You want to fry his balls. I might too if he'd stonewalled me. I just don't want you two screwing up my case. What's that supposed to mean? He took a long time to answer. I'm not saying I don't want your input. I just want the priorities in this investigation perfectly clear. For a long time, no one spoke. Anger rushed the line in both directions. I think I found something. What? He hadn't expected that. I may have a connection. What do you mean? A little of the edge was gone from his voice. I wasn't sure what I meant. Maybe I just wanted to derail him. Meet me for lunch? This better be good, Brennan. Pause. I'll see you at Antoine's at noon. Fortunately, I had no new cases, so I was able to get right to work. So far, nothing had fit together. Maybe the metro was the tie. I opened the computer and pulled up the file to check addresses. Yes, I had the right stops. I dug out a map and plotted the stations, just as Ryan and I had done with the victims' homes. The 3 pins formed a triangle, with Berrieux-Cam in the center. Morissette Champoux, Gagnon, and Adkins had each lived within 6 stops of the station. Saint-Jacques' apartment was a short walk away. Could that be it? Catch a train at Berrieux-Cam. Pick a victim who gets off 6 stops away. Hadn't I read about that type of behavior? Fixate on a color, a number, a series of actions, follow a pattern, never deviate, be in control. Wasn't careful planning characteristic of serial killers? Could our boy take it one step further? Could he be a serial killer with some sort of compulsive behavior pattern into which the killings fit? But what about Trottier and Damas? They didn't fit. It couldn't be that simple. I stared at the map, willing an answer to materialize. The feeling that something lurked just over the wall of my conscience nagged stronger than ever. What? I hardly heard the tap. Dr. Brennan? Lucy Dumont stood in my doorway. That's all it took. The wall was breached. Elsa! I'd forgotten all about the little monkey. My outburst startled Lucy. She jerked, almost dropping her printout. Should I come back? I was already digging for Lucy's earlier printout. Yes, of course, the bus terminal. It's practically next to the Berrieux-Cam station. I plotted Elsa. Her pin went right in the center of the triangle. Was that it? The monkey? Did she tie in? If so, how? Another victim? An experiment? Elsa died 2 years before Grace Damas. Hadn't I read about that pattern also? Teenage peeping and fantasy escalating to animal torture and finally human rape and murder? Wasn't that Dahmer's chilling progression? I sighed and sat back. If that was the bulletin my subconscious was trying to post, Ryan wouldn't be impressed. Out the door and down to the central files. Lucy had vanished. I'd apologize later. I was doing that a lot lately. Back to my desk. The Damas folder held little save my report. I opened the jacket marked Adkins and leafed through. The contents were beginning to look archival. I'd handled them so often. Nothing clicked. On to Gagnon, Morissette Shampoo, Trottier. I spent an hour poring over the files. Grand's puzzle pieces again. Jumbled bits of information. Feed 'em in, let your mind rotate and arrange. It was the arranging that wasn't going well. Coffee time. I brought it back, along with the morning's journal. Sip and read. Regroup. The news varied little from the English-language Gazette. The editorials, enormously. What did Hugh McLennan call it? The two solitudes. I sat back. There it was again, the subliminal itch. I had the pieces, but wasn't making the fit. Okay, Brennan, be systematic. The feeling started today. What have you been doing? Not much. Read the paper, took the car in, rode the metro, reviewed files. Elsa? My mind wasn't satisfied. There's more. Car? Nothing. Paper? Maybe. I leafed back through it. Same stories, same editorials, same want ads. I stopped. Want ads? Where had I seen want ads? Stacks of them. Saint-Jacques' room. I went through them slowly. Jobs, lost and found, garage sales, pets, real estate. Real estate? Real estate. I pulled the Atkins folder and withdrew the pictures. Yes, there it was. The tilting, rusty sign, barely visible in the untended yard. À vendre. Someone was selling a condo in Margaret Atkins' building. So? Think. Shampoo. What had he said? She didn't like it there? That's why we were leaving. Something like that. I reached for the phone. No answer. What about Gagnon? Didn't the brother rent? Perhaps the landlord was selling the building. I checked the photos. No sign. Damn! I tried Shampoo again. Still no answer. I dialed Geneviève Trottier. It was answered on the second ring. Bonjour. Cheerful. Madame Trottier? Oui. Curious. This is Dr. Brennan. We spoke yesterday? Oui. Fearful. I have one question, if I may. Oui. Resigned. Did you have your home on the market when Chantal disappeared? Pardonnez-moi? Were you trying to sell your home in October of last year? Who told you that? No one. I was just curious. No. I have lived here since my husband and I separated. I have no intention of leaving. Chantal, it was our home. Thank you, Madame Trottier. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Again, I'd violated the accord she'd reached with her memories. This is going nowhere. Maybe it's a stupid idea. I tried Shampoo. A male voice answered as I was about to hang up. Ouais. Monsieur Shampoo? Un instant. Ouais. A second male voice. Monsieur Shampoo? Oui. I explained who I was and posed my question. Yes, they had been trying to sell the property. It was listed with Remax. When his wife was killed, he took it off the market. Yes, he thought ads had run, but he couldn't be sure. I thanked him and hung up. 2 out of 5. Could be. Maybe Saint-Jacques used want ads. I called recovery. The materials from the Berger Street apartment were in property. I glanced at my watch. 11:45. Time to meet Ryan. He wouldn't bite. I needed more. Once again, I spread the Gagnon photos and studied them, one by one. This time I saw it. Grabbing a magnifying glass, I moved the lens until the object came into focus. I leaned closer, adjusting and readjusting to be sure. Hot damn! I scooped the pictures into their envelope, stuffed them into my briefcase, and almost ran to the restaurant. Le Paradis Tropique is directly across from the SQ building. The food is lousy, the service slow, but the tiny restaurant is always crowded at noon, due largely to the effervescence of its owner, Antoine Janvier. Today's greeting was typical. "Ah, madame, are you happy today? Yes, I'm so glad to see you. It has been a very long time." His ebony face showed mock disapproval. "Yes, Antoine, I've been very busy." True, but Caribbean food would never be my daily fare. "Oh, so hard, you work so hard. But today I have some nice fish, fresh, barely dead. The ocean is still dripping from his back. You will eat him and feel better. I have a beautiful table for you, the best in the house. Your friends, they're here." Friends? Who else? Come. There must have been 100 people inside, sweating and eating under brightly colored umbrellas. I followed Antoine through the maze of tables to a raised platform in the far corner. Ryan sat silhouetted against a fake window hung with yellow and lavender curtains tied back to show a painted sunset. A ceiling fan revolved slowly above his head as he talked to a man in a linen sports jacket. Though his back was to me, I recognized the razor cut and perfect creases. "Brennan?" Ryan half rose from his chair. Catching my expression, his eyes narrowed in warning. "Bear with me." "Detective Lieutenant Ryan." "Okay, but this better be good." Claudel remained seated and nodded. I took the seat next to Ryan. Antoine's wife appeared, and after the pleasantries, the detectives ordered beer. I asked for Diet Coke. "So, what's this breakthrough?" No one could do condescending like Claudel. "Why don't we order first?" Ryan, the peacemaker. Ryan and I exchanged thoughts on the weather. We agreed it was warm. When Janine returned, I asked for the fish special. Jamaican plates for the detectives. I was beginning to feel the outsider. "So, what have you come up with?" Ryan, the moderator. "The Metro." "The Metro? That narrows it to 4 million people. 2 if we stick to males." "Let her talk, Luc." "What about the Metro?" "Francine Morissette Champoux lived 6 stops from the Berry-UQAM station." "Now we're getting somewhere." Ryan shot him a look that could have cut glass. "So did Isabelle Gagnon and Margaret Atkins." Claudel said nothing. "Trottier is too far out." "Yes, and Damas is too close." "The Saint-Jacques apartment is a few blocks away." We ate in silence for a while. The fish was dry. The fries and dirty rice were greasy. Hard combination to get just right. "It may be more complicated than simply the Metro stops." "Oh?" "Francine Morissette Champoux and her husband had their home on the market, listed with Reichs." No one said anything. "There was a sign outside Margaret Atkins' building. Reichs." They waited for me to go on. I didn't. I reached into my purse, extracted the Gagnon photos, and placed one on the table. Claudel forked a fried plantain. Ryan picked up the photo, studied it, then looked at me quizzically. I handed him the magnifying glass and pointed to an object barely visible at the far left edge of the photo. He examined it for a long time. Then, saying nothing, he extended the picture and lens across the table. Claudel wiped his hands, wadded the paper napkin, and tossed it onto his plate. Taking the photo, he repeated Ryan's actions. When he recognized the object, his jaw muscles bunched. For a long time he stared at it, saying nothing. "Neighbor?" Ryan asked. "Looks like it." "Reichs?" "I think so. You can just see the R and part of the E. We can get the print blown up. Should be easy to track. The listing would only be 4 months old. Hell, in this economy, it's probably still active." Ryan was already making notes. What about Damas? I don't know. Wouldn't want to bother a victim's family. I didn't say it. Trottier? No. I talked to Chantal's mother. She wasn't selling. Never listed the property. Could be the father. We both turned to Claudel. He was looking at me, and this time his voice held no condescension. What? Ryan. She spent a lot of time at the father's place. Could be he was selling. Endorsement? I'll check. More notes. She was going there the day she was killed, I said. She stayed there a couple of days every week. Patronizing, but not contemptuous. Progress. Where does he live? Westmount, billion-dollar condo on Barra, off Sherbrooke. I tried to place that, just over the border from Centreville. Not far from my condo. Just above the Forum? Right. What metro station? Must be Atwater. It's just a couple of blocks up from there. Ryan looked at his watch, waved to catch Janine's attention, then pantomimed a signature in the air. We paid, receiving handfuls of candy from Antoine. The minute I reached my office, I pulled out the map, located the Atwater station, and counted the stops to Berry-UQAM. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The phone rang as I was reaching for it. Chapter 28. Robert Trottier's condo had been listed for a year and a half. Guess things are slow in that price range. I wouldn't know, Ryan. I've never been there. I've seen it on television. Remax? Royal Lepage. Ads? He thinks so. We're checking. Sign outside? Yes. Damas? I asked. She, her husband, and 3 kids lived with his parents. The senior Damases had owned their home since dirt was invented, would die in it. I thought about that for a while. What did Grace Damas do? Raised kids, crocheted doilies for the church, hopped around in part-time jobs. You ready for this? Once worked in a boucherie. Perfect. Who butchered the butcher? The husband? Clean, drives a truck. Pause, like his father before him. Silence. Think it means anything? The metro or the listings? Either. Hell, Brennan, I don't know. More silence. Give me a scenario. I'd been trying to concoct one. Okay. Saint-Jacques reads the real estate ads, picks an address. Then he stakes it out until he spots his victim. He stalks her, waits for his opportunity. Then the ambush. How does the metro figure in? Think. It's a sport to him. He's the hunter, she's the prey. The hidey hole on Berger is his blind. He flushes her with the want ads, tracks her, then moves in for the kill. He only uses certain hunting areas. The 6th stop out. Got a better idea? Why real estate notices? Why? Vulnerable target, a woman home alone. Figures if she's selling, she'll be there to show the property. Maybe he calls. The ad would give him an entree. Why 6? I don't know. The guy's nuts. Brilliant, Brennan. Must know the city pretty damn well. We chewed on that. Metro worker? Cabbie. Utilities? Cop. There was an interval of tense silence. Brennan, I wouldn't... No. What about Trottier and Damas? They don't fit. No. Silence. Gagnon was found in Centreville. Damas in Saint-Lambert. Trottier in Saint-Jérôme. If our boy's a commuter, how does he handle that? I don't know, Ryan. But it's 4 for 5 on both the ads and the metro stops. Look at Saint-Jacques, or whoever this rodent is. His hole is right at Berry-UQAM. And he collected want ads. It's worth some follow-up. Yep. Might start with the Saint-Jacques collection, see what the guy saved. Yep. Another thought occurred to me. What about profiling? We've got enough to give it a try now. Very trendy. Could help. I could read his thoughts across the line. Claudel doesn't have to know. I could poke around unofficially, find out if it's worth pursuing. We've got crime scenes for Morissette Shampoo and Adkins, manner of death and body disposal for the others. I think they can work with that. Quantico? Yeah. He snorted. Right. They're so backed up they won't return your call until the turn of the century. I know someone there. I'm sure you do. Sigh. Why not? But just as an inquiry at this point. Don't go committing us to anything. The request will have to come from Claudel or me. A minute later, I was dialing a Virginia area code. I asked for John Samuel Dobzhansky and waited. Mr. Dobzhansky was unavailable. I left a message. I tried Parker Bailey. Another secretary. Another message. I called Gabby to find out her dinner plans. My own voice asked for a message. Called Katie. Message. Doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? I spent the rest of the afternoon on correspondence and student recommendations, listening for the phone. I wanted to talk to Dobzhansky. I wanted to talk to Bailey. A clock ticked inside my head, making it hard to concentrate. Countdown. How long until the next victim? At 5, I gave up and went home. The condo was silent. No Bertie, no Gabby. Gab? Maybe she was napping. The guest room door was still closed. Bertie was asleep on my bed. You two really have it rough, I stroked his head. Ooh, time to clean your pan. The odor was noticeable. Too much on my mind, Bird. Sorry. No acknowledgement. Where's Gabby? Blank stare. Stretch. I replaced the litter. Bertie acknowledged by using it, pouring a large portion onto the floor. Come on, Bird, try to keep it in the pan. Gabby's not the neatest bathroom mate, but do your part. I looked at her jumble of cleansers and cosmetics. I think she's cleaned up a little. I got a Diet Coke and changed into cutoffs. Planned dinner? Who was I kidding? We'd go out. The answering machine blinked. One message. Me. I'd called around 1. Hadn't Gabby heard it? Had she ignored it? Maybe she'd turned the phone off. Maybe she was sick. Maybe she wasn't here. I went to her door. Gab? I knocked softly. Gabby? Harder. I opened the door and looked in. The usual Gabby mess. Jewelry, papers, books, clothes everywhere. A bra hung from the back of a chair. I checked the closet. Shoes and sandals tossed in heaps. Amid it all, the neatly made bed. The incongruity of it struck me. Son of a bitch. Bertie slithered past my legs. Was she here at all last night? He looked at me, jumped to the bed, circled twice, and settled. I dropped next to him, the familiar knot tightening in my stomach. She's done it again, Bird. He spread his toes and began to lick. Not so much as a stinking note. Bertie focused on inter-toe spaces. I will not think about this. I went to unload the dishwasher. 10 minutes later, I had calmed enough to dial her number. No answer, of course. I tried the university. No answer. I wandered into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, closed it. Dinner. Reopened it. Diet Coke. Wandered to the living room, set the new Coke next to the earlier can, clicked on the TV, surfed the channels, chose a sitcom I wouldn't watch. My mind raced from the murders to Gabby to my garden skull and back, unable to fix on anything. The cadence of dialogue and canned laughter provided background noise as my thoughts bounced around like atomic particles. Anger at Gabby, resentment at letting myself be used, hurt that she would do it, apprehension about her safety, fear for a new victim, frustration over my helplessness. I felt emotionally bruised, but couldn't stop beating myself. I'm not sure how long I'd been there when the phone rang, the sound sending adrenaline pouring from wherever it rooms when not on duty. Gabby. Hello? Tempe Brennan, please. A male voice, familiar as my Midwest childhood. J.S., God, am I glad to hear from you. John Samuel Dobzhansky. My first love. Counselors, Camp Northwoods. The romance outlasted that summer and the next. Thrived until our freshman year of college. I went south. J.S. went north. I chose anthropology. Met Pete. He trained in psychology. Married. Divorced. Twice. Years later, we'd reconnected at the academy. J.S. specialized in sexual homicide. "You got that Camp Northwoods feeling?" he asked. "Up in my head," I finished the line from the camp song. We both laughed. "I wasn't sure if you'd want me to call it home, but you left the number, so I figured I'd try." "Glad you did. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I want to pick your brain about a situation we've got up here, if that's okay." "Tempe, when will you stop disappointing me?" Feigned hurt. We'd had dinner at academy meetings, the possibility of a fling hanging heavy between us at first. Should we tamper with teenage memories? Was the passion still there? Nothing verbalized. The idea waned bilaterally. Better to leave the past intact. "What about the new love interest you were telling me about last year?" "Gone." "Sorry." "J.S., we've had some murders here that I think are tied together. If I give you an overview, can you opine on whether we have a serial?" "I can opine on anything." One of our old pet phrases. I described the Atkins and Morissette shampoo scenes and outlined what had been done to the victims. I described how and where the other bodies were found and how they'd been mutilated. Then I added my theory about the Metro and want ads. "I'm having trouble convincing the cops these cases are connected. They keep saying there's no pattern. They're right to some extent. The victims are all different. One is shot, the others aren't. They lived all over the place. Nothing hooks together." Whoa, slow down. You're going about this all wrong. First of all, most of what you've described has to do with modus operandi. Yes, similarities in M.O. can be useful, don't get me wrong, but disparities are extremely common. A perpetrator may gag or tie his victim with a phone cord at one scene, then bring his own rope to the next. He may stab or slash one victim, shoot or strangle the next, steal from one, not from another. I profiled one guy who used a different kind of weapon at every scene. You still there? Yes. A criminal's M.O. is never static. It's like anything else. There's a learning curve. These guys get better with practice. They learn what works and what doesn't. They're continually improving their technique. Some more than others, of course. Comforting. Also, there are all kinds of random events that can affect what a perpetrator does, regardless of his best-laid plans. A phone rings, a neighbor shows up, cord breaks, he has to improvise. I see. Don't misunderstand. Patterns in M.O. are useful, and we use that. But variations don't mean much. What do you use? Ritual. Ritual? Some of my colleagues call it a signature or a calling card, and it's only seen at some crime scenes. Most perpetrators develop an M.O. because once a plan works a couple of times, they gain confidence in it and believe it lowers their risk of getting caught. But with violent, repetitive offenders, there's something else operating. These people are driven by anger. Their anger leads them to fantasize about violence, and eventually they act out their fantasies. But the violence isn't enough. They evolve rituals for expressing the anger. It's these rituals that give them away. What sort of rituals? Usually they involve controlling, maybe humiliating the victim. You see, it isn't really the victim that's important. Her age, her appearance may be irrelevant. It's the need to express the anger. I did one guy whose victims ranged from 7 to 81 years in age. So, what would you look for? How does he encounter his victim? Does he jump her? Does he use a verbal approach? How does he control her once he's made contact? Does he assault her sexually? Does he do it before or after he kills her? Does he torture his victim? Does he mutilate the body? Does he leave anything at the scene? Take anything away? But can't those things be affected by unexpected contingencies also? Of course. But the critical thing is, he does these things as part of his fantasy enactment, his anger dissipation ritual, not just to cover his ass. So what do you think? Does what I described have a signature? Off the record? Of course. Absolutely. Really? I began taking notes. I'd bet my ass on it. Your buns are safe, J.S. Do you think it's a sexual sadist? I heard a rattling as he switched the phone. Sexual sadists are turned on by their victims' pain. They don't just want to kill. They want their victims to suffer. And this is critical, they're sexually aroused by it. And? Part of your pattern says yes. Insertion of objects into the vagina or rectum is very common with these guys. Were your victims alive when this was done? At least one. Hard to tell with the other two since the bodies were so decomposed. Sounds like sexual sadism is a possibility. The real question remains, was the killer sexually aroused by his actions? I couldn't answer that. No semen was found on any of the victims. I said this. Useful, but doesn't rule out SS. I had one guy who'd masturbate in his victim's hand, cut it off, then grind it up in a blender. Never found semen at the scenes. How'd you get him? One time, his aim wasn't so good. 3 of these women were dismembered. We know that for certain. That may show a pattern, but it's not proof of sexual sadism. Unless it was done before the victim's death. Serial killers, whether sexual sadists or not, are very cunning. They put a lot of planning into their crimes. Post-mortem mutilation doesn't necessarily mean there's a sexual or sadistic component. Some cut the body up just to make it easier to hide. What about the mutilation? The hands? Same answer. It's a pattern. It's overkill. But it may or may not be sexual. Sometimes it's just a way of rendering the victim powerless. I do see some indicators, however. You say the victims were unknown to their killer? They were savagely beaten. 3 suffered object insertion, probably antemortem. That combination is characteristic. I was writing furiously. Check whether the objects were brought to the scene or were already there. That could be part of this guy's signature. Planned as opposed to opportunistic cruelty. I noted it. Started. What are some other characteristics of sexual sadism? Patterned M.O. Use of a pretext to make contact. A need to control and humiliate the victim. Excessive cruelty. Sexual arousal from the victim's fear and pain. Keeping victim memorabilia. What was the last one? I was writing so fast my hand was cramping. Memorabilia. Souvenirs. What kind of souvenirs? Items from the murder scene, pieces of the victim's clothing, jewelry, that sort of thing. Newspaper clippings? Sexual sadists love their own press. Would they keep records? Maps, diaries, calendars, drawings, you name it. Some of them make tapes. The fantasy isn't just the kill. The stalk before and the reenactment afterward can be a big part of the turn-on. If they're so good at avoiding detection, why would they keep that stuff? Isn't it risky? Most of them think they're superior to the cops. Too smart to get caught. What about body parts? What about body parts? Do they keep them? Pause. Not common, but sometimes. So, what do you think about the Metro and want ad idea? The fantasies these guys act out can be incredibly elaborate and very specific. Some need special locations, exact sequences of events. Some sexual sadists need specific victim responses. So they script the whole thing, force the victim to say certain things, perform certain acts, wear certain clothes. But Tempe, these behaviors aren't just typical of sexual sadists. They characterize a lot of personality disorders. Don't get hung up on the sexual sadist angle. What you want to look for is that signature, that calling card that only your killer leaves. That's how you'll nail them, regardless of how psychiatrists classify them. Using the Metro and newspaper could figure into your boy's fantasy. J.S., based on what I've told you, what do you think? There was a long pause, a slow expulsion of breath. I think you've got a real nasty one up there, Tempe. Tremendous anger, extreme violence. If it is this Saint-Jacques character, his using the victim's bank card bothers me. Either he's incredibly stupid, and it doesn't look that way, or he's getting sloppy for some reason. Maybe sudden financial pressure. Or he's getting bolder. The skull in your garden's a flag. He was sending a message, maybe a taunt. Or it's possible that at some level he wants to be caught. I don't like what you're telling me about how you figure in. And it looks like you do figure in. The picture, the skull, based on what you've told me, looks more like he's taunting you. I told him about the night at the monastery and the car that had tailed me. Christ, Tempe, if this guy's refocusing on you, don't play games. He's dangerous. J.S., if it was him on the monastery grounds, why didn't he just kill me then? It goes back to what I was saying before. You probably surprised him out there, so he wasn't prepared to kill in the way he likes. He wasn't in control. Maybe he didn't have his kit. Maybe the fact that you were unconscious robbed him of the rush he gets at seeing his victim's fear. No death ritual. Exactly. We chatted for a while. Other places, old friends. The time before murder became part of our lives. When we hung up, it was after 8. I leaned back, stretched my arms and legs, and went limp. For some time I lay there, a rag doll recalling its past. Eventually, hunger roused me, and I went to the kitchen, warmed a tray of frozen lasagna, and forced myself to eat it. Then I spent an hour reconstructing from my notes what J.S. had said. His parting words kept coming back to me. The intervals are getting shorter. Yes, I knew that. He's upping the stakes. I knew that, too. He may now have his sights trained on you. At 10, I went to bed. I lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, feeling alone and sorry for myself. Why did I carry the burden of these women's deaths? Did someone have me in the crosshairs of his psychopathic fantasy? Why wouldn't anyone take me seriously? Why was I getting old, eating frozen dinners in front of a television I didn't watch? When Bertie nestled at my knee, that tiny bit of contact triggered the tears I'd been holding back since talking to J.S. I cried into the pillowcase Pete and I had bought in Charlotte. Or rather, I had bought while he stood around looking impatient. Why had my marriage failed? Why was I sleeping alone? Why was Katie so discontented? Why had my best friend been inconsiderate of me again? Where was she? No, I wouldn't think about that. I don't know how long I lay there, feeling the emptiness of my life, listening for Gabby's key. Chapter 29. The next morning, I gave Ryan a summary of my discussion with J.S. A week crept by. Nothing. The weather stayed hot. Days I worked through bones. Remains found in a septic tank in Cancun. Had been a tourist missing for 9 years. Bones scavenged by dogs. Had been a teenage girl before homicide by a blunt instrument. A cadaver in a box, hands severed, face mutilated beyond recognition, revealed only that it had been a white male, skeletal age 35 to 40. Nights, I visited the jazz festival, milling with the sticky crowds that clogged Sainte-Catherine and Jeanne Mance. I heard Peruvians, their music a blend of woodwind and rainforest. I wandered from Place des Arts to Complexe des Jardins, enjoying the saxophones and guitars and summer nights. Dixieland, fusion, R&B, calypso. I willed myself not to look for Gabby. I refused to fear for the women about me. I listened to the music of Senegal, Cape Verde, Rio, and New York. And for a while I forgot the 5. Then on Thursday, a call came. La Manche. Meeting on Tuesday. Important. Please be there. I arrived not knowing what to expect. Most certainly not what greeted me. Seated with La Manche were Ryan, Bertrand, Claudel, Charbonneau, and 2 detectives from Saint-Lambert. The director of the lab, Stéphane Patineau, sat at the far end of the table, a Crown prosecutor on his right. They rose as one when I arrived, sending my anxiety level into the cheap seats. I shook hands with Patineau and the attorney. The others nodded, their faces neutral. I tried to read Ryan's eyes, but they would not meet mine. As I took the one remaining chair, my palms felt sweaty, and the familiar knot had hold of my gut. Had this meeting been called to discuss me? To review allegations made against me by Claudel? Patineau wasted no time. A task force was being formed. The possibility of a serial killer would be examined from every angle, all suspect cases investigated, every lead aggressively pursued. Known sex offenders would be pulled in and questioned. The 6 detectives would be assigned full-time. Ryan would coordinate. I would continue my normal casework, but serve as an ex officio member of the team. Space had been set aside downstairs. All dossiers and relevant materials were being moved to that location. 7 cases were under consideration. The task force would hold its first meeting that afternoon. We would keep Monsieur Gavreau and the prosecutor's office informed of all progress. Just like that. Done. I returned to my office, more stunned than relieved. Why? Who? I'd been arguing the serial killer theory for almost a month. What had happened to suddenly give it credence? 7 cases? Who were the other 2? Why ask, Brennan? You'll find out. And I did. At 1:30, I entered a large room on the 2nd floor. 4 tables formed an island in the middle. Portable chalk and bulletin boards lined the walls. The detectives were clumped at the back of the room, like buyers at a trade show booth. The board they were viewing held the familiar Montreal and Metro maps, colored pins jutting from each. 7 more boards stood side by side, each topped by a woman's name and picture. 5 were as familiar as my own family. The others I didn't know. Claudel favored me with a half-second of eye contact. The others greeted me cordially. We exchanged comments about the weather, then moved to the table. Ryan distributed legal pads from a stack in the center, then launched right in. You all know why you're here. You all know how to do your jobs. I just want to make sure of a few things at this point. He looked from face to face, then gestured at a stack of folders. I want everyone to study these files. Go through them carefully. Digest everything in them. We're getting the information on computer, but it's slow. For now, we'll use the old-fashioned way. If there's anything you think is relevant, anything at all, get it up on that victim's board. Nods. We'll have an updated printout of the pervert parade today. Divide it up, rouse these guys, see where they've been partying. Usually in their own shorts, Charbonneau. Could be one of them crossed the line, now finds his shorts lacking. Ryan looked at each of us in turn. It's absolutely critical we work as a team. No individuals, no heroes. Talk, exchange information, bounce ideas off each other. That's how we're going to nail this bastard. If there is one, Claudel. If not, Luc will clean house, nail a whole lot of bastards. Nothing lost. Claudel tucked down the corners of his mouth and drew a series of short, quick lines on his tablet. It's equally important we be concerned about security, Ryan continued. No leaks. Patineau going to announce our little civic group? Charbonneau. No. In a sense, we're working undercover. Public hears the word serial killer, they'll go apeshit. Surprised they haven't already. Charbonneau. Apparently the press hasn't picked up on the connection. Don't ask me why. Patineau wants to keep it that way for now. That may change. Press has the memory of a gnat, Bertrand. Nah, that's the IQ score. They'd never make that cutoff. Okay, let's go. Here's what we've got. Ryan summarized each case. I listened mutely as my ideas, even my words, filled the air and were scribbled onto legal pads. Okay, some of Dobzhansky's ideas as well, but passed on by me. Mutilation, genital penetration, real estate ads, metro stops. Someone had been listening. What's more, someone had been checking. The boucherie where Grace Damas had once worked was a block off Saint-Laurent, close to the Saint-Jacques apartment, close to the Berry-UQAM metro. It plotted. That made 4 for 5. That's what had tipped the balance. That and J.S. Following our talk, Ryan had convinced Patineau to forward a formal request to Quantico. J.S. had agreed to give the Montreal cases top priority. A flurry of faxes provided him with what he needed, and Patineau had a profile 3 days later. They had done it. Patinaud had decided to move. Voila, task force. I felt relieved, but also slighted. They'd taken my labor and left me to sweat. On walking into that meeting, I had feared personal censure, had not expected tacit acknowledgement of work well done. Nevertheless, I steadied my voice to hide my anger. So, what does Quantico tell us to look for? Ryan pulled a thin folder from the stack, opened it, and read. Male, white, francophone, probably not educated beyond secondary level. Probably a history of NSOs. C'est quoi ça? Bertrand. Nuisance sexual offenses. Peeping, obscene phone calls, indecent exposure. The cute stuff, Claudel. Dummy man, Bertrand. Claudel and Charbonneau snorted. Shit. Claudel. My hero, Charbonneau. Who the hell's dummy man? Ketterling. Saint-Lambert. Little maggot busts apartment so he can stuff the lady's nightie, then slash it. Been working his act about 5 years. Ryan continued, selecting phrases from the report. Careful planner. Probably uses ruse to approach victim. Possibly the real estate angle. Probably married. Pourquoi? Rousseau. Saint-Lambert. The hidey hole. Can't bring the victims home to wifey. Oh, mommy. Claudel. Back to the report. Probably selects, prepares isolated location in advance. The basement? Ketterling. Saint-Lambert. Hell, Gilbert sprayed the shit out of that place with luminol. If there was any blood there, it would have lit up like Tomorrowland. Charbonneau. Report. Excessive violence and cruelty suggest extreme anger. Possible revenge orientation. Possible sadistic fantasies involving domination, humiliation, pain. Possible religious overlay. Pourquoi ça? Rousseau. The statue, the body dumps. Trottier was at a seminary. So was Damas. For the next few moments, no one said a word. The wall clock buzzed softly. In the corridor, a pair of high heels clicked closer, receded. Claudel's pen made short, tense strokes. Beaucoup de possible et probable. Claudel. Claudel's continued resistance to the one-killer theory annoyed me. It's also possible and probable we're going to have another murder soon, I snapped. Claudel's face hardened into its usual mask, which he pointed at his tablet. The lines in his cheeks tensed, but he said nothing. Buzz. Does Dr. Dobzhansky have a long-term forecast? I asked, calmer. Short-term, Ryan said somberly, and returned to the profile. Indications of loss of control, increasing boldness, intervals shortening. He closed the folder and shoved it toward the center of the table. Will kill again. Silence again. Eventually, Ryan looked at his watch. We all followed suit, like assembly line robots. So, let's get into these files. Add anything you have that's not here. Luc, Michel, Gauthier was CUM, so you guys might have more on that one. Nods from Charbonneau and Claudel. Pitre fell to the SQ. I'll double-check her. The others are more recent. Should be pretty complete. Since I was all too familiar with the 5 recents, I started with Pitre and Gauthier. The files had been open since 88 and 89, respectively. Constance Pitre's semi-nude, badly decomposed body was found in an abandoned house at Ganawagi, an Indian reserve upriver from Montreal. Marie-Claude Gauthier was discovered behind the Vendôme metro, a switching point for trains to the western suburbs. Both women had been savagely beaten, their throats slashed. Gauthier had been 28, Pitre 32. Neither had been married. Each lived alone. The usual suspects had been questioned, the usual leads pursued. Dead end in each case. I spent 3 hours going over the files, which, compared to those I'd studied for the past 6 weeks, were relatively sparse. Both women had been prostitutes. Was that the reason for the limited investigations? Exploited in life, ignored in death, good riddance? I refused to allow myself to pursue it. I looked at family snapshots of each victim. Their faces were different, yet similar in some disturbing way. The yeasty white pallor, the lavish makeup, the cold, flat stare. Their expressions brought to recall my night on the Main, when I'd viewed the street production from a front-row seat. Resignation, desperation. There I'd seen it live. Here it was in stills. I spread the crime scene photos, knowing beforehand the story they'd tell. Pitre, the yard, the bedroom, the body. Gautier, the station, the bushes, the body. Pitre's head was almost severed. Gautier's throat had also been slashed, her right eye stabbed into pulpy mush. The extreme savagery of the attacks had prompted their inclusion in our investigation. I read the autopsy, toxicology, and police reports. I dissected each interview and investigator's summary. I pulled out every detail of the victims' comings and goings, every particular of their lives and deaths. All the minutiae I could suck from each folder went onto a crude spreadsheet. It wasn't much. I heard the others moving around, scraping chairs, exchanging banter, but I paid no attention. When I finally closed the files, it was past 5. Only Ryan remained. I looked up to see him watching me. "Want to see the gypsies?" "What?" "Heard you like jazz." "Yeah, but the festival is over, Ryan." "Heard from whom? How? Was this a social invitation?" "True, but the city isn't. Les Gitanes are playing in the Old Port. Great group." "Ryan, I don't think so." But I did think. Had thought. That's why I'd refuse. Not now. Not until the investigation was over. Not until the animal was netted. Good enough. The electric eyes. But you gotta eat. That was true. Another frozen dinner, solo, was decidedly unappealing. No, don't even give Claudel the appearance of impropriety. It's probably not a good... We could chew over some of your thoughts on this stuff while we put away a pizza. Business meeting? Certainement. Buzz. Did I want to discuss the cases? Of course. Something about the added 2 didn't ring true. Even more, I was curious about the task force. Ryan had given us the official version. What were the real dynamics? Were there threads in the web I should know about? Avoid? Buzz. Would the others think twice? Of course not. Sure, Ryan, where do you want to go? Shrug. Angela's? Close to my condo. I thought of the 4 a.m. call last month, the friend he'd been with. You're paranoid, Brennan. The man wants a pizza. He knows you can park at home. Is that convenient for you? Right on the way. To what? I didn't ask. Fine. See you there in... I looked at my watch. 30 minutes? I stopped home, fed Bertie, barred myself from mirrors. No hair combing, no blusher. Business. At 6:15, Ryan sipped a cold beer, I a Diet Coke, as we waited for a veggie supreme. No goat cheese on his half. You're making a mistake. I don't like it. Rigid. In touch with myself. We exchanged small talk for a while. Then I switched lanes. Tell me about these other cases. Why Pitre and Gautier? Patino had me pull all unsolved SQ homicides that fit a certain profile. Back to 85. Basically the pattern you've been hammering on. Females, overkill, mutilation. Claudel searched the CUM cases. Local PDs were asked to do the same. So far, these 2 have come up. Just the province? Not exactly. We fell silent as the waitress arrived, sliced and served the pizza. Ryan ordered another belle gueule. I passed, mildly resentful. Your own fault, Brennan. Don't even think about touching my half. Don't like it. He drained his glass. Do you know what goes through goats? I did, but blocked it. What do you mean, not exactly? Initially, Patino asked for a search of cases in and around Montreal. When the profile arrived from Quantico, he sent a composite description, our stuff and theirs, to the RCMP to see if the Mounties had similar cases in their files. And? Negative. Looks like we've got a homeboy. We ate in silence for a while. Finally, what's your take? I took my time answering. I only spent 3 hours with the new files, but somehow they don't seem to fit. The hooker angle? That, but something else. The killings are violent, no question about that. But they're just too... I'd been trying to put a word to the feeling all afternoon, but hadn't found one. I dropped a piece of pizza to my plate, watched tomato and artichoke ooze off the soggy dough. Messy. Messy? Messy. Jesus, Brennan, what do you want? Did you see the Atkins apartment? Or Morissette shampoo? Looked like wounded tree. Knee. What? Knee. It was wounded knee. The Indians? I nodded. I don't mean blood. The Pitre and Gautier scenes looked... What? Again, I groped for a word. Disorganized, unplanned. With the others, you get the sense this guy knew exactly what he was doing. Got into their homes, brought his own weapon, took it away with him. Never found one at the other scenes, right? He nodded. They recovered the knife with Gautier. No prints. That could suggest planning. It was winter. The guy probably wore gloves. I swirled my Coke. The bodies looked like they were just left. Quickly. Gautier was face down. Pitre was lying on her side. Her clothes were torn. Her pants were at her ankles. Take another look at the Morissette shampoo and Adkins photos. The bodies almost look posed. They were both lying on their backs. Their legs were spread. Their arms were positioned. Like dolls. Or ballerinas. Christ, Adkins looked like she'd been laid down while doing a pirouette. Their clothing wasn't torn. It was opened, neatly. It's as if he wanted to display what he'd done to them. Ryan said nothing. The waitress appeared, wanting assurance we'd enjoyed our meal. Anything else? Just a check. I just get a different feeling with these other two cases. I could be dead wrong. That's what we're supposed to figure out. Ryan took the check, raising a hand in a don't argue gesture. This one's on me. Next one's yours. He cut my protest short by reaching out to touch my upper lip. Slowly he ran his index finger around the corner of my mouth, then held it up for my inspection. Goat, he said. Fire ants would have had less effect on my face. I arrived home to an empty apartment. No surprise. But I was becoming anxious about Gabby and hoped she would reappear. Mainly so I could send her packing. I lay on the couch and turned on the Expos game. Martinez had just beamed one off the batter. The announcer was going crazy. Tough moving back up to starter. I watched until the announcer's voice faded to a hum, and the noise in my head took over. How did Pitre and Gautier fit in? What did Ganawagi mean? Pitre was Mohawk. The others had all been white. 4 years ago, the Indians had barricaded the Mercier Bridge, making life hell for commuters. Feelings between the reserve and its neighbors remained less than cordial. Was that significant? Gautier and Pitre were hookers. Pitre had been busted several times. None of the other victims had police records. Did that mean anything? If victims had been selected at random, what would be the odds that 2 out of 7 would be hookers? Had the Morissette shampoo and Adkins scenes really shown premeditation? Was I imagining the staging? Was it accidental? Was there a religious angle? That was one I hadn't really explored. If so, what did it mean? Eventually, I drifted into uneasy sleep. I was on the main. Gabby was beckoning to me from the upstairs window of a rundown hotel. The room behind her was dimly lit, and I could see figures moving about. I tried to cross the street to her, but women outside the hotel threw rocks when I moved. They were angry. A face appeared beside Gabby's, backlit against the room. It was Constance Pitre. She tried to put something over Gabby's head, a dress or gown of some sort. Gabby resisted, her gestures to me becoming more frantic. A rock hit me in the gut, wrenching me hard into the present. Bertie stood on my stomach, tail in landing position, eyes fixed on my face. Thanks. I dislodged him and swung to a sitting position. What the hell did that mean, Bird? My dreams are not particularly disingenuous. My subconscious takes recent experience and throws it back at me, often in riddle form. Sometimes I feel like Arthur, frustrated with Merlin's cryptic answers. Just tell me. Think, Arthur. Think. The rock throwing. Obvious. Martinez's beanball. Gabby. Obvious. She's on my mind. The main. The hookers. Pitre. Pitre. Trying to dress Gabby. Gabby beckoning for help. A tingle of fear began to form. Hookers. Pitre and Gautier were hookers. Pitre and Gautier are dead. Gabby works with hookers. Gabby was being harassed. Gabby is gone. Could there be a connection? Could she be in trouble? No, she used you, Brennan. She does it often. You always fall for it. The fear would not recede. What about the guy shadowing her? She seemed genuinely frightened. She split. Not even a note. Thanks, gotta go. Nothing. Isn't that a bit much, even for Gabby? The fear became stronger. Okay, Dr. Macaulay, let's find out. I went to the guest room and looked around. Where to begin? I had already gathered her belongings and heaped them on the closet floor. I hated to go through them. Trash. It seemed less invasive. I dumped the wastebasket onto the desk. Tissues, candy wrappers, tinfoil. A sales slip from Limité, an ATM receipt, 3 balls of crumpled paper. I opened a yellow ball. Gabby's scrawl on lined paper. I'm sorry, I can't deal with this. I would never forgive myself if... It broke off there. A note to me? I opened the other yellow ball. I will not succumb to this harassment. You are an irritant that must... Again she'd given up. Or been interrupted. What had she been trying to say? To whom? The other ball was white and larger. When I unwadded it, runaway fear shot through me, vaporizing all the unkind thoughts I'd been nurturing. I flattened the paper with trembling hands and stared. What I saw was a pencil drawing, the central figure clearly female, her breasts and genitalia depicted in minute detail. The torso, arms, and legs were crudely sketched, the face an oval with features vaguely shadowed in. The woman's abdomen was open, the organs rising from it to circle the central figure. In the lower left-hand corner, in a stranger's hand, was written, "Every move you make, every step you take, don't cut me." Chapter 30. I felt cold all over. Oh, God, Gabby, what have you gotten into? Where are you? I looked at the mess around me. Was it normal Gabby chaos, or the aftermath of panicky flight? I reread the unfinished notes. For whom were they intended? Me? Her stalker? I would never forgive myself if... What? An irritant that must be what? I looked at the drawing and sensed what I'd felt when viewing Margaret Atkins' x-rays. Foreboding. No, not Gabby. Calm down, Brennan. Think. The phone. I tried Gabby's apartment and office. Answering machine. Voicemail. Bless the electronic age. Think. Where did her parents live? Trois-Rivières, 411. Only one Macaulay. Neil. An old woman's voice. French. So glad to hear from you. Been such a long time. How are you? No, they hadn't talked to Gabrielle in several weeks. No, that wasn't unusual. Young people, so busy. Is anything wrong? Assurances. Promises to visit soon. Now what? I didn't know any of Gabby's current friends. Ryan? No, he's not your guardian. Anyway, what would you tell him? Slow down. Think. I got a Diet Coke. Was I overreacting? I returned to the guest room and re-examined the sketch. Overreacting? Hell, I was underreacting. I checked a number, reached for the phone, and dialed. Hello. Hey, J.S. Tempe. I struggled to keep my voice steady. My God, 2 calls in 1 week. Admit it. You can't stay away from me. It's been over a week. Anything under a month I interpret as irresistible attraction. What's up? J.S., He caught the tremor in my voice, and his demeanor changed, the flipness replaced by genuine concern. Are you okay, Tempe? What is it? It's these cases I talked to you about last week. What's happened? I profiled the guy right away. Hope they realize that was your influence. Did they get my report? Yes. You made the difference, actually. They've decided to form a task force. That part's moving right along. I wasn't sure how to broach my anxiety about Gabby. Didn't want to abuse our friendship. Could I ask you a few more questions? There's something else I'm concerned about, and I really don't know what... Why do you even ask, Brennan? Fire away. Where to begin? I should have made a list. My head was like Gabby's room, thoughts and images scattered haphazardly. This is something else. Yes, you said that. I guess I'm interested in what you call nuisance sexual offenders. Okay. Would that include things like following someone, calling her, but not doing anything overtly threatening? It could. Start with the sketch. You told me last time that violent offenders often make records, like tapes and drawings? Right. Do nuisance offenders? Do they what? Make sketches and things. They might. Can the content of a drawing indicate the level of violence someone is capable of? Not necessarily. For one person, drawing could be a release valve, a way of acting out without actually engaging in violence. For another, it could be the trigger that sets him off. Or a reenactment of what he's already done. Great. I found a drawing of a woman with her stomach slit and her guts spread out around her. What does that suggest? The Venus de Milo has no arms. G.I. Joe has no dick. What does that mean? Art? Censorship? Sexual deviance? Tough call when seen in a vacuum. Silence. What should I tell him? Did this drawing come from the Saint-Jacques Gallery? He asked. No. I found it in my guest room trash. You said offenders often escalate to higher and higher levels of violence, right? Yeah. At first, they might just engage in peeping or obscene phone calls. Some stay with that, others move on to bigger challenges, self-exposure, stalking, even breaking and entering. For others, that's not enough. They progress to rape and even murder. So, some sexual sadists might not actually be violent. There you go with the sexual sadist business again. But in answer to your question, yes. Some of these guys play out their fantasies in other ways. Some use inanimate objects or animals. Some find consenting partners. Consenting partners? A compliant partner, someone who will permit whatever it is the fantasy requires. Subordination, humiliation, even pain. Could be a wife, a girlfriend, someone he pays. A prostitute? Sure, most prostitutes will do some role-playing, within limits. That can diffuse violent tendencies? It can, as long as she goes along. Same with a wife or a girlfriend. It's often when the compliant partner gets fed up that things go bad. She's been his punching bag, then she pulls the plug. Maybe even threatens to tell. He gets enraged, kills her, finds he enjoys it. On to the next. Something he'd said was bothering me. Let's back up. What kind of inanimate objects? Pictures, dolls, clothing, anything really. I had one guy used to beat the crap out of a life-size blow-up of Flip Wilson in drag. I hate to ask. Deep-seated rage against blacks, gays, and women. Hat trick every time he jerked off. Of course. I could hear the Phantom of the Opera in the background. J.S., if a guy does that, makes pictures or uses a doll, for instance, does that mean he probably won't kill? Maybe. But again, who knows what's going to alter his curve and nudge him over that line? One day a naughty picture is enough. The next day it's not. Could a guy do both? Both what? Flip-flop back and forth? Kill some victims, just stalk and harass others? Sure. For one thing, a victim's behavior can alter the equation. He feels insulted or rejected by her. She says the wrong thing, turns left instead of right. She wouldn't even have to know. Don't forget, most serial killers have never met their victims. But these women star in the fantasy. Or he might see one woman in one role, cast another differently. Love your wife, then go out and kill. Cast one stranger as prey, another as friend. So once someone starts killing, he could still revert to his earlier, less violent tactics on occasion? He might. So someone who is seemingly just a nuisance could be a lot more. Definitely. Someone who phones a victim, follows her, sends her gory sketches, isn't necessarily harmless, even though he keeps his distance. You are talking about Saint-Jacques, aren't you? Was I? Does it sound like him? I just assumed we were discussing him. Or whoever it was kept the bridal suite you guys tossed. Open up your mind, let the fantasy unwind. J.S., it's gotten personal. What do you mean? I told him everything. Gabby, her fear, her exit, my anger, now my fear. Shit, Brennan, how do you get yourself into these things? Look, this guy sounds like bad news. Gabby's creep may or may not be Saint-Jacques, but it's possible. He stalks women. Saint-Jacques stalks women. He draws pictures of eviscerated females, doesn't exactly have a normal sex life, and carries a knife. Saint-Jacques, or whoever this Devo is killing women, then cutting them up or disfiguring them. What do you think? Turn your face away from the garish light of day. When did you first notice this guy? J.S. asked. I don't know. Before or after this whole thing broke? I don't know. What do you know about him? Not much. He hangs out with hookers, pays for sex, then plays a scene with lingerie, carries a knife. Most of the women won't have anything to do with him. That sound good to you? No. Tempe, I want you to report this to the guys you work with. Let them check it out. You say Gabby is unpredictable, so it's probably nothing. She may have just taken off, but she's your friend. You've been threatened. The skull? The guy who followed you in the car? Maybe. Gabby was staying with you. She's disappeared. It warrants a look. Right. Claudel will rush right out and color Nighty Man. Nighty Man? You've been hanging with cops too long. I stopped. Where had I gotten that? Of course, Dummy Man. We have a fruitcake that breaks in, stuffs lingerie, stabs it, then leaves. Been at it for years. They call him Dummy Man. If he's been at it for years, it can't be that dumb. No. It's what he makes with the lingerie. It's like a dummy. Synapse. Or a doll. Feel me, touch me. J.S. said something, but my mind was veering off at warp speed. Dummy, lingerie, knife. A hooker named Julie who plays games with a nightie. A sketch of carnage with the words, "Don't cut me." News articles found in a Berger Street room. One about a break-in with a nightgown dummy, one with my picture clipped and marked with an X. A skewered skull, grinning from my shrubbery. Gabby's face in 4 a.m. terror. A bedroom in chaos. Help me make the music of the night. I've got to go, J.S. Tempe, promise me you'll do what I say. It's a long shot, but it could be that Gabby's creep is the sicko that kept the Berger Street nest. He could be your killer. If so, you're in danger. You're blocking him, so you're a threat to him. He had your picture. He may have put Grace Damas' skull in your yard. He knows who you are. He knows where you are. I wasn't hearing, J.S. In my mind, I was already moving. It took 30 minutes to cross Centreville, go up the main, and find my alley spot. As I stepped over the splayed legs of a wino who sat slumped against the wall, his head bobbing to the muted thud of country and western coming through the brick, he smiled and raised a hand in a one-finger wave, then opened his palm and extended it toward me. I dug in my pocket and gave him a loonie. Maybe he'd watch my car. The main was a smorgasbord of night-dwellers through which I nibbled a path. Panhandlers, hookers, druggies, and tourists. Accountants and salesmen jostled in clumps, reckless with binge merriment. For some it was a boisterous romp, for others a joyless reality. Welcome to the Hotel Saint-Laurent. Unlike my last visit, this time I had a plan. I worked my way toward Sainte-Catherine, hoping to find Jewel Tambo. Not so easy. Though the usual pack was gathered outside the Hotel Granada, Jewel wasn't part of it. I crossed the street and considered the women. No one reached for a rock. I took this as a good sign. Now what? From my last social call on these ladies, I had a pretty good idea as to what I shouldn't do. That, however, gave me no clue as to what I should do. I have a rule that has served me well in life. When in doubt, do nothing. If you're not sure, don't buy it. Don't comment. Don't commit. Sit tight. Deviation from this maxim has usually caused me regret. The red dress with the ruffled neck, the promise to debate creationism, the angry letter fired off to the vice-chancellor. This time I stuck to my policy. I found a cement block, brushed off the broken glass, and sat. Knees drawn, eyes on the Granada, I waited, and waited, and waited. For a while I was intrigued by the soap opera playing around me. As the main turns. Midnight came and went. 1 a.m., then 2. The script unwound its tale of seduction and exploitation. Mow my children. The young and the hopeless. I played mental games, creating all sorts of clever titles. By 3 a.m., screenwriting no longer held my interest. I was tired, discouraged, and bored. I knew surveillance was not glamorous, but I hadn't been prepared for just how numbing it was. I'd had enough coffee to fill an aquarium, prepared endless lists in my head, composed several letters I would never write, and played guess the life story of a great many citizens of Quebec. Hookers and Johns had come and gone, but Jewel Tambo was not to be seen. I stood and flexed backward, considered rubbing my anesthetized ass, decided against it. Next time, no cement. Next time, no sitting up all night watching for a hooker who could be in Saskatoon. As I started to step off toward my car, a white Pontiac station wagon swung to the curb across the street. Orange Chihuly hair emerged, followed by a familiar face and halter. Jewel Tambo slammed the Pontiac door, then leaned inside the passenger window to say something to the driver. A moment later, the car sped off, and Jewel joined 2 women sitting on the hotel steps. In the pulsating neon, they looked like a trio of housewives gossiping on a suburban stoop, their laughter sailing into the pre-dawn air. After a moment, Jewel stood, hiked her spandex miniskirt, and moved off up the block. The main was winding down, the action-seekers gone, the scavengers just emerging. Jewel walked slowly, swinging her hips to some private rhythm. I angled across and fell in behind her. "Jewel?" She turned, her face a smiling question mark. I wasn't what she expected. Her eyes moved over my face, puzzled, disappointed. I waited for her to recognize me. "Margaret Mead." I smiled. "Tempe Brennan." "Researching a book?" She moved her hand in a horizontal swath, indicating a title. "Ass on the Hoof, or My Life Among Hookers." Soft, Southern English, with a bayou cadence. I laughed. "Might sell. May I walk with you?" She shrugged and blew a puff of air, then turned and resumed her slow pelvic swing. I fell in beside her. "You still looking for your friend, Shea?" "Actually, I was hoping to find you. I didn't expect you this late." "Kindergarten's still open, sugar. Gotta do business to stay in business." "True." We walked a few steps in silence, my sneakers echoing her metallic clip. "I've given up on finding Gabby. I don't think she wants to be found. She came to see me about a week ago, then took off again. I guess she'll turn up when she turns up." I looked for a reaction. Jewel shrugged, said nothing. Her lacquered hair moved in and out of shadow as we walked. Here and there a neon sign blinked off as the last of the taverns closed their doors, sealing in the smells of stale beer and cigarette smoke for another night. "Actually, I'd like to talk to Julie." Jewel stopped walking and turned to me. Her face looked tired, as though emptied by the night, the life. She pulled a pack of players from the V in her halter, lit one, blew the smoke upward. "Maybe you should go on home, cutie." "Why do you say that?" "You're still chasing killers, aren't you, Cher?" Jewel Tambo was no fool. "I believe there's one out there, Jewel." "And you think it's this cowboy Julie plays with?" "I'd sure like to talk to him." She took a pull on her cigarette, tapped it with a long red nail, then watched the sparks float to the pavement. "I told you last time, he's got the brains of a liverwurst sandwich and the personality of roadkill, but I doubt he's killed anybody." "Do you know who he is?" I asked. "No, these morons are about as scarce as pigeon shit. I'll pay him about as much mind." "You said this guy could be bad news." "There really isn't much good news down here, sugar." "Has he been around lately?" She considered me, then something else, turning inward to an image of remembered thought at which I could only guess. Some other bad news. Chapter 31. Jewel walked with purpose now, her heels clicking a rapid tattoo on the pavement. I wasn't sure where she was taking me, but it had to beat my cement perch. We went east 2 blocks, then left Sainte Catherine and cut across an open lot. Jewel's apricot sculpture moved smoothly through the dark, while I stumbled behind, threading my way through chunks of asphalt, aluminum cans, broken glass, and dead vegetation. How could she do that in stilettos? We emerged on the far side, turned down an alley, and entered a low wooden building with no sign to indicate its calling. The windows were painted black, and strings of Christmas lights provided the only illumination, giving the interior the reddish glow of a nocturnal animal exhibit. I wondered if that was the intent. Rouse the occupants to late-night action? Discreetly, I glanced about. My eyes needed little adjustment, since the amount of light inside differed only slightly from that outdoors. Staying with the Christmas theme, the decorator had gone with cardboard pine for the walls and cracked red vinyl for the stools, accessorizing with beer ads. Dark wooden booths lined one wall. Cases of beer were stacked against another. Though the bar was almost empty, the air was heavy with the smell of cigarette smoke, cheap booze, vomit, sweat, and reefer. My cement block began to hold more appeal. Jewel and the bartender exchanged nods. He had skin the color of day-old coffee and heavy brows. From under them, he tracked our movement. Jewel walked slowly through the bar, checking each face with seeming disinterest. An old man called to her from a corner stool, waving a beer and gesturing her to join him. She blew a kiss. He gave her the finger. As we passed the first booth, a hand reached out and grasped Jewel's wrist. With her other hand, she uncurled the fingers and laid the hand back in front of its owner. "Playpen's closed, sugar." I shoved my hands into my pockets and kept my eyes on Jewel's back. At the third booth, Jewel stopped, folded her arms, and shook her head slowly. "Mon Dieu," she said, clicking her tongue against her upper teeth. The booth's single occupant sat staring into a glass of watery brown liquid, elbows on the table, cheeks propped on curled fists. All I could see was the top of a head. Greasy brown hair divided unevenly along the crown and hung limply to either side of the face. White flecks littered the area of the part. "Julie?" said Jewel. The face did not look up. Jewel clicked again, then slid into the booth. I followed, grateful for the meager cover. The tabletop was slick with something I didn't want to identify. Jewel leaned an elbow on its edge, jerked back with a wiping gesture. She dug out a cigarette, lit it, blew the smoke in an upward jet. "Julie!" Sharper. Julie caught her breath and raised her chin. "Julie?" The girl repeated her own name, sounding as if she'd been roused from sleep. My heart slipped in an extra beat and my teeth grabbed for my lower lip. Oh, God. I was looking at a face that had lived no more than 15 years. Its color could be described only in shades of gray. The pallid skin, the cracked lips, the vacant, recessed eyes with their somber underlining looked like those of someone long deprived of sunlight. Julie stared at us without expression, as if our images were slow in forming in her brain, or recognition a complex exercise. Then, "Can I have one, Jewel?" English. She reached a trembling hand across the table. The inside of her elbow looked purple in the room's muted glow. Slender gray worms crawled across the veins on her inner wrist. Jewel lit a player and handed it to her. Julie pulled the smoke deep into her lungs, held it, then blew it upward in a Jewel pantomime. "Yeah. Oh, yeah," she said. A tiny scrap of cigarette paper stuck to her lower lip. She drew again, eyes closed, completely absorbed by the smoking ritual. We waited. Double tasking was not within Julie's capacity. Jewel looked at me, eyes unreadable. I let her lead. "Julie, darling, you been working?" "Some." The girl sucked another long drag, blew 2 streams of smoke from her nose. We watched them dissolve, silvery clouds in the reddish light. Jewel and I were silent while Julie smoked. She didn't seem to question our being there. I doubted she questioned much of anything. After a while, she finished, stubbed out the butt, and looked at us. She seemed to consider what benefit our presence might hold. "I haven't eaten today," she said. Like her eyes, her voice was flat and empty. I glanced at Jewel. She shrugged and reached for another cigarette. I looked around. No menus, no blackboards. "They got burgers. Would you like one?" How much cash did I bring? "Banco does 'em." "Okay." She leaned from the booth and called to the bartender. "Banco, can I get a burger with cheese?" She sounded 6 years old. "You got a tab, Jules." "I'll get it," I said, sticking my head out of the booth. Banco was leaning against the bar sink, arms folded across his chest. They looked like baobab branches. "One?" He pushed off. I looked at Jewel. She shook her head. "One." I turned back to the booth. Julie had slumped into the corner, her drink held loosely in 2 hands. Her jaw hung slack, leaving her mouth partially open. The paper still rode her lower lip. I wanted to pick it off, but she seemed unaware. The microwave beeped, then hummed. Jewel smoked. Shortly, the microwave gave 4 beeps, and Banco appeared with the burger, steaming in its plastic wrapper. He placed it in front of Julie and looked from Jewel to me. I ordered club soda. Jewel shook her head. Julie tore the cellophane, then lifted the top to inspect the contents of the bun. Satisfied, she took a bite. When Banco brought my drink, I stole a peek at my watch. 3:20. I began to think Jewel would never speak again. "Where you been working, sugar?" "Nowhere special." Threw a mouthful of bun and burger. "Haven't seen you lately." "I was sick." "You feeling better now?" "Mm-hmm." "Working the main?" "Some." "You still doing that little creep with the nightie?" "Casual." "Who?" She ran her tongue around the edge of the burger, like a child with an ice cream cone. "Guy with the knife." "Knife?" Absently. "You know, Cher. Little man likes to stroke his tallywhacker while you model his mama sleep well." Julie's chewing slowed, then stopped, but she didn't answer. Her face looked like putty, smooth, gray, and without expression. Jewel's nails clicked against the tabletop. "Come on, sugar. Let's turn it up a notch. You know who I'm talking about." Julie swallowed, glanced up, then returned her attention to the burger. "What about him?" She took a bite. "Just wondering if he's still around." "Who's she?" Garbled. Tempe Brennan. She's a friend of Dr. Macaulay. You know her, don't you, Cher? Something wrong with this guy, Jewel? He got the gone or AIDS or something? Why are you asking about him? It was like interrogating a magic 8-ball. If answers floated up at all, they were random, not tied to specific questions. No, honey, I just wondered if he's still coming round. Julie's eyes met mine. They looked uninhabited. You work with her? She asked me, her chin glistening with grease. Something like that, Jewel answered for me. She'd like to talk to this nighty guy. About what? Usual stuff, said Jewel. She a deaf mute or something? Why can't she talk for herself? I started to speak, but Jewel wagged me silent. Julie didn't seem to expect an answer. She finished the last of the burger and licked her fingers, one by one. Finally. What's with this guy? Jesus, he was talking about her, too. Fear surged through every nerve in my body. Talking about who? I blurted. Julie regarded me, jaw slack, mouth half open as before. When not speaking or eating, she seemed unable or unwilling to maintain its closure. I could see specks of food in her lower teeth. Why do you want to turn this guy? She asked. Turn him? He's the only steady bang I've got. She's not interested in turning anybody. She'd just like to talk to him. Jewel. Julie sipped her drink. I tried again. What did you mean he was talking about her, too? Who was he talking about, Julie? A look of bewilderment crossed her face, as if she'd already forgotten her words. Who is your regular talking about, Julie? Julie's voice was growing weary. You know, the old lady that hangs around, kind of butchy, with the nose ring and the weird hair. She tucked one of her own lank strands behind her ear. She's nice, though. She bought me donuts a couple of times. Isn't that who you're talking about? I ignored Jules' warning squint. What was he saying about her? He was pissed off at her or something. I don't know. I don't listen to what a trick says. I just fuck 'em and keep my ears and my mouth shut. It's healthier. But this guy's a regular. Kinda. Any particular times? I couldn't help myself. Jewel gave me an okay, you're on your own gesture. What is this, Jewel? Why's she asking me all this? Again, she sounded like a child. Tempe wants to talk to him, that's all. I can really do without this guy getting busted. He's a creep, but it's regular money, and I need it real bad. I know, sugar. Julie swirled the last of her drink, then tossed it back. Her eyes avoided mine. And I'm not going to quit doing him. I don't care what anybody says. So he's weird, so what? It's not like he's going to kill me or nothing. Hell, I don't even have to fuck him. And what else would I do with my Thursdays? Take a class? Go to the opera? If I don't do him, some other whore will. It was the first emotion she'd shown. The adolescent bravado, a contrast to her previous listlessness. I ached for her, but I feared for Gabby, and wouldn't let up. Have you seen Gabby lately? I tried to sound softer. What? Dr. Macaulay, have you seen her recently? The lines between her eyes deepened, reminding me of Margot, though the shepherd probably had better short-term memory. The old lady with the nose ring, said Jewel, emphasizing the age indicator. Oh. Julie closed her mouth, then let it drop back open. No, I've been sick. Stay cool, Brennan. You almost have enough. Are you better now? I asked. She shrugged. Will you be okay? She nodded. "Do you want anything else?" She shook her head. "Do you live close?" I hated using her like this, but I wanted a bit more. "At Marcella's. You know, Jewel, over on Saint-Dominique? A lot of us crashed there." She refused to look at me. Yes, I had what I needed, or would very soon. The burger and the booze, and whatever else she'd taken, were having their effect on Julie. The bravado ebbed, the apathy returned. She slumped in the corner of the booth, eyes staring out like the darkened circles on a gray-faced mime. She closed them and took a deep breath, swelling her bony chest inside its cotton tank. She looked exhausted. Suddenly the Christmas glow was gone. Fluorescent brightness filled the bar, and Banco was bellowing its imminent closing. The few remaining patrons moved toward the door, grumbling their dissatisfaction. Jewel tucked her players into her halter and indicated we should follow. I checked my watch. 4 a.m. I looked across at Julie, and the guilt I'd been beating back all night surged up with full force. In the unforgiving light, Julie looked like a near cadaver, like someone slowly shuffling toward death. I wanted to wrap my arms around her and hold her for a moment. I wanted to take her home to Beaconsfield or Dorval or North Hatley, where she would eat fast food and go to the prom and order jeans from the Land's End catalog. But I knew it wouldn't happen. I knew Julie would be a statistic, and sooner or later she would be in the basement at Parthenay. I paid the bill and we left the bar. The early morning air was moist and cool and carried the scents of river and brewery. "Good night, ladies," said Jewel. "Don't y'all go out dancing now." She wiggled her fingers, turned, and clicked rapidly up the alley. Without a word, Julie departed in the opposite direction. The vision of home and bed pulled like a magnet, but there was one more bit of information I had to have. I hung back and watched Julie scurry up the alley, assuming she'd be easy to follow. Wrong. When I looked up the alley, she was already disappearing around the next corner, and I had to race to catch up. She took a zigzag path, cutting through lots and alleys to reach a run-down 3-flat on Saint-Dominique, where she mounted the stairs, fumbled for a key, and disappeared through a peeling green door. I watched the tattered door curtain sway, then settle, barely disturbed by her indifferent slam. I noted the number. "Okay, Brennan, bedtime." I was home in 20 minutes. Under the covers, with Bertie at my knee, I formed a plan. It was easy to decide what not to do. Don't call Ryan. Don't spook Julie. Don't tip the little cretin with the knife and nighty act. Find out if it's Saint-Jacques. Find out where he lives, or where his current hidey-hole is. Get something concrete. Then bring in the Clod Squad. "You are here, boys. Bust this place." It sounded so simple. Chapter 32. I dragged through Wednesday in a fog of exhaustion. I hadn't intended to go to the lab, but La Manche called, needing a report. Once there, I decided to stay. I sorted through old cases, sluggish and irritable, clearing those that Denis could discard. It's a task I hate, and one I'd been putting off for months. I lasted until 4 p.m. Once home, I ate an early supper, took a long bath, and was under the covers by 8 o'clock. When I woke on Thursday, sunlight was streaming into the bedroom, and I knew it was late. I stretched, rolled, and looked at the clock. 10:25. Good. I'd recouped some lost sleep. Phase 1 of the plan. I had no intention of going to work. I took my time getting up, running through a checklist of what I intended to do. From the moment I'd opened my eyes, I felt charged. Like a runner on marathon day, I wanted to set a pace. Control, Brennan. Run a smart race. I went to the kitchen, made coffee, and read the Gazette. Thousands fleeing the war in Rwanda. Parizeau's Parti Québécois, 10 points ahead of Premier Johnson's Liberals. The Expos out of first place in the NL East. Laborers working during the annual construction holiday. No kidding. I never could understand the genius who thought that one up. In a country with 4 or 5 months of good weather for building, construction stops for 2 weeks in July while the workers go on holiday. Brilliant. I had a second cup and finished the paper. So far, so good. On to phase 2, mindless activity. I threw on shorts and a tee and went to the gym. 30 minutes on the Stairmaster and a round on the Nautilus. Next, the Provigo, where I bought enough groceries to feed Cleveland. Back home, I spent the afternoon mopping, scouring, dusting, and vacuuming. At one point, I considered cleaning the refrigerator, but decided against it. Too extreme. By 7 p.m., my nesting frenzy was sated. The place reeked of spray cleaners and lemon polish. The dining room table was covered with drying sweaters. And I had clean panties to last a month. I, on the other hand, looked and smelled as if I'd been camping for weeks. I was ready to go. The day had been sweltering, and the evening promised no relief. I chose another shorts and tee combo, accessorized with worn Nikes. Perfect. Not your street professional, but someone prowling the Main in search of recreational chemicals, or a companion for the evening. Or both. As I drove toward Saint-Laurent, I ran through the plan. Find Julie. Follow Julie. Find Nighty Man. Follow Nighty Man. Don't be seen. Simplicity itself. I drove across Sainte-Catherine, scanning the sidewalks on both sides. A few women had opened shop at the Granada, but there was no sign of Julie. I wouldn't expect her this early. I was allowing myself extra time to get into place. The first glitch came when I turned into my alley. Like a genie from a bottle, a large woman materialized and bore down on me. She had Tammy Baker makeup and the neck of a bull terrier. Though I couldn't catch all her words, there was no mistaking her message. I backed out and drove off in search of other parking arrangements. I found a spot 6 blocks north, on a narrow side street lined with 3 flats. Hot town, summer in the city. Neighborhood watch was underway. Men's eyes tracked me from a balcony, others from a stoop, conversation suspended, beer cans resting on sweaty knees. Were they hostile, curious, disinterested, very interested? I didn't stay in place long enough for anyone to approach. I locked the car and covered the distance to the end of the block at a brisk pace. Perhaps I was overly nervous, but I didn't want complications to sabotage my mission. I breathed easier when I rounded the corner and entered the flow on Saint-Laurent. A clock in Le Bon Deli said 8:15. Damn, I'd wanted to be in position by now. Should I modify the plan? What if I missed her? At Sainte-Catherine, I crossed Saint-Laurent and rechecked the crowd in front of the Granada. No Julie. Would she even come here? What route would she take? Damn, why hadn't I started earlier? No time for indecision. I hurried east, scanning the faces on both sides of the street, but the pedestrian flow had grown, making it harder to be sure she didn't slip past. I cut north at the vacant lot, retracing the path Jewel and I had taken 2 nights earlier. I hesitated at the alley bar, moved on, gambling again that Julie was not an early starter. A few minutes later, I stood hunched behind a utility pole on the far side of Saint-Dominique. The street was deserted and still. Julie's building showed no signs of life. Windows dark, porch light dead, paint peeling grimly in the muggy dusk. The scene brought to mind photos I had seen of the Towers of Silence, platforms maintained by the Parsi sect in India on which they placed their dead to have the bones picked clean by vultures. I shivered in the heat. Time crept by. I watched. An old woman trudged up the block, dragging a cart loaded with rags. She muscled her evening's take along the uneven pavement, then disappeared around a corner. The cart's tinny squeak bump sound ebbed, then stilled. Nothing else disturbed the street's ragged ecosystem. I looked at my watch. 8:40. It had grown very dark. How long should I wait? What if she'd already left? Should I ring the bell? Damn. Why hadn't I gotten the time out of her? Why hadn't I gotten here earlier? Already the plan was showing deficiencies. Another expanse of time went by. A minute, maybe. I was debating leaving when a light went on in an upstairs room. Not long after, Julie emerged in a bustier, miniskirt, and over-the-knee boots. Her face, midriff, and thighs were splotches of white in the porch shadow. I drew back behind my pole. She hesitated a moment, chin raised, arms wrapped around her midriff. She seemed to be testing the night. Then she plunged down the steps and walked quickly toward Sainte-Catherine. I followed, trying to keep her in view, yet remain unnoticed. At the corner she surprised me, turning left, away from the main. Good call on the Granada, Brennan, but where is she going? Julie wended her way quickly through the crowd, boot fringe swinging, oblivious to catcalls and wolf whistles. She was a good wender, and I had to work to keep up. The crowd grew smaller as we moved east, and eventually ceased being one. I'd been lengthening the distance between us in direct response to the thinning out of sidewalk people, but it was probably unnecessary. Julie seemed focused on a destination and disinterested in other foot traffic. The streets not only grew emptier, the neighborhood changed flavor. We now shared Sainte-Catherine with dandies in GQ haircuts, hard bodies in tanks and spray paint jeans, unisex couples, and the occasional transvestite. We had crossed into the gay village. I followed Julie past coffee houses, bookstores, and ethnic restaurants. Eventually, she turned north, then east, then south into a dead-end street of warehouses and seedy wooden buildings, many with corrugated metal covering the windows. Some had the appearance of having been upfitted for business space at street level, though they probably hadn't seen customers in years. Papers, cans, and bottles littered both curbs. The place looked like a set for the Jets and the Sharks. Julie went straight to an entrance halfway up the block. She opened a dirty glass door, covered with metal latticework, spoke briefly, then disappeared inside. I could see the glow of a beer sign through a window to the right. It was also armored with metal grillwork. A sign above the door said simply, Bière et vin. Now what? Was this the place of assignation, with a private room upstairs or in the back? Or was this a rendezvous bar they would leave together? I needed it to be the latter. If they left separately, their business concluded, the plan was foiled. I wouldn't know what man to follow. I couldn't just stand in front and wait. I spotted an even darker gap in the darkness across the street. An alleyway? I walked past the beer joint Julie had entered and diagonaled toward the strip of blackness. It was a passageway between an abandoned barber shop and a storage company, about 2 feet wide and dark as a crypt. Heart pounding, I slipped in and pressed against a wall, taking cover behind a cracked and yellowed barber pole that projected over the sidewalk. Several minutes passed. The air hung dead and heavy, the only movement my breathing. Suddenly a rustling made me jump. I wasn't alone. As I was about to bolt, a dark blob shot from the trash at my feet and scurried toward the back of the passageway. My chest constricted, and once again a chill passed through me, despite the heat. "He's back, Brennan. Just a rodent. Come on, Julie." As if in response, Julie reappeared, followed by a man in dark sweats, L'Université de Montréal arced across his chest. He cradled a paper bag in his left arm. My pulse hammered even faster. Is it him? Is it the face in the ATM photo? Is it the Berger Street runner? I strained to see the man's features, but it was too dark, and he was too far away. Would I recognize Saint-Jacques, even if I got a good look? Doubtful. The photo had been too blurry, the man in the apartment too quick. The pair looked straight ahead and didn't touch or speak. Like homing pigeons, they retraced the path Julie and I had just taken, only digressing at Sainte-Catherine, where they continued south instead of turning west. They made several more turns, snaking through streets of run-down apartments and abandoned businesses, streets that were dark and sincerely unfriendly. I trailed a half a block behind, conscious of every scrape and crunch, wary of discovery. There was no cover. If they turned and saw me, I would have no excuse, no windows to shop, no doorways to enter, nothing to hide behind, physical or fictional. My only option would be to keep walking and hope to find a turnoff before Julie recognized me. They didn't look back. We worked our way through a tangle of alleys and lanes, each emptier than the one before. At one point, 2 men passed from the opposite direction, arguing in tense, hard voices. I prayed Julie and her John wouldn't follow the men with their eyes. They didn't. They kept on and disappeared around another corner. I sped up, fearful of losing them in the seconds they were out of sight. My fears were well grounded. When I made the turn, they had vanished. The block was still and empty. Shit. I checked the buildings on both sides, running my eyes up and down each iron staircase, probing each entranceway. Nothing. Not a sign. Damn! I dashed up the sidewalk, furious with myself for losing them. I was halfway to the next corner when a door opened, and Julie's regular stepped onto a rusted iron balcony just 20 feet ahead and to my right. He was at shoulder level, his back to me, but the sweatshirt looked the same. I froze, incapable of thought or action. The man hawked a glob of phlegm and sent it rocketing onto the sidewalk. Drawing the back of his hand across his mouth, he went back inside and closed the door, oblivious to my presence. I stood as I was, legs rubbery, unable to move. Great move, Brennan. Panic and rush the play. Why not light a flare and sound a siren? The building into which he'd disappeared was one in a row that seemed to cling together for support. Take one out, and the block would crumble. A sign identified it as Le Saint-Vitus and offered chambre touristique. Tourist rooms. Right. Was this home or merely his trysting place? I resigned myself to more waiting. Again, I looked for a place to hide. Again, I spotted what I thought was a gap on the far side of the street. Again, I crossed and found that it was. Maybe I was showing a learning curve. Maybe I was lucky. I took a breath and slipped into the darkness of my new passageway. It was like crawling into a dumpster. The air was warm and heavy and smelled of urine and things gone bad. I stood in the narrow space, shifting my weight from foot to foot. The belly-up spiders and roaches I'd seen entombed in the barber pole kept me from leaning against the wall. There was no question of sitting. Time dragged by. My eyes never left the Saint-Vitus, but my thoughts traveled the galaxy. I thought of Katie. I thought of Gabby. I thought of St. Vitus. Who was he, anyway? How would he feel about having the rat hole across the street named in his honor? Wasn't St. Vitus a disease, or was that St. Elmo? I thought of Saint Jacques. The ATM photo was so poor you really couldn't see the face. The geezer was right. The guy's own mother wouldn't know him from that shot. Besides, he could have changed his hair, grown a beard, gotten glasses. The Incas built a road system. Hannibal crossed the Alps. Seti occupied the throne. No one entered or left the Saint-Vitus. I tried not to think about what was unfolding in one of its rooms. I hoped the guy was a short-timer. There's a first, Brennan. There was no breeze in my tiny crevice, and the brick walls on either side still held the heat that had built up all day. My shirt grew clammy and clung to my skin. My scalp was sweaty damp, and an occasional bead broke free and trickled down my face or neck. I shifted and watched, and thought. The air was breathless. The sky flickered and rumbled softly. Celestial grumbling, nothing more. Now and then a car lighted the street, then passed on, casting it back into obscurity. The heat and smell and confinement began to crowd in on me. I felt a dull pain in the space between my eyes, and the back of my throat was doing pre-nausea things. I thought about hanging it up. I tried squatting on my haunches. Suddenly a form loomed over me. My mind exploded in a million directions. Was the passage open behind me? Stupid! I hadn't checked for an escape route. The man stepped into the alley, fumbling for something at his waist. I looked down the corridor and back, but it was pitch black. I was trapped. Then it was like a physics experiment, with equal and opposite forces responding. I shot up and stumbled back on deadened legs. The man also staggered backward, a look of shock on his face. I could see he was Asian, though only his teeth and astonished eyes were clear in the murky shadows. I pressed against the wall, as much for support as for cover. He leered at me in a bewildered way, shook his head, as though perplexed, then lurched off down the block, tucking his shirt and zipping his fly. For a moment, I just stood there, talking my heart rate down from the stratosphere. A wino who only wanted to pee. He's gone. What if it had been Saint-Jacques? It wasn't. You left yourself no out. You're being stupid. You're going to get yourself killed. It was just a wino. Go home. J.S. is right. Leave this to the cops. They won't do it. It's not your problem. Gabby is. She's probably in Saint-Adèle. Had me there. Calmer, I resumed my surveillance. I thought some more about St. Vitus. St. Vitus's dance, that's it. It was widespread in the 1500s. People grew nervous and irritable, then their limbs started twitching. They thought it was a form of hysteria and hiked off to the saint. Then what about St. Anthony? The fire. St. Anthony's fire. Something to do with ergot in grain. Didn't it also make people act crazy? I thought about cities I'd like to visit. Abilene, Bangkok, Chittagong. I'd always liked that name, Chittagong. Maybe I'd go to Bangladesh. I was in the D's when Julie came out of the Saint Vitus and walked calmly up the block. I held my ground. She was no longer my mark. I didn't have to hold for long. My prey was also leaving. I gave him half a block, then dropped in behind. His movements reminded me of the trash rat. He scurried, shoulders hunched, head tucked, bag clutched to his chest. As I followed, I compared the figure ahead to the one I'd seen bolt from the Berger Street room. Not a good match as memory went, but Saint-Jacques had been too quick and his appearance too unexpected. This could be the same man, but I just hadn't gotten a good enough look the other time. This guy was definitely not moving as fast. For the third time in as many hours, I wove my way through a labyrinth of unlit side streets, tailing a quarry as close as I dared. I prayed he wouldn't stop off at another beer joint. I wasn't up to any more surveillance. I needn't have worried. After sneaking through a maze of tributary streets and side alleys, the man made one final turn and went directly to a bow-fronted greystone. It was like 100 others I'd passed tonight, though a bit less seedy, the stone a little less dirty, the rusted stairs curving to doors slightly less in need of paint. He took the stairs quickly, the metallic slap of his footfalls sharp against the air, then disappeared through an ornately carved door. A light went on almost immediately on the second floor of the bow, showing windows half open, curtains hanging limp and lifeless. A shadowy figure moved about the room, veiled by the graying lace. I crossed the street and waited. No alley this time. For a while, the figure shifted back and forth, then it disappeared. I waited. It's him, Brennan. Out of here. He could be visiting someone, dropping something off. You've got him. Let's go. I checked my watch. 11:20. Still early. 10 more minutes. It took less. The figure reappeared, raised the windows to full open, and vanished again. Then the room went black. Bedtime. I waited 5 minutes to be sure no one left the building. Then needed no more convincing. Ryan and the boys could take it from here. I noted the address and began winding my way back to the car, hoping I could find it. The air was still leaden, the heat as intense as mid-afternoon. Leaves and curtains hung motionless, as if laundered and left to dry. The neon of Saint-Laurent glowed over the tops of the darkened buildings, backlighting the maze of streets through which I hurried. The clock on the dash said midnight when I pulled into the garage. I was improving, home before dawn. The noise didn't register at first. I was across the garage and singling out my key when it finally intruded on my conscious mind. I stood still to listen. A high-pitched beeping was coming from behind me, near the main auto entrance. As I walked in that direction, trying to pinpoint its source, the tone clarified into a sharp, pulsating beat. When I drew near, I could see that the noise came from a door to the right of the car ramp. Though the door appeared closed, the lock was only partly engaged, thus triggering the alarm. I pushed, then pulled on the safety bar. slamming the door fully shut. The beeping stopped abruptly, leaving the garage deathly quiet. I reminded myself to mention the apparent malfunction to Winston. The condo felt cool and fresh after my hours in hot, dirty crevices. For a moment, I just stood in the hall, allowing the refrigerated air to roll over my hot skin. Birdie brushed back and forth against my leg, arching his back and purring in greeting. I looked down at him. Soft white hairs clung to my sweaty legs. I stroked his head, fed him, and checked my messages. One hang-up. I headed for the shower. As I lathered and relathered, I ran over the events of the evening in my mind. What had I accomplished? Now I knew where Julie's lingerie loony lived. At least I assumed that's who he was, since today was Thursday. So what? He might have nothing to do with the murders. But I couldn't quite convince myself. Why? Why did I think this guy was hooked in? Why did I think it was my job to nail him? Why was I afraid for Gabby? Julie had been fine. After my shower, I was still keyed up and knew I wouldn't sleep. So I dug a chunk of brie and a wedge of tome de chèvre de Savoie from the refrigerator and poured myself a ginger ale. Wrapping myself in a quilt, I stretched out on the couch, peeled an orange, and ate it with the cheese. Letterman couldn't hold my attention. Back to the debate. Why did I just spend 4 hours packed in with spiders and rats to spy on some guy who liked to see whores in lingerie? Why not let the cops handle it? It kept coming back to that. Why didn't I just tell Ryan what I knew and ask him to rouse this guy? Because it was personal. But not in the way I'd been telling myself. It wasn't just a threat in my garden, an attack on my safety or Gabby's. Something else was causing me to obsess over these cases. Something deeper and more troubling. For the next hour, little by little, I admitted it to myself. The truth was that lately I was scaring myself. I saw violent death every day. Some woman killed by some man and thrown into a river, a wood, a dump. Some child's fractured bones uncovered in a box, a culvert, a plastic bag. Day after day I cleaned them up, examined them, sorted them out. I wrote reports, testified, and sometimes I felt nothing. Professional detachment, clinical disinterest. I saw death too often, too close, and I feared I was losing a sense of its meaning. I knew I couldn't grieve for the human being that each of my cadavers had been. That would empty my emotional reservoir for sure. Some amount of professional detachment was mandatory in order to do the work, but not to the extent of abandoning all feeling. The deaths of these women had stirred something in me. I ached for their fear, their pain, their helplessness in the face of madness. I felt anger and outrage, and a need to root out the animal responsible for the slaughter. I felt for these victims, and my response to their deaths was like a lifeline to my feelings, to my own humanity, and my celebration of life. I felt, and I was grateful for the feeling. That's how it was personal. That's why I wouldn't stop. That's why I'd prowl the monastery grounds, and the woods, and the bars, and back streets of the Main. I'd persuade Ryan to follow this up. I'd figure out Julie's client. I'd find Gabby. Maybe this was connected, maybe not. No matter. One way or another, I'd flush out the son of a bitch responsible for this shedding of female blood, and I'd help shut him down for good. Chapter 33. Spurring the investigation turned out to be harder than I thought. Partly because of me. By 5:30 on Friday afternoon, my head and my stomach ached from the endless cups of machine coffee. We'd been discussing the files for hours. No one had turned up much, so we kept rehashing the same things over and over, sifting through the mountains of information, desperately searching for something new. There was little. Bertrand was working the realtor angle. Morissette Shampoo and Adkins had listed their condos with Remax. So had Gagnon's neighbor. Huge firm, 3 different offices, 3 separate agents. None of them remembered the victims, or even the properties. Trottier's father had used Royal LePage. Pietre's former boyfriend was a doper who'd killed a prostitute in Winnipeg. Could be a break, could be nothing. Claudel was on that. The questioning of known sex offenders was continuing, coming up empty. Big surprise. Teams of uniformed officers were canvassing the neighborhoods around the Adkins and Morissette Champoux condos. 0. We had nowhere to turn, so we were turning on one another. The mood was gloomy, and patience was in short supply, so I bided my time, waiting for the right opening. They listened politely as I told them about the situation with Gabby, about the night in the car. I described the drawing, my conversation with J.S., and my surveillance of Julie. When I finished, no one spoke. 7 women watched mutely from portable bulletin boards. Claudel's pen wove complex webs and grids. He'd been silent and withdrawn all afternoon, as if disconnected from the rest of us. My account made him even more sullen. The sound of the large electric clock began to dominate the room. Bzzz. And you have no idea if this is the same sack of shit we chased from Berger? Bertrand. I shook my head. Bzzz. I say we bust the cocksucker. Ketterling. For what? Ryan. Bzzz. We could just be there for him and see how he deals with pressure. Charbonneau. If he is our boy, that might spook him. The last thing we want is for him to panic and blow town. Rousseau. No, the last thing we want is for him to shove a plastic Jesus up someone else's sweet spot. Bertrand. The guy's probably just a weenie wagger. Or he could be Bundy with an underwear twist. Bzzz. Round and round it went like that, zigging and zagging from French to English. Eventually everyone was drawing Claudel lines. Bzzz. Then, how unreliable is this Gabby? Charbonneau. I hesitated. Somehow daylight colored things differently. I'd sent these men on a chase before, and we still didn't know if it had been for wild geese. Claudel looked up at me, eyes reptilian cold, and I felt a tightening in my stomach. This man despised me, wanted to destroy me. What was he doing behind my back? How far had his complaint gone? What if I was wrong? And then I did something I would forever be unable to change. Deep down, maybe I didn't think anything bad would really happen to Gabby. She'd always landed on her feet before. Maybe I just took the safe path, who knows? I did not elevate concern for my friend's safety to the level of urgency. I backed off. She's taken off before. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Ryan was the first to respond. Like this, without a word? I nodded. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Ryan's expression was grim. All right, let's get a name, run a check. But we'll keep it low profile for now. Without something else, we couldn't get a warrant anyway. He turned to Charbonneau. Michel? Charbonneau nodded. We discussed a few other points, gathered our things, and broke. In the many times I'd look back on that meeting, I'd always wonder if I could have altered later events. Why had I not sounded the cry over Gabby? Had the sight of Claudel dampened my resolve? Had I sacrificed the previous evening's zeal on the altar of professional caution? Had I compromised Gabby's survival rather than risk my professional standing? Would an all-out search begun that day have made any difference? That night, I went home and warmed a TV dinner. Swiss steak, I think. When the microwave beeped, I removed the tray and peeled back the foil. I stood there a moment, watching synthetic gravy congeal on synthetic mashed potatoes, feeling loneliness and frustration tune up for the overture. I could eat this and spend another night fighting back demons with the cat and the sitcoms, or I could be the conductor of the evening's performance. Fuck this, maestro! I threw the dinner into the trash and walked to Chez Katsura on Rue de la Montagne, where I treated myself to sushi and exchanged small talk with a card salesman from Sudbury. Then, declining his invitations, I moved on and caught the late showing of The Lion King at Le Faubourg. It was 10:40 when I left the theater and took the escalator to the main level. The tiny mall was largely deserted, the vendors gone, their wares stowed and sealed in carts. I passed the bagel bakery, the frozen yogurt stand, the Japanese carry-out, their shelves and counters stripped and barricaded behind collapsible security gates. Knives and saws hung in neat rows behind the butcher's empty cases. The movie had been just what I needed. Singing hyenas, pounding African rhythms, and lion-cub romance kept me from thinking of the murders for hours. Well-orchestrated, Brennan. Hakuna Matata. I crossed St. Catherine and walked toward home. It was still hot and very humid. Mist haloed the street lamps and hovered over the pavement, like steam from a hot tub on a cold winter night. I saw the envelope as soon as I left the lobby and turned down my hall. It was wedged between the brass knob and the door jamb. My first thought was Winston. Perhaps he needed to fix something and would be turning off the power or the water. No, he'd post a notice. A complaint about Bertie? A note from Gabby? It wasn't. In fact, it wasn't a note at all. The envelope held 2 items, which lay on the table now, silent and terrible. I stared at them, heart pounding, hands trembling, knowing, yet refusing to admit their meaning. The envelope contained a plastic ID, Gabby's name, date of birth, and numéro d'assurance maladie appeared in raised white letters below a red sunset on the left-hand side of the card. Her image was at the upper right, dreadlocks winging, something silver dangling from each ear. The other item was a 2-inch square cut from a large-scale city map. The map was in French and showed streets and green spaces in an agonizingly familiar color code. I looked for landmarks or names that would help me pinpoint the neighborhood. Rue Sainte-Hélène, Rue Beauchamp, Rue Champlain. I didn't know those streets. Could be Montreal. Could be a score of other cities. I hadn't lived in Quebec long enough to know. The map contained no highways or features I could identify except one. A large black X covered the center of the map. I stared numbly at the X. Terrible images formed in my mind, but I fought them off, denying the one acceptable conclusion. It was a bluff. It was like the skull in the garden. This maniac was toying with me, seeing how frightened he could make me. I don't know how long I looked at Gabby's face, remembering it in other places, other times. A happy face in a clown hat at Katie's 3rd birthday party. The face bathed in tears as she told me of her brother's suicide. The house was silent around me, the universe at a standstill. Then, horrible certainty overtook me. It wasn't a bluff. Dear God, dear Gabby, I'm so very terribly sorry. Ryan picked up on the 3rd ring. "He's got Gabby," I whispered, knuckles white on the receiver, voice steady by sheer strength of will. He wasn't fooled. "Who?" he asked, sensing the underlying terror and going straight to the crux. "I don't know." "Where are they?" "I don't know." I heard the sound of a hand passing over a face. "What do you have?" He heard me out without interrupting. Shit. Pause. "Okay, I'll take the map in so Ident can pinpoint the location. Then we'll get a team out there." "I can take the map in," I said. "I think you should stay there. And I want a surveillance unit back on your building." "I'm not the one in danger," I snapped. "This bastard's got Gabby. He's probably killed her already." My mask was crumbling. I fought to control the trembling in my hands. "Brennan, I feel sick about your friend. I would help her in any way I could. Believe that. But you have got to use your head. If this psychopath only got her purse but not her, she's probably okay, wherever she is. If he has her and has shown us where to find her, he will have left her in whatever state he wants her found. We can't change that. Meanwhile, someone put a note on your door, Brennan. The son of a bitch was in your building. He knows your car. If this guy is the killer, he won't hesitate to add you to his list. Respect for life is not among his personality traits, and he seems to have focused on yours right now." He had a point. "And I'll get somebody on the guy you followed." I spoke slowly and softly. "I want Ident to call me as soon as they pull up the location." "Bren, is that a problem?" not so softly. It was irrational, and I knew it, but Ryan was sensitive to my growing hysteria. Or was it rage? Maybe he just didn't want to deal with me. No. Ryan got the envelope around midnight, and the ident unit called an hour later. They lifted one print from the card. Mine. The X marked an abandoned lot in Saint-Lambert. An hour later, I got a second call from Ryan. A patrol unit had checked the lot and all surrounding buildings. Nothing. Ryan had arranged for recovery in the morning, including dogs. We were going back to the South Shore. "What time tomorrow?" I said, my voice shaking, my grief for Gabby already too dreadful to bear. "I'll set it up for 7. 6. 6. Want a ride?" "Thanks." He hesitated. "She may be fine." "Yeah." I went through the normal bedtime motions, though I knew I wouldn't sleep. Teeth, face, hand lotion, nightshirt. Then I wandered from room to room, trying not to think about the women on the bulletin boards. Murder scene photos, autopsy descriptions. Gabby. I adjusted a picture, repositioned a vase, picked fluff from the carpet. I felt cold, made myself a cup of tea, and turned down the air conditioning. Minutes later, I shut it back up. Bertie withdrew to the bedroom, fed up with the pointless movement. But I couldn't stop myself. The feeling of helplessness in the face of impending horror was unbearable. Around 2, I stretched out on the couch, closed my eyes, and tried to will myself to relax. Concentrate on night sounds. AC compressor, ambulance, trickle of taps on the floor above. Water flowing through a pipe, wood creaking, walls settling. My mind drifted to a visual mode. Images floated past, spinning and tumbling like parts of a Hollywood dream sequence. I saw Chantal Trottier's plaid jumper, Morissette Champous's gutted belly, the putrefied head that was Isabelle Gagnon, a severed hand, a mangled breast, cupped in bone-white lips, a lifeless monkey, a statue, a plunger, a knife. I couldn't help myself. I produced a cinema of death, tortured by the thought that Gabby had joined the cast. Darkness was fading into light when I got up to dress. Chapter 34. The sun had barely climbed above the horizon when we uncovered Gabby's body. Margot had gone directly to it, scarcely hesitating when released inside the plywood fence surrounding the property. She'd scented for a moment, then raced across the wooded lot, the saffron dawn tinging her fur and illuminating the dust around her feet. The grave was hidden inside a crumbling house foundation. It was shallow, dug quickly, filled with haste. Standard. But then the killer had added a personal touch, outlining the burial with a carefully placed oval of bricks. Her corpse lay on the ground now, zippered in its body bag. We'd sealed the scene with sawhorses and yellow tape, but it hadn't been necessary. The early hour and the plywood barrier had been protection enough. No one had come to gawk as we unearthed the body and went through our macabre routines. I sat in a patrol unit, sipping cold coffee from a styrofoam cup. The radio cackled, and the usual motion swirled around me. I'd come to do my job, to be a professional, but I found I couldn't do it. The others would have to manage. Perhaps later my brain would accept the messages it was currently rejecting. For now, I was numb, and my brain was numb. I didn't want to see her in the trench, to replay the scene of the marbled and bloated body emerging as the layers of dirt were lifted off. I'd recognized the silver earrings instantly. Ganesh. I recalled an image of Gabby explaining about the little elephant. A friendly god, a happy god, not a god of pain and death. Where were you, Ganesh? Why didn't you protect your friend? Why didn't any of her friends protect her? Agony, push it away. I'd done a visual ID on the body, then Ryan had taken charge of the scene. I watched as he conferred with Pierre Gilbert. They spoke a moment, then Ryan turned and walked in my direction. He hitched his pant legs and squatted next to the open car door, one hand on the armrest. Though it was only mid-morning, the temperature was already 27 Celsius, and perspiration soaked his hair and armpits. "I'm so sorry," he said. I nodded. "I know how hard this is." No, you don't." "The body isn't too bad. I'm surprised, considering this heat." "We don't know how long she's been here." "Yes." He reached over and took my hand. His palm left a small saddle of perspiration on the vinyl armrest. "There was nothing. Have you found anything?" "Not much." "No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing in this whole bloody field?" He shook his head. "Latents on the bricks?" I knew that was stupid even as I said it. His eyes held mine. "Nothing down in the pit?" "There was one thing, Tempe, lying on her chest." He hesitated a moment. "A surgical glove." "A little sloppy for this guy? He never left anything before. Might be prints inside." I was fighting for control. "Anything else?" "I don't think she was killed here, Tempe. She was probably transported from somewhere else." "What is this place?" "A tavern that closed down years ago. The property was sold, the building was knocked down, and the buyer went belly up. The lot's been boarded up for 6 years." "Who owns it?" "You want a name?" "Yes, a name," I snarled. He checked his notebook. "Guy named Bailey." Behind him, I could see 2 attendants lift Gabby's remains onto a stretcher, then wheel it toward the coroner's van. "Oh, Gabby, I'm so sorry." "Can I get you anything?" The ice-blue eyes were studying my face. "What?" "Do you want a drink, something to eat? Would you like to go home?" "Yes, and never come back." "No, I'm fine." For the first time, I noticed the hand he'd placed over mine. The fingers were slender, but the hand itself was broad and angular. A dashed semicircle arced across his thumb knuckle. "She wasn't mutilated?" "No." "Why the bricks?" "I've never been able to understand how these mutants think." "It's a taunt, isn't it?" "He wanted us to find her, and he wanted to make a statement. There won't be any prints inside the glove." He didn't say anything. "This is different, isn't it, Ryan?" "Yes." The heat in the car was like molasses against my skin. I got out and lifted my hair to feel the breeze on my neck. There was none. I watched them secure the body bag with black canvas straps and slide it into the van. I felt a sob built in my chest and fought it back. Could I have saved her, Ryan? Could any of us have saved her? I don't know. He let out a deep breath and squinted up into the sun. Weeks ago, maybe. Probably not yesterday or the day before. He turned back and locked his gaze on me. What I do know is we'll get this cocksucker. He's a dead man. I spotted Claudel walking toward us, carrying a plastic evidence bag. He says one thing to me, and I'll rip his goddamn lips off, I promised myself. I meant it. Very sorry, Claudel mumbled, avoiding my eyes. To Ryan, we're about done here. Ryan raised his eyebrows. Claudel gave him an over-there head signal. My pulse quickened. What? What did you find? Ryan placed a hand on each of my shoulders. I looked at the bag in Claudel's hand. I could see a pale yellow surgical glove, dark brown stains mottling its surface. Protruding from the glove's rim was a flat object, rectangle, white border, dark background, a snapshot. Ryan's hand squeezed hard on my shoulders. I stared a question at him, already fearing the answer. Let's do this later. Let me see it. I reached out a trembling hand. Claudel hesitated, extended the bag. I took it, grasped one glove finger through the plastic, and tapped gently until the photo slid free. I reoriented the bag and stared through the plastic. 2 figures, arms entwined, hair whipping, ocean breakers rolling behind. Fear gripped me. My breathing quickened. Calm, stay calm. Myrtle Beach, 1992. Me. Katie. The bastard had buried a picture of my daughter with my murdered friend. No one spoke. I watched Charbonneau approach from the gravesite. He joined us, looked at Ryan, who nodded. The three men stood in silence. No one knew how to act, what to say. I didn't feel like helping them out. Charbonneau broke the silence. "Let's go nail this son of a bitch." "Got the warrant?" Ryan. "Bertrand will meet us. They issued as soon as we found the body." He looked at me, quickly away. "Is our boy there now?" "No one's gone in or out since they staked the place. I don't think we should wait." "Yeah." Ryan turned to me. "Judge Tessier bought probable cause and cut a warrant this morning. So we're going to bust the guy you tailed Thursday night. I'll drop you—" "No way, Ryan. I'm in." "Brett, in case you forgot, I just identified my best friend. She was holding a picture of me and my daughter. It may be this slimy piece of shit, or it may be some other psychopath that killed her, but I'm going to find out, and I'm going to do everything I can to fry his sorry ass. I will hunt him down and flush him out, with or without you and your merry men." My finger was stabbing the air like a hydraulic piston. "I will be there, starting now." My eyes burned and my chest began to heave. "Don't cry. Don't you dare cry." I forced calmness over my hysteria. For a long time, no one spoke. "Allons-y," said Claudel. "Let's go." Chapter 35. By noon, the temperature and humidity were so high, the city was rendered lifeless. Nothing moved. Trees, birds, insects, and humans held themselves as still as possible, immobilized by the stifling heat. Most stayed out of sight. The drive was Saint-Jean-Baptiste Day all over again. The tense silence, the smell of air-conditioned sweat, the fear in my gut. Only Claudel's surliness was absent. He and Charbonneau were meeting us there. And the traffic was different. On our trip to Rue Berger, we had fought holiday crowds. Today we breezed through empty streets, arriving at the suspect's place in less than 20 minutes. When we turned the corner, I could see Bertrand, Charbonneau, and Claudel in an unmarked car, Bertrand's unit parked behind. The crime scene van was at the end of the block, Gilbert behind the wheel, a tech slumped against the passenger side window. The three detectives got out as we walked toward them. The street was as I remembered it, though daylight showed it to be even plainer and more worn than it had appeared in the dark. My shirt was pasted to my clammy skin. "Where's the stakeout team?" Ryan asked by way of greeting. "They circled round back." Charbonneau. "He in there?" "No activity since they got here around midnight. He could be asleep inside." "There's a back entrance?" Charbonneau nodded. "Been covered all night. We've got units at each end of the block, and there's one on Martineau." He jerked a thumb toward the opposite side of the street. "If Loverboy's in there, he's not going anywhere." Ryan turned to Bertrand. "Got the paper?" Bertrand nodded. "It's 1436 Séguin, number 201. Come on down." He mimicked the game show invitation. We stood a moment, sizing up the building as one would an adversary, preparing ourselves for assault and capture. Two black kids rounded the corner and started up the block, rap music blaring from an enormous boombox. They wore Air Jordans and pants big enough to house a nuclear family. Their T-shirts bore totems of violence. One a skull with melting eyeballs, the other the Grim Reaper with beach umbrella. Death on vacation. The taller boy had shaved his scalp, leaving only an oval cap on top. The other had dreadlocks. A mental flash of Gabby's dreadlocks. A stab of pain. Later, not now. I yanked my attention back to the moment. We watched the boys enter a nearby building, heard the rap truncated as a door closed behind them. Ryan looked in both directions, then back at us. "We set?" "Let's get this son of a bitch." Claudel. "Luc, you and Michel cover the back. If he bolts, squash him." Claudel squinted, tipped his head as though to speak, then shook it, exhaling sharply through his nose. He and Charbonneau moved off, turned back at Ryan's voice. "We do this by the books." His eyes were hard. No mistakes. The CUM detectives crossed the street and disappeared around the Greystone. Ryan turned to me. Ready? I nodded. This could be the guy. Yes, Ryan, I know that. You all right? Jesus, Ryan. Let's go. I felt a bubble of fear swell in my chest as we mounted the iron stairs. The outer door was unlocked. We entered a small lobby with a grimy tile floor. Mailboxes lined the right wall. Circulars lay on the floor beneath them. Bertrand tried the inner door. It was also open. Great security, said Bertrand. We crossed into a poorly lit corridor, shrouded in heat and the smell of cooking grease. The threadbare carpet ran toward the back of the building and up a staircase to the right, secured at 3-foot intervals by thin metal strips. Over it, someone had laid a vinyl runner, at one time clear, now opaque with age and grime. We climbed to the second floor, our feet making faint tapping sounds on the vinyl. 201 was first on the right. Ryan and Bertrand placed themselves on either side of the dark wooden door, backs to the wall, jackets unbuttoned, hands resting loosely on their weapons. Ryan motioned me beside him. I flattened myself against the wall, felt the rough plaster pluck at my hair. I took a deep breath, drawing in mildew and dust. I could smell Ryan's sweat. Ryan nodded to Bertrand. The anxiety bubble swelled up into my throat. Bertrand knocked. Nothing. He knocked again. No response. Ryan and Bertrand tensed. My breath was coming fast. Police, open up! Down the hall, a door opened quietly. Eyes peered through a crack the width of a security chain. Bertrand knocked harder, 5 sharp raps in the sweltering silence. Silence. Then, Monsieur Tanguay n'est pas ici. Our heads whipped toward the sound of the voice. It was soft and high-pitched and came from across the corridor. Ryan gave Bertrand a stay-here gesture, and we crossed. The eyes watched, their irises magnified behind thick glasses. They were barely 4 feet off the floor and angled higher and higher as we approached. The eyes shifted from Ryan to me and back, seeking the least threatening place to land. Ryan squatted to meet them at their level. Bonjour, he said. Hi. Comment ça va? Ça va. The child waited. I couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl. Was your mother home? Headshake. Father? No. Anyone? Who are you? Good kid. Don't tell a stranger anything. Police. Ryan showed him his badge. The eyes grew even larger. Can I hold it? Ryan passed the badge through the crack. The child studied it solemnly, handed it back. Are you looking for Monsieur Tanguay? Yes, we are. Why? We want to ask him some questions. Do you know Monsieur Tanguay? The child nodded, offered nothing. What's your name? Mathieu. Boy. When will your mother be home, Mathieu? I live with my grandmama. Ryan shifted his weight, and a joint cracked loudly. He dropped one knee to the floor, propped an elbow on the other, rested chin on knuckles, and looked at Mathieu. How old are you, Mathieu? 6. How long have you lived here? The child looked puzzled, as though other possibilities had never occurred to him. Always. Do you know Monsieur Tanguay? Mathieu nodded. How long has he lived here? Shrug. When will your grandmama be home? She cleans for people. Pause. Saturday. Mathieu rolled his eyes and nibbled his lower lip. Just a minute. He disappeared into the apartment, reappeared in less than a minute. 3:30. Shoot, said Ryan, uncoiling from his hunched position. He spoke to me, his voice tense, just above a whisper. That asshole may be in there, and we've got an unattended kid here. Mathieu watched like a barn cat with a cornered rat, his eyes never leaving Ryan's face. Monsieur Tanguay's not here. Are you sure? Ryan crouched again. He's gone away. Where? Another shrug. A chubby finger pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. How do you know he's away? I'm taking care of his fish. A smile the size of the Mississippi lit his face. "He's got tetras and angelfish and white clouds." He used the English names. "They're fantastic." Fantastique. Such a perfect word. Its English counterpart never quite matches it. "When will Monsieur Tanguay be back?" Shrug. "Did Grandmama write it on the calendar?" I asked. The child regarded me, surprised, then disappeared as he had before. "What calendar?" Ryan asked, looking up. "They must keep one. He went to check something when he wasn't sure when Grandmama would be home today." Mathieu returned. "Nope." Ryan stood. "Now what?" "If he's right, we go in and toss the place. We've got a name. We'll run Monsieur Tanguay down. Maybe Grandmama knows where he's gone. If not, we'll pop him as soon as he comes anywhere near here." Ryan looked to Bertrand, pointed at the door. 5 more raps. Nothing. "Break it?" asked Bertrand. "Monsieur Tanguay won't like it." We all looked at the boy. Ryan lowered himself a 3rd time. "He really gets mad if you do something bad," said Mathieu. "It's important that we look for something in Monsieur Tanguay's apartment," explained Ryan. "He won't like it if you break his door." I squatted next to Ryan. "Mathieu, do you have Monsieur Tanguay's fish in your apartment?" Headshake. "Do you have a key to Monsieur Tanguay's apartment?" Mathieu nodded. "Could you let us in?" "No." "Why not?" "I can't come out when Grandmama's gone." "That's good, Mathieu. Grandmama wants you to stay inside because she thinks it's safer for you. She's right, and you're a good boy to listen to her." The Mississippi smile spread north again. "Do you think we could use the key, Mathieu, just for a few minutes? It's very important police business, and you are correct that we shouldn't break the door." "I guess that would be okay," he said, "because you're police." Mathieu darted out of sight, returned with a key. He pressed his lips together and looked straight at me as he held it through the crack. "Don't break Monsieur Tanguay's door." "We'll be very careful." "And don't go in the kitchen. That's bad. You can't ever go in the kitchen." "You close the door and stay inside, Mathieu. I'll knock when we've finished. Don't open the door until you hear my knock." The small face nodded solemnly, then disappeared behind the door. We rejoined Bertrand, who knocked again, called out. There was an awkward pause. Then Ryan nodded, and I slipped the key into the lock. The door opened directly into a small living room, its color scheme shades of maroon. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling on 2 sides. The other walls were wood, every surface darkened by years of varnishing. Crushed red velvet looped across the windows, backed by graying lace which blocked most of the sunlight. We stood absolutely still, listening and peering into the unlit room. The only sound I heard was a faint buzzing, erratic, like electricity jumping a broken circuit. It came from behind double doors ahead and to the left. Otherwise, the place was deathly quiet. Poor choice of adverb, Brennan. I looked around, and furniture shapes emerged from the deep shadow, looking old and worn. The center of the room was occupied by a carved wooden table with matching chairs. A well-used couch sagged in the front bay, a Mexican blanket stretched across it. Opposite, a wooden trunk served as a stand for a Sony Trinitron. Scattered about the room were small wooden tables and cabinets. Some were quite nice, not unlike pieces I'd unearthed at flea markets. I doubted any of these had been afternoon finds, purchased as bargains to strip and refinish. They looked as though they'd been in the place for years, ignored and unappreciated as successive tenants came and went. The floor was covered by an aging douri, and plants everywhere. They were tucked in corners and strung along baseboards and hung from hooks. What the occupant lacked in furnishings, he made up for in greenery. Plants dangled from wall brackets and rested on windowsills, tabletops, sideboards, and shelves. "Looks like a fucking botanical garden," said Bertrand. "And smells," I thought. A musty odor permeated the air, a blend of fungus and leaves and damp earth. Across from the main entrance, a short hall led to a single closed door. Ryan gestured me back with the same move he'd used in the hall, then slid along the wall, shoulders hunched, knees bent, back pressed to the plaster. He inched up to the door, paused, then shot a foot hard against the wood. The door flew in, hitting the wall, and recoiled toward the frame, then came to rest half open. I strained for sounds of movement, my heart beating with the erratic buzzing. Da-dum, dum-dum, da-dum, da-dum-dum. An eerie glow seeped from behind the half-open door, accompanied by a soft gurgling. "Found the fish," said Ryan, moving through the door. He flicked a switch with his pen, and the room was thrown into brightness. Standard bedroom, single bed, Indian print spread, nightstand, lamp, alarm, nasal spray. Dresser, no mirror. Tiny bath to the rear, one window. Heavy drapes blocked a view of a brick wall. The only uncommon items were the tanks that lined the back wall. Mathieu was right. They were fantastique. Electric blues, canary yellows, and black and white stripes darted in and out of rose and white coral, and foliage of every shade of green imaginable. Each tiny ecosystem was illuminated in aquamarine and lulled by a rolling oxygen sonata. I watched, mesmerized, feeling an idea about to form, coaxing it. What? Fish? What? Nothing. Ryan moved around me, using his pen to sweep back the shower curtain, opening the medicine cabinet, poke among the food and nets surrounding the tanks. He used a hanky to open dresser drawers, then the pen to leaf through underwear, socks, shirts, and sweaters. Forget the fish, Brennan. Whatever idea was in my mind, it was as elusive as the bubbles in the tanks, rising toward the surface, only to disappear. Anything? He shook his head. Nothing obvious. Don't want to piss off recovery, so I'm just doing a quick check. Let's case the other rooms, then I'll turn it over to Gilbert. Pretty clear Tanguay's elsewhere. We'll nail his ass. But in the meantime, we might as well find out what he has here. Back in the living room, Bertrand was inspecting the TV. State of the art, he said. Boy likes his tube. Probably needs a regular Cousteau fix, said Ryan absently, body tense, eyes scanning the gloom around us. No one would surprise us today. I wandered to the shelves containing the books. The range of topics was impressive, and, like the TV, the books looked new. I scanned the titles: ecology, ichthyology, ornithology, psychology, sex, lots of science, but the guy's taste was eclectic. Buddhism, Scientology, archaeology, Maori art, Kwakiutl wood carving, samurai warriors, World War II artifacts, cannibalism. The shelves held hundreds of paperbacks, including modern fiction, both French and English. Many of my favorites were present: Vonnegut, Irving, McMurtry. But the majority were crime fiction novels: brutal murderers, deranged stalkers, violent psychopaths, heartless cities. I could quote their cover blurbs without even reading them. There was also an entire shelf of non-fiction devoted to the lives of serial and spree killers: Manson, Bundy, Ramirez, Bowden. I think Tanguay and Saint-Jacques belong to the same book club, I said. This butt wipe probably is Saint-Jacques, said Bertrand. No, this guy brushes his teeth, said Ryan. Yeah, when he's Tanguay. If he reads this stuff, his interests are incredibly broad, I said. And he's bilingual. I glanced over the collection again. And he's compulsive as hell. What are you now, Dr. Ruth? Asked Bertrand. Look at this. They joined me. Everything's arranged by topic, alphabetically. I pointed to several shelves. Then by author within each category, again alphabetically. Then by year of publication for each author. Doesn't everyone do that? Ryan and I looked at him. Bertrand was not a reader. Look how every book is aligned with the edge of the shelf. He does the same with his shorts and socks. Must use a square edge to stack 'em," said Ryan. Ryan voiced my thoughts. "Fits the profile. Maybe he just keeps the books for show. Wants his friends to think he's an intellectual," said Bertrand. "I don't think so," I said. "They're not dusty. Also, look at the little yellow slips. He not only reads this stuff, he marks certain things to go back to. Let's point that out to Gilbert and his commandos so they don't lose the markers. Could be useful. I'll have them seal the books before they dust." "Something else about Monsieur Tanguay?" They stared at the shelves. "He reads some weird shit," said Bertrand. "Besides the crime stories, what interests him most?" I asked. "Look at the very top shelf." They looked again. "Shit," said Ryan. "Gray's Anatomy. Cunningham's Manual of Practical Anatomy. Color Atlas of Human Anatomy. Handbook of Anatomical Dissection. Medical Illustration of the Human Body. Christ, look at this. Sabiston's Principles of Surgery. He's got more of this shit than a med school library. Looks like he's heavy into knowing what a body's got inside. Yeah, and not just the software. This squirrels into the hardware." Ryan reached for his radio. "Let's get Gilbert and his raiders up here. I'll tell the teams out back to go to ground and watch for Dr. Prick. We don't want to spook him when he shows up. Christ, Claudel's probably got his nuts in a half-hitch by now." Ryan spoke into his handset. Bertrand continued to skim the titles behind me. "Hey, this is your kind of stuff." He used a hanky to withdraw something. "Looks like there's just this one." He laid a single volume of The American Anthropologist on the table. July 1993. I didn't have to open it. I knew one entry on its table of contents. A major hit, she'd called it. Fodder for promotion to full professor. Gabby's article. The sight of the AA hit me like a snapped cable. I wanted out of there. I wanted to be gone to a sunny Saturday where I was safe and no one was dead and my best friend would be calling with plans for dinner. Water. Cold water on your face, Brennan. I lurched toward the double doors and flipped one open with my foot, looking for the kitchen. The room had no window. A digital clock to my right gave off a luminous orange glow. I could make out two white shapes and another pale stretch at waist level. Refrigerator, stove, sink, I assumed. I felt for a switch. The hell with procedure. They could sort out my prints. The back of my hand pressed to my mouth. I stumbled to the sink and splashed cold water on my face. When I straightened and turned, Ryan was standing in the doorway. "I'm fine." Flies shot around the room, startled at the sudden intrusion. "Mint?" He offered a roll of lifesavers. "Thanks." I took one. "The heat. It's a cooker." A fly careened off his cheek. "What the fuck?" He swatted at the air. "What's this guy doing here?" Ryan and I saw them at the same time. Two brown objects lay on the counter, halos of grease staining the paper towels on which they dried. Flies danced around them, landing and taking off in nervous agitation. A surgical glove lay to their left, a twin to the one we'd just unearthed. We went closer, fomenting the flies to excited flight. I looked at each shriveled mass and thought of the roaches and spiders on the barber pole, their legs dried and constricted in rigor. These objects had nothing to do with arachnids, however. I knew instantly what they were, though I'd only seen the others in photos. Their paws. "What?" "Paws from some kind of animal." "Are you sure?" "Flip one over." He did, with his pen. "You can see the ends of the lower limb bones." "What's he doing with them?" "How the hell should I know, Ryan?" I thought of Elsa. Christ. "Check the refrigerator. Oh, Christ. The tiny corpse was there, skinned and wrapped in clear plastic, along with several others. What are they? Small mammals of some sort. Without the skin, I can't tell. They're not horses. Thanks, Brennan. Bertrand joined us. What have you got? Dead animals. Ryan's voice betrayed his aggravation. And another glove. Maybe the guy eats roadkill, said Bertrand. Maybe. And maybe he makes lampshades out of people. That's it. I want this place sealed. I want every friggin' thing confiscated. Bag his cutlery, bag that blender, bag everything in the goddamn refrigerator. I want that disposal scraped and every inch of this place hosed with luminol. Where the hell's Gilbert? Ryan moved toward a wall phone to the left of the door. Hold it. That phone got a redial button? Ryan nodded. Hit it. Probably get his priest or grandmama. Ryan pushed the button. We listened to a 7-note melody followed by 4 rings. Then a voice answered, and the bubble of fear I'd been carrying all day rose to my head, and I felt faint. Veuillez laisser votre nom et numéro de téléphone. Je vais vous rappeler le plus tôt possible. Merci. Please leave your name and number, and I'll return your call as soon as possible. Thanks. This is Tempe. Chapter 36. The sound of my own voice hit me like a blow to the head. My legs buckled and my breath came in rapid gasps. Ryan helped me to a chair, brought water, asked no questions. I have no idea how long I sat there, feeling nothing but emptiness. Eventually, my composure crept back and I began to assess the reality. He'd phoned me. Why? When? I watched Gilbert don rubber gloves and slide his hand around the inside of the disposal. He drew something out and dropped it in the sink. Was he trying to reach me or Gabby? What had he intended to say? Had he intended to speak at all, or just check whether I was there? A photographer moved from room to room, his flash like a firefly in the gloomy flat. The hang-ups. Was it he? A tech in rubber gloves and coveralls taped books and sealed them into evidence bags, marking each, then signing across the seal. Another brushed white powder across the red-black varnish of the shelves. A third emptied the refrigerator, removing packages in plain brown wrappers and placing them in a cooler. Had she died here? Her last visual images, the ones I now saw? Ryan spoke to Charbonneau. Snatches of the conversation floated to me through the suffocating heat. Where's Claudel? Took off. Rouse the superintendent. Find out about basements, storage areas, get keys. Charbonneau left, returned with a middle-aged woman in housecoat and slippers. They disappeared again, accompanied by the book packer. Again and again Ryan offered to take me home. There was nothing I could do, he told me gently. I knew that, but I couldn't leave. Grandmama arrived around 4. She was neither hostile nor cooperative. Reluctantly, she provided a description of Tanguay. Male, quiet, brown hair, thinning, medium everything. Could have fit half the men in North America. She had no idea where he was or how long he'd be gone. He'd left before, but never for long. She only noticed because Tanguay asked Mathieu to feed the fish. He was nice to Mathieu and gave him money when he cared for the fish. She knew little else about him, rarely saw him. She thought he worked, thought he had a car. Wasn't sure, didn't care, didn't want to get involved. The recovery team spent all afternoon and late into the night dissecting the apartment. I didn't. By 5, I needed out. I accepted Ryan's offer of a ride and left. We spoke little in the car. Ryan repeated what he'd said on the phone. I was to stay home. A team would watch my building around the clock. No late-night sorties. No solo expeditions. Don't ride me, Ryan, I said, my voice betraying my emotional brittleness. The rest of the drive was spent in strained silence. When we reached my building, Ryan put the car in park and turned to me. I could feel his eyes on the side of my face. Listen, Brennan. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. This scum is going down. You can take that to the bank. I'd just like you to live to see it." His concern touched me more than I was willing to admit. They pulled out all the stops. APBs went out to every cop in Quebec, to the Ontario Provincial Police, the RCMP, and the state forces in New York and Vermont. But Quebec is big, its borders easy to cross, lots of places to hide or slip out. In the days that followed, I grappled with the possibilities. Tanguay could be lying low, biding his time. He could be dead. He could have taken off. Serial killers do that. Sensing danger, they pack up and relocate. Some are never caught. No, I refused to accept that. Sunday, I never left home. Bertie and I did what the French call coconner. We cocooned. I didn't get dressed, avoided the radio and television. I couldn't bear to see Gabby's photo or hear the overdone descriptions of the victim and suspect. I made only 3 calls. First to Katie, then to my aunt in Chicago. "Happy birthday, Auntie! 84, well done." I knew Katie was in Charlotte. Just wanted to reassure myself. No answer. Of course. Curse the distance. No, bless the distance. I didn't want my daughter anywhere near the place a monster had held her picture. She would never know what I'd found. The last call was to Gabby's mother. She was sedated, couldn't come to the phone. I spoke to Mr. McCauley. Assuming they released the body, the funeral would be on Thursday. For a time, I sat sobbing, my body rocking as though to a metronome. The demons that live in my bloodstream screamed for alcohol. Pleasure, pain. Such a simple principle. Feed us, numb us, make it go away. But I didn't. That would have been easy. You're down, love 40, so lob one in, shake hands at the net, and it's Miller time. Except this wasn't tennis. If I gave up in this game, I would lose my career, my friends, my self-respect. Hell, I might as well let Saint-Jacques Tanguay do me in. I would not give in. Not to the bottle, and not to the maniac. I owed it to Gabby. I owed it to myself and to my daughter. So I stayed sober and waited, desperately wishing I had Gabby to talk me through. I checked frequently to be sure the surveillance team was in place. On Monday, Ryan called around 11:30. La Manche had completed the autopsy. Cause of death, ligature strangulation. Though the body was decomposed, he'd found a groove buried deep in the flesh of Gabby's neck. Above and below it, the skin was torn in a series of gouges and scratches. The vessels in the throat tissue showed hundreds of tiny hemorrhages. Ryan's voice receded. I pictured Gabby desperately clawing to breathe, to live. Stop! Thank God we found her so quickly. I couldn't have faced the horror of Gabby on my autopsy table. The pain of losing her was unbearable enough. Hyoid broken. Also, whatever he used had links or loops or something, left a spiral pattern in the skin. Was she raped? He couldn't tell because of the decomposition. Negative for sperm. Time of death? La Manche is giving it a minimum of 5 days. We know the upper limit is 10. Pretty wide window. Given this heat and the shallow burial, he thinks the body should be in worse shape. Oh, God. She may not have died the day she disappeared. Have you checked your apartment? No one saw her, but she'd been there. What about Tanguay? Ready for this? The guy's a teacher. Small school out on the West Island. I heard the rustle of paper. St. Isidore's. Been there since 1991. He's 28, single. For next of kin on his application, he put none. We're checking it. He's been living on Séguin since 91. Landlady thinks he was somewhere in the States before that. Prints? Lots. We ran him. Came up empty. Sent him south this morning. Inside the glove? At least 2 readable and a smudged palm. An image of Gabby. The plastic bag. Another glove. I jotted down a single word. glove. He has a degree? Bishop's. Bertrand's out in Lennoxville now. Claudel's trying to roust someone at St. Isidore's, not having much luck. The caretaker is about 100, and no one else is around. They're closed for the summer. Any names turn up in the apartment? None. No pictures, no address books, no letters. Guy must live in a social vacuum. A long silence as we mulled that over. Then Ryan said, "Might explain his unusual hobbies." The animals? That, and the cutlery collection. Cutlery? This squirrel had more blades than an orthopedic surgeon. Surgical tools, mostly. Knives, razors, scalpels. Kept them stashed under the bed, along with a box of surgical gloves. Original. A loner with a blade fetish. Great. And the standard porn gallery. Well thumbed. What else? Guy's got a car. More rustling. A 1987 Ford Probe. It's not in the neighborhood. They're looking for it. We got the driver's license photo this morning and sent that out, too. And? I'll let you judge for yourself. But I think Grandmama was right. He's not memorable. Or maybe the Xerox fax reproduction doesn't do him justice. Could it be Saint-Jacques? Could be. Or Jean Chrétien. Or the guy that sells hot dogs on Rue Saint-Paul. Richard Petty's out. He's got a mustache. You're a laugh riot, Ryan. This guy doesn't even have a parking ticket. He's been a real good boy. Right. A good boy who collects knives and porn and carves up small animals. Pause. What were they? We're not sure yet. They're asking some guy over at U of M. I looked at the word I'd written, swallowed hard. Any prints inside the glove we found with Gabby? It was difficult to say her name. No. We knew there wouldn't be. Yeah. I heard squad room noises in the background. I want to drop off a copy of this license photo so you'll have some idea what he looks like in case you meet him up close and personal. I still think it's better if you stick near home until we pop this asshole. I'm coming in. If Ident is done with the gloves, I want to take them over to biology. Then Lacroix. I think you should cut the macho crap, Ryan. A breath drawn deeply, expelled. Are you holding out on me? Brennan, what we know, you know. I'll be there in 30 minutes. In less than half an hour, I arrived at the lab. Ident had finished and sent the gloves to the biology section. I looked at my watch, 12:40. I called the Ident section at CUM headquarters to ask if I could see the photos taken at the Saint-Jacques apartment on Rue Berger. Lunchtime. The desk clerk would leave a message. At 1 o'clock, I walked over to the biology section. A woman with flyaway hair and a plump Christmas angel face was shaking a glass vial. 2 latex gloves lay on the counter behind her. Bonjour, Françoise. Ah, I thought I might see you today. The cherub eyes took on a worried expression. I'm sorry, I don't quite know what to say to you. Merci, it's okay. I nodded at the gloves. What have you got? This one is clean, no blood. She gestured at Gabby's glove. I'm just starting on the one from the kitchen. Would you like to watch? Thank you. I've taken scrapings from these brown spots and rehydrated the sample in saline. She examined the liquid and placed the vial in a test tube tray. Then she withdrew a glass pipette with a long, hollow projection, held it over a flame to seal it, and twisted off the tip. I'll test for human blood first. Removing a tiny bottle from the refrigerator, she broke the seal and inserted the thin, tubular point of a fresh pipette. Like a mosquito sucking blood, the antiserum moved up the tiny pipeline. She sealed the other end with her thumb. She then inserted the long beak of the pipette into the fire-sealed pipette, released her thumb, and allowed the antiserum to dribble out. She spoke as she worked. The blood knows its own proteins, or antigens. If it recognizes foreigners, antigens that don't belong, it tries to destroy them with antibodies. Some antibodies blow up foreign antigens, others clump them together. That clumping is called an agglutination reaction. Antiserum is created in an animal, usually a rabbit or a chicken, by injecting it with the blood of another species. The animal's blood recognizes the invaders and produces antibodies to protect itself. Injecting an animal with human blood produces human antiserum. Injecting it with goat blood produces goat antiserum. Horse blood produces horse antiserum. Human antiserum creates an agglutination reaction when mixed with human blood. Watch. If this is human blood, a visible precipitate will form in the test tube, right where the sample solution and the antiserum meet. We'll compare to the saline as a control. She tossed the pipette into a biological waste container and picked up the vial with the Tanguay sample solution. Using another pipette, she sucked the sample up the tube, released it into the antiserum, and set the pipette into a holder. "How long will it take?" I asked. "That depends on the strength of the antiserum, anywhere from 3 to 15 minutes. This is pretty good. Shouldn't be more than 5 or 6 minutes." We checked it after 5. Françoise holding the pipettes under the Lux lamp, a black card behind for background. We checked again after 10, 15. Nothing. No white band appeared between the antiserum and the sample solution. The mixture stayed as clear as the control saline. "So, it's not human. Let's see if it's animal." She went back to the refrigerator and withdrew a tray of small bottles. "Can you tell the exact species?" I asked. "No, usually just family. Bovid, cervid, canid." I looked at the tray. Written next to each bottle was an animal name: goat, rat, horse. I pictured the paws in Tanguay's kitchen. "Let's try dogs." Nothing. "What about something like a squirrel or a gopher?" She thought a minute, then reached for a bottle. "Maybe rat?" In less than 4 minutes, a tiny parfait had formed in the tube, yellow above, clear below, a layer of foggy white between. "Voilà," said Françoise. "It's animal blood. Something small, a mammal, like a rodent or a groundhog or something. That's about all I'll be able to determine. I don't know if that helps you." "Yes," I said, "that helps. May I use your phone?" "Bien sûr." I dialed an extension down the hall. "Lacroix." I identified myself and explained what I wanted. "Sure, give me 20 minutes. I'm just finishing up a run." I signed for the gloves, returned to my office, and spent the next half-hour proofing and signing reports. Then I walked back to the corridor occupied by biology and entered a door marked Incendie et Explosif, Fire and Explosives. A man in a lab coat stood in front of an enormous piece of machinery. A label identified it as an X-ray diffractometer. He didn't speak, and I didn't say anything until he had removed a slide with a small white smear and placed it on a tray. Then he gave me eyes as soft as a Disney fawn, lids drooping, lashes curling back like petals on a daisy. "Bonjour, Monsieur Lacroix. Comment ça va?" "Bien, bien. Do you have them?" I held up 2 plastic bags. "Let's get started." He led me into a small room with an apparatus the size of a photocopier, 2 monitors, and a printer. A periodic chart of the elements hung on the wall above. Lacroix laid the evidence bags on a counter and pulled on surgical gloves. Gingerly, he withdrew each suspect glove, inspected it, then laid it on its plastic bag. The gloves stretched across his hands looked identical to those on the counter. "First, we look for gross characteristics, details of manufacturing, weight, density, color, how the rims are finished." He turned each glove over and over, examining as he spoke. "These 2 look quite similar. Same rim technique, see?" I looked. The wrist of each glove ended in a border that rolled outward onto itself. "They're not all like that?" "No. Some roll in, some roll out. These are both Audis. So, now we see what's in them." He carried Gabby's glove to the machine, raised the cover, and placed it on a tray inside. "With very small samples, I use those little holders." He pointed to a tray of small plastic tubes. "I stretch a square of polypropylene window film across the holder, then use press-on tabs to make a sticky spot to hold the fragment. That's not necessary with this. We'll just put the whole glove in." Lacroix flipped a switch, and the apparatus whirred to life. A box positioned on a pole in one corner lit up, the word X-ray white against a red background. A panel of buttons glowed, indicating the machine's condition. Red, X-rays. White, power. Orange, shutter open. For a few moments, Lacroix adjusted dials. Then he closed the cover and moved to a chair in front of the monitors. S'il vous plaît. He indicated the other chair. A desert landscape appeared on the first monitor, a granular backdrop of synclines and anticlines, with shadows and boulders scattered here and there. Superimposed on that scene was a series of concentric circles, the two smallest and most central shaped like footballs. Two hashed lines intersected at right angles, forming a cross directly over the bullseye circles. Lacroix adjusted the image by manipulating a joystick. Boulders shifted in and out of the circles. That's the glove we're looking at, magnified 80 times. I'm just picking a target location. Each run samples an area of about 300 microns, approximately the area inside the dotted circle. So you want to direct your X-rays onto the best part of your sample. He shifted the crosshairs a few more moments, then settled on a boulderless patch. There, that should be good. He flipped a switch and the machine hummed. Now we're creating a vacuum. That'll take a couple of minutes. Then the scan. That's very quick. And this will determine what's in the glove? Oui. It's a form of X-ray analysis. X-ray microfluorescence can determine what elements are present in a sample. The humming stopped, and a pattern began to form on the right-hand monitor. A series of tiny red mounds sprouted across the bottom of the screen, then grew against a bright blue background, a thin yellow stripe up the middle of each. In the lower left-hand corner was an image of a keyboard, each key marked with the abbreviation for an element. Lacroix typed in commands, and letters appeared on the screen. Some mounds remained small, others grew in tall peaks, like the giant termite castles I'd seen in Australia. C'est ça! That's it. Lacroix pointed at a column on the far right. It rose from the bottom to the top of the screen, where its top was truncated. A small peak to its right climbed to a quarter of its height. Both were marked ZN. Zinc, that's standard. It's found in all these gloves. He indicated a pair of peaks to the far left, one low, the other rising 3/4 of the distance up the screen. That low one is magnesium, Mg. The tall one marked Si is silicon. Farther to the right, a double peak bore the letter S. Sulfur. A Ca peak spired halfway up the screen. Quite a bit of calcium. Beyond the calcium, a gap, then a series of low mounds, foothills to the zinc pinnacle. Fe. A little iron. He leaned back and summarized. Pretty common cocktail, lots of zinc with silicon and calcium, the other major components. I'll print these, then let's test another spot. We ran 10 tests. All showed the same combination of elements. Right then, the other glove. We repeated the procedure with the glove from Tanguay's kitchen. The peaks for zinc and sulfur were similar, but this glove contained more calcium and had no iron, silicon, or magnesium. A small spike indicated the presence of potassium. It was the same on every run. What does this mean? I asked, already certain of the answer. Each manufacturer uses a slightly different recipe for the latex. There will even be variation among gloves from the same company, but it will be within limits. So these gloves are not a pair? They weren't even made by the same company. He got up to remove the glove. My mind was stumbling over our finding. Would X-ray diffraction give more information? What we've done, X-ray microfluorescence, tells what elements are present in an object. X-ray diffraction can describe the actual mixture of the elements, the chemical structure. For example, with microfluorescence, we can know that something contains sodium and chloride. With diffraction, we can tell that it's made up of sodium chloride crystals. To oversimplify, in the X-ray diffractometer, a sample is rotated and hit with X-rays. The X-rays bounce off the crystals, and their pattern of diffraction indicates the structure of those crystals. So, one limitation with diffraction is that it can only be done on materials with a crystalline structure. That's about 80% of everything that comes in. Unfortunately, latex is not crystalline in structure. Diffraction probably wouldn't add much anyway. These gloves are definitely made by different manufacturers. What if they're just from different boxes? Surely individual batches of latex must vary. He was silent for a moment. Then, wait, let me show you something. He disappeared into the main lab, and I could hear him talking to the technician. He reappeared with a stack of printouts, each composed of 7 or 8 sheets, showing the familiar spire and steeple patterning. He unfolded each series, and we looked at the variations in pattern. Each of these shows a sequence of tests done on gloves from a single manufacturer, but sampled from different boxes. There is variation, but the differences are never as great as those in the gloves we just analyzed. I examined several series. The size of the peaks varied, but the components showed consistency. Now, look at this. He unfurled another series of printouts. Again, there were some differences, but overall the mix was the same. Then I caught my breath. The configuration looked familiar. I looked at the symbols. ZN, FE, CA, S, SI, Mg, high zinc, silicon, and calcium content, traces of the other elements. I laid the printout from Gabby's glove above the series. The pattern was almost identical. Monsieur Lacroix, are these gloves from the same manufacturer? Yes, that's my point. From the same box, probably. I just remembered this. What case is this? My heart rate had picked up tempo. It came in just a few weeks ago. He flipped to the first sheet in the series. Numéro d'événement 327468. I can pull it up on the computer. Please. Data filled the screen in seconds. I scanned it. Numéro d'événement 327468. Numéro de LML 29427. Requesting agency CUM. Investigators L. Claudel and M. Charbonneau. Recovery location 1422 Rue Berger. Recovery date 24/6/94. An old rubber glove. Maybe the guy worried about his nails. Claudel. I thought he'd meant a glove for household cleaning. Saint-Jacques had a surgical glove. It matched the one in Gabby's grave. I thanked Monsieur Lacroix, gathered the printouts, and left. I returned the gloves to property, my mind tearing through what I'd just learned. The glove from Tanguay's kitchen did not match the one buried with Gabby's body. Tanguay's prints were on it. The outside stains were animal blood. The glove found with Gabby was clean. No blood, no prints. Saint-Jacques had a surgical glove. It matched the one in Gabby's grave. Was Bertrand right? Were Tanguay and Saint-Jacques the same person? A pink slip waited on my desk. CUM ident it called. The photos of the Rue Berger flat had been archived on a CD-ROM disc. I could view it there or check it out. I called to request the latter. Told them I'd be there shortly. I fought my way to CUM headquarters, cursing the rush hour traffic and the tourists that clogged the old port area. Leaving the car double-parked, I bolted the steps and went directly to the desk sergeant on the 3rd floor. Amazingly, he had the disc. I signed it out, dashed back to the car, and stuffed it in my briefcase. All the way home, I kept looking over my shoulder, watching for Tanguay, watching for Saint-Jacques. I couldn't stop myself. Chapter 37. I got home about 5:30 and sat in the silence of the apartment, assessing what else I could do. Nothing. Ryan was right. Tanguay could be out there, waiting for his chance at me. I wouldn't make it easier for him. But I had to eat and keep busy. As I let myself out the front door, I scanned the street. There, in the alley to the left of the pizza parlor. I nodded to the 2 uniforms and pointed in the direction of Sainte-Catherine. I could see them confer. Then one got out. My street crosses Sainte-Catherine, not far from Le Faubourg. As I walked toward the market, I could sense the annoyance of the cop on my tail. No matter, the day was glorious. I hadn't noticed at the lab. The heat had broken and huge white clouds floated in a dazzling blue sky, casting islands of shadow over the day and its players. It felt good to be outside. Veggies. At La Plantation, I squeezed avocados, evaluated the color of bananas, chose broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and baking potatoes with the concentration of a neurosurgeon. A baguette at the boulangerie. A chocolate mousse at the pâtisserie. I picked up pork chops, ground beef, and a tourtière at the boucherie. C'est tout? No, what the hell, give me a T-bone, really thick. I held my thumb and index finger an inch apart. As I watched him remove the saw from its hook, the cognitive itch began again. I tried to scratch it into a full-blown idea, but with no more success than I'd had before. The saw? Too obvious. Anyone can buy a chef's saw. The SQ had run that lead to a dead end, contacting every outlet in the province. Thousands had been sold. What then? I'd learned that trying to pry an idea out of the subconscious only drives it deeper. If I let it drift, eventually it'll float to the surface. I paid for my meat and went home with a brief detour at the Rue Sainte-Catherine Burger King. What greeted me was the last thing I wanted to see. Someone had called. For several minutes I sat on the edge of the couch, clutching my packages and staring at the tiny indicator light. One message. Was it Tanguay? Would he speak to me? Or would I hear the sound of his listening, followed by a dial tone? You're being hysterical, Brennan. It's probably Ryan. I dried my palm, reached out, and pushed the button. It wasn't Tanguay. It was worse. Hey, Mom, y'all having a good time? Hello? Are you there? Pick up! I could hear what sounded like traffic, as if she were calling from an outside phone. Guess not. Well, I can't talk anyway. I'm on the road. On the road again. She did a Willie Nelson imitation. Pretty good, eh? Anyway, I'm coming to visit, Mom. You're right. Max is a peckerhead. I don't need that. I heard a voice in the background. Okay, just give me a minute, she said to whoever it was. Listen, I got a chance to visit New York. The Big Apple. I hooked a free trip, so here I am. Anyway, I can get a ride to Montreal, so I'm coming up. See you soon. Click. No! Don't come here, Katie, no! I spoke to the empty air. I listened to the tape, rewind. Jesus, what a nightmare. Gabby is dead. A psychopath placed a picture of Katie and me in her grave. Now Katie is on her way here. Blood pounded in my temples. My mind raced. I have to stop her. How? I don't know where she is. Pete. As his phone rang, I had a flashback. Katie at 3, at the park. I was talking to another mother, my eyes on Katie as she poured sand into plastic containers. Suddenly she dropped her shovel and ran to the swings. She hesitated a moment, watching the iron pony swing back, then ran to it, her face exuberant with the feel of spring and the sight of the colorful mane and bridle moving through the air. I knew it would hit her, and I couldn't stop it. It was happening again. No answer on Pete's direct line. I tried his switchboard number. The secretary told me he was away, taking a deposition. Of course. I left a message. I stared at the answering machine. I shut my eyes and took several long, deep breaths, willing my heart to a slower pace. The back of my head felt as though it were clamped in a vice, and I was hot all over. This will not happen. I opened my eyes to see Bertie gazing at me from across the room. This will not happen, I repeated to him. He stared, his yellow eyes unblinking. I can do something. He arched, placed all 4 paws in a tight little square, curled his tail, and sat, his eyes never leaving my face. I will do something. I will not just sit around and wait for this fiend to pounce. Not on my daughter. I took the groceries to the kitchen and placed them in the refrigerator. Then I got out my laptop, logged in, and pulled up the spreadsheet. How long had it been since I'd started it? I checked the dates I'd entered. Isabelle Gagnon's body was found on June 2nd. 7 weeks. It seemed like 7 years. I went to the study and brought out my case files. Maybe the effort I'd spent photocopying wouldn't be wasted after all. For the next 2 hours, I scrutinized every photograph, every name, every date, literally every word in every interview and police report I had. Then I did it again. I went over and over the words, hoping to find some little thing I'd missed. The third time through, I did. I was reading Ryan's interview with Grace Damas's father when I noticed it. Like a sneeze that's been building, taunting but refusing to break, the message finally burst into my conscious thought. A boucherie. Grace Damas had worked at a boucherie. The killer used a chef's saw, knew something about anatomy. Tanguay dissected animals. Maybe there was a link. I looked for the name of the boucherie, but couldn't find it. I dialed the number in the file. A man answered. Mr. Damas? Yes? Accented English. I'm Dr. Brennan. I'm working on the investigation of your wife's death. I wonder if I could ask you a couple of questions. Yes? At the time she disappeared, was your wife working outside the home? Pause. Then, yes? I could hear a television in the background. May I ask where, please? A bakery on Fairmont, Le Bon Croissant. It was just part-time. She never worked full-time, with the kids and all. I thought that over. So much for my link. How long had she worked there, Mr. Damas? I hid my disappointment. Just a few months, I think. Grace never lasted anywhere very long. And where did she work before that? I dogged on. A boucherie. Which one? I held my breath. La Boucherie Saint-Dominique. Belongs to a man in our parish. It's over on Saint-Dominique, just off Saint-Laurent, you know? Yes. I pictured the rain against its windows. When did she work there? I kept my voice calm. Almost a year, I guess. Most of 91, seems like. I can check. Think it's important? They never asked nothing about the dates before. I'm not sure, Mr. Damas. Did your wife ever speak of someone named Tanguay? Who? Harsh. Tanguay. An announcer's voice promised he'd be right back after the commercial break. My head throbbed and a dry scratching was beginning in my throat. No. The vehemence startled me. Thank you, you've been very helpful. I'll let you know if there are any new developments. I hung up and phoned Ryan. He'd left for the day. I tried his home number. No answer. I knew what I had to do. I made one call, picked up a key, and headed out. La Boucherie Saint-Dominique was busier than the day I'd first noticed it. The same signs occupied its windows, but tonight the store was lit and open for business. There wasn't much. An old woman moved slowly down the glass case, her face flaccid in the fluorescent glare. I watched her double back and point to a rabbit. The stiff little carcass reminded me of Tanguay's sad collection, and Elsa. I waited until the woman left, then approached the man behind the counter. His face was rectangular, the bones large, the features coarse. The arms that hung from his T-shirt looked surprisingly thin and sinewy in contrast. Dark splotches marred the white of his apron, like dried petals on a linen tablecloth. Bonjour. Bonjour. Slow tonight? It's slow every night. English, accented like Damas's. I could hear someone rattling utensils in a back room. I'm working on the Grace Damas murder investigation. I pulled out my ID and flashed it. I need to ask you a few questions. The man stared at me. In the back, a faucet went on, off. Are you the owner? Nod. Mr. Plevritis. Mr. Plevritis, Grace Damas worked here for a short time. Did she not? Who? Grace Damas, fellow parishioner at St. Demetrius? The scrawny arms folded across his chest. Nod. When was that? About 3-4 years ago. I don't know exactly. They come and go. Did she quit? Without notice. Why was that? Hell if I know. Everyone was doing it about then. Did she seem unhappy, upset, nervous? What do I look like, Sigmund Freud? Did she have any friends here? Anyone she was particularly close to? His eyes lighted on mine, and a smile teased the corners of his mouth. "Close?" he asked, his voice oily as Valvoline. I returned his gaze, unsmiling. The smile disappeared, and his eyes left mine to wander the room. "It's just me and my brother here. There's no one to get close with." He drew out the word like an adolescent with a dirty joke. "Did she have any peculiar visitors? Anyone who might have been hassling her?" "Look, I gave her a job. I told her what to do, and she did it. I didn't keep track of her social life." "I thought perhaps you might have noticed—" "Grace was a good worker. I was mad as hell when she quit. Everyone splitting at the same time really left me with my nuts in a vice, so I was pissed. I admit it, but I don't hold a grudge. Later, when I heard she was missing at church, I thought she'd taken off. Didn't really seem like her, but her old man can be pretty heavy sometimes. I'm sorry she got killed, but I really hardly remember her." "What do you mean, heavy?" A blank expression crossed his face, like a sluice gate dropping. He lowered his eyes and scratched with his thumbnail at something on the counter. "You'll have to talk to Nikos about that. That's family." I could see what Ryan meant. Now what? Visual aids. I reached in my purse and pulled out the picture of Saint-Jacques. "Ever see this guy?" Plevritis leaned forward to take it. "Who is he?" "Neighbor of yours." He studied the face. "Not exactly a prize-winning photo." "It was taken by a video camera." "So was the Zapruder film, but at least you could see something." I wondered at his reference, but said nothing. Spare me another conspiracy buff. Then I saw something cross his face, a subtle squint that puckered, then flattened his lower lids. "What?" "Well," he stared at the photo. "Yes?" "This guy looks a little like the other shitrag that bailed on me. But maybe that's because you put me in mind of him with all your questions. Hell, I don't know." He thrust the picture across the counter at me. "I gotta close up." Who was that?" "Look, it's a lousy picture. Looks like a lot of guys with bad hair. Don't mean nothing." "What do you mean someone else bailed on you? When?" That's why I was so cheesed off about Grace. The guy I had before her quit without so much as a goodbye. Then Grace takes a walk. Then, not long after that, this other guy. He and Grace were part-timers. But they were the only help I had. My brother was down in the States, and I was running this place all by myself that year." "Who was he?" "Fortier. Let me think. Leo Fortier. I remember because I got a cousin named Leo." "He worked here at the same time Grace Damas did?" "Yeah. I hired him to replace the guy I quit just before Grace started. I figured with two part-timers to split the hours, in case one didn't come in, I'd only be short-handed half the day. Then they both left. Tabernacle, that was a mess. Fortier worked here maybe a year and a half, then just stopped coming. Never even turned in his keys. I had to start back at zero. I don't want to go through that again." "What can you tell me about him?" "That's an easy one. Nothing. He saw my sign, walked in off the street wanting to work part-time. He fit in where I needed him. Early morning to open, late night for closing and clean up. And he had experience cutting up meat. Turned out to be real good, actually. Anyway, I hired him. He had some other kind of job during the day. He seemed okay, real quiet, did his work, never opened his mouth. Hell, I never even knew where he lived." "How did he and Grace get along?"
Well, if I know. He'd be gone when she came in. Then he'd come back after she'd left for the day. I'm not sure they even knew each other.
And you think the man in this picture looks like Fortier?
Him and every other guy with bad hair and an attitude about it.
Do you know where Fortier is now? He shook his head. Do you know anyone named Saint-Jacques?
Nope.
Tanguay?
Sounds like a bronzer for queers.
My head was pounding, and my throat was starting to scratch. I left my card. Chapter 38. I arrived home to find Ryan fuming on my doorstep. He wasted no time. "I just can't get through to you, can I? No one can. You're like one of those ghost dance Indians. Dress the dress and dance the dance, and you're bulletproof." His face was flushed, and I could see a tiny vessel throbbing in his temple. I thought it unwise to comment just yet. "Whose car was it?" "Neighbor." "Do you find all this amusing, Brennan?" I said nothing. The headache had spread from the back to encompass my entire cranium, and a dry cough told me my immune system was about to have callers. "Is there anyone on this planet who can get through to you? Would you like to come in for coffee? What makes you think you can just sail off like that and leave everyone sucking wind? These guys don't exactly live to be out here protecting your sorry ass, Brennan. Why the hell didn't you call or page me?" "I did." "You couldn't wait 10 minutes? "I didn't know where you were or how long it would be. I didn't think I'd be gone long." "Hell, I wasn't." "You could have left a message." "I'd have left War and Peace if I'd known you were going to overreact like this." Not quite true. I knew. "Overreact?" His voice went icy calm. "Let me review for you. 5, maybe 7 women have been brutally murdered and mutilated in this town. The most recent was 4 weeks ago." He ticked points off on his fingers. "One of these women made a partial appearance in your garden. A nutcase had your picture in his spice collection. He's gone missing. A loner who collects knives and pornography, frequents hookers, and likes to slice and dice little animals dialed up your apartment. He'd been stalking your best friend. She is now dead. She was buried clutching a picture of you and your daughter. This loner has also gone missing." A couple passed on the sidewalk, dropping their eyes and quickening their pace, embarrassed to witness a lover's quarrel. "Ryan, come inside. I'll make coffee." My voice sounded raspy, and speech was starting to hurt. He raised a hand in exasperation, fingers splayed, then dropped it to his side. I returned the keys to my neighbor, thanked her for the use of her car, and let Ryan and myself into the apartment. "Decaf or high test?" Before he could answer, his beeper sounded, causing us both to jump. "Better go with decaf. You know where the phone is." I listened, rattling cups and pretending not to. "Ryan." Pause. "Yeah." Pause. "No shit." Long pause. "When?" Pause. "Okay, thanks. I'll be right there." He came to the kitchen door and stood there, his face tense. My temperature, blood pressure, and pulse all began to rise. Stay calm. I poured 2 cups of coffee, forcing my hand not to tremble. I waited for him to speak. "They got him." My hand froze, the pot suspended in midair. "Tanguy?" He nodded. I returned the pot to its warmer, carefully. I took out milk, poured a dollop in my cup, offered some to Ryan, carefully. He shook his head. I put the carton back in the refrigerator, carefully. I took a sip. "Okay, speak." "Tell me." "Let's sit." We moved to the living room. "They arrested him about 2 hours ago, driving east on the 417. An SQ unit spotted the tag and pulled him." "It's Tanguy?" "It's Tanguy, Prince Match." "He was heading toward Montreal?" "Apparently." "What are they charging him with?" "For now, possession of open alcohol in a moving vehicle. Jerk was thoughtful enough to crack a bottle of Jim Beam and leave it in the back seat. They also confiscated some skin magazines. He thinks that's the beef. They're letting him sweat for a while." "Where was he?" "Claims he has a cabin in the Gatineau. Inherited it from Daddy. Get this, he'd been fishing. Crime scene sending out a team to take the place apart." "Where is he now?" "Parthenay." "You're heading over there?" "Yeah." He took a deep breath, expecting a fight. I had no desire to see Tanguy. "Okay." My mouth was dry, and a languor was spreading through my body. Tranquility? I hadn't felt that in a long time. "Katie is coming," I said with a nervous laugh. "That's why I went out tonight." "Your daughter?" I nodded. "Bad timing." "I thought I might find something
Never mind. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. I'm glad it's over. Ryan's anger was gone. He rose to his feet. Would you like me to stop by after I've talked to him? Could be late. Bad as I felt, there was no chance I'd sleep until I knew the outcome. Who was Tanguy? What would they find in his cabin? Had Gabby died there? Had Isabelle Gagnon? Grace Damas? Or had they been taken there, post-mortem, merely to be butchered and packaged? Please. When he'd gone, I realized I'd forgotten to tell him about the gloves. I tried Pete again. Though Tanguy was in custody, I was still uneasy. I didn't want Katie anywhere near Montreal yet. Perhaps I'd go south. This time I reached him. Katie had left several days earlier. She'd told her father I proposed the trip. True. And approved the plans. Not quite. He wasn't sure of the itinerary. Typical. She was traveling with friends from the university, driving to D.C. to stay with one set of parents, then to New York to visit the other friend's home. Then she planned to continue on to Montreal. Sounded okay to him. He was sure she'd call. I started to tell him about Gabby and what was going on in my life, but couldn't. Not yet. No matter. It was over. As usual, he had to rush off to prepare for an early morning deposition. Regretted he couldn't talk longer. What's new? I felt too ill and weary even to take a bath. For the next few hours I sat wrapped in a quilt, shivering and staring at the empty fireplace, wishing I had someone to feed me soup, stroke my forehead, and say I would be better soon. I dozed and woke, drifting in and out of dream fragments, while microscopic beings multiplied in my bloodstream. Ryan buzzed at 1:15. Jesus, you look awful, Brennan. Thanks. I rewrapped my quilt. I think I'm getting a cold. Why don't we do this tomorrow? No way. He looked at me strangely, then followed me in, threw his jacket on the couch, and sat. Name's Jean-Pierre Tanguy, 28. Homeboy. Grew up in Shawinigan. Never married. No kids. He has one sister living in Arkansas. His mother died when he was 9. Lot of hostility there. Father was a plasterer, pretty much raised the 2 kids. The old man died in a car wreck when Tanguy was in college. Apparently it hit him pretty hard. He dropped out of school, stayed with the sister for a while, then wandered around down in the States. You ready for this? While he was in Dixie, he got a call from God. Wanted to be a Jesuit or something, but flunked the interview. Apparently they didn't think his personality was priestly enough. Anyway, he resurfaced in Quebec in '88 and managed to get back into bishops. Finished his degree about a year and a half later. So he's been in the area since '88? Yep. That would put him back here about the time Pitre and Gauthier were murdered. Ryan nodded. And he's been here ever since. I had to swallow before I spoke. What's he say about the animals? Claims he teaches biology. We've checked that out. Says he's building a reference collection for his classes. Boils down the carcasses and mounts the skeletons. That would explain the anatomy books. Might. Where does he get them? Roadkills. Oh, Christ. Bertrand was right. I could picture him skulking around at night, scraping up corpses and dragging them home in plastic bags. He ever work in a butcher shop? He didn't say. Why? What did Claudel find out from the people he works with? Nothing we didn't know. Keeps to himself, teaches his classes. Nobody really knows him all that well. And they're not thrilled at a call late in the evening. Sounds like Grandmama's profile. The sister says he's always been antisocial. Can't remember him having friends. But she's 9 years older, doesn't remember much about him as a kid. She did throw us one interesting tidbit. Yes? Ryan smiled. Tanguy's impotent. The sister volunteered that? She thought it might explain his antisocial tendencies. Sis thinks he's harmless, just suffers from low self-esteem. She's big into the self-help literature. Knows all the jargon. I didn't reply. In my mind, I was seeing lines from 2 autopsy reports. That makes sense. Adkins and Morissette Champoux tested negative for sperm. Bingo. How did he become impotent? Combination congenital and trauma. He was born a one-baller, then wrecked it in a soccer accident. Some freak thing where another player was carrying a pen. Tanguay caught it with his one good nut. Bye-bye spermatogenesis. And that's why he's a hermit? Hey, maybe Sis is right. Could explain his lack of sparkle with the girls. I thought of Jules' comments, and Julie. And everyone else. Isn't it odd he'd choose teaching? Ryan mused. Why work in a setting where you have to interact with so many people? If you really feel inadequate, why not choose something less threatening, more private, computers or lab work? I'm not a psychologist, but teaching might be perfect. You don't interact with equals, with adults. You interact with kids. You're the one in charge. You have the power. Your classroom is your little kingdom, and the kids have to do what you say. No way they're going to ridicule or second-guess you. At least not to your face. Could be the perfect balance for him. Satisfy his need for power and control by day, feed his sexual fantasies at night. And that's the best-case scenario, I said. Think of the opportunities for voyeurism, or even for physical contact that he has with those kids. Yeah. We sat in silence for a while, Ryan's eyes sweeping the room, much as they had in Tanguay's apartment. He looked exhausted. Guess the surveillance unit isn't necessary anymore, I said. Yeah. He stood. I walked him to the door. What's your take on him, Ryan? He didn't answer right away. Then he spoke very carefully. He claims he's innocent as little orphan Annie. But he's nervous as hell. He's hiding something. By tomorrow, we'll know what's in the little country getaway. We'll use that and hit him with the whole thing. He'll roll over. When he left, I took a heavy dose of cold medicine and slept soundly for the first time in weeks. If I dreamed, I couldn't remember. The next day, I felt better, but not well enough to go to the lab. Maybe it was avoidance, but I stayed home. Bertie was the only one I wanted to see. I kept busy reading a student thesis and responding to correspondence I'd been ignoring for weeks. Ryan called around 1 as I was unloading the dryer. I knew from his voice things weren't going well. Crime scene turned the cabin inside out and came up empty. Nothing there to suggest the guy even cheats at solitaire. No knives, no guns, no snuff films, none of Dobzhansky's victim souvenirs. No jewelry, clothing, skulls, body parts. 1 dead squirrel in the refrigerator. That's it. Otherwise, zippo. Signs of digging? Nothing. Is there a tool shed or a basement where you might have saws or old blades? Rakes, hose, wooden crates, an old chainsaw, a broken wheelbarrow. Standard garden stuff. And enough spiders to populate a small planet. Apparently, Gilbert's going to need therapy. Is there a crawl space? Brennan, you're not listening. Luminol? I asked, depressed. Clean. Newspaper clippings? No. Is there anything to tie this place to the room we busted on Berger? No. To Saint-Jacques? No. To Gabby? No. To any of the victims? He didn't answer. What do you think he does out there? Fishes, and thinks about his missing nut. What now? Bertrand and I are going up to have a long talk with Monsieur Tanguay. Time to drop some names and start turning up the heat. I still think he'll give it up. Does it add up to you? Maybe. Maybe Bertrand's idea isn't so bad. Maybe Tanguay's one of these split personalities. One side is the biology teacher who lives, clean, fishes, and collects specimens for his students. The other side has uncontrollable rage against women and feels sexually inadequate. So he gets his rocks off, stalking them and beating them to death. Maybe he keeps the 2 personalities apart, even to the extent of having a separate place for the stalker to enjoy his fantasies and admire his souvenirs. Well, maybe Tanguay doesn't even know he's nuts. Not bad. Mr. Peepers and Mr. Creeper. Who? Never mind. Old sitcom. I told him what I'd found out with Lacroix. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? You're a little hard to pin down, Ryan. So Rue Berger is definitely tied in. Why do you think there were no prints there? Shit, Brennan, I don't know. Maybe Tanguay's just slick as black ice. If it's any comfort to you, Claudel's already got this guy convicted.
Why?
I'll let him tell you. Look, I've got to get up there. Keep in touch. I finished my letters and decided to take them to the post office. I checked the refrigerator. My pork chops and ground beef wouldn't do for Katie. I smiled, remembering the days she announced she'd no longer eat meat. My 14-year-old zealot vegetarian. I thought she'd last 3 months. It had been over 5 years. I made a mental list. Hummus, tabbouleh, cheese, fruit juices, no sodas for my Katie. How had I produced this child? The scratch in my throat was back, and I felt hot again, so I decided to stop by the gym. I'll blast these buggers with exercise and steam, I thought. One of us will come out the victor. The exercise turned out to be a bad idea. After 10 minutes on my Stairmaster, my legs trembled and perspiration poured down my face. I had to quit. The steam had mixed results. It soothed my throat and released the bands that squeezed my forehead and facial bones. But as I sat there with the vapor swirling around me, my mind reached for something to play with. Tanguay. I ran through what Ryan had said. Bertrand's theory, J.C.'s prediction, and what I knew. Something about Tanguay bothered me. As my thoughts gathered speed, I could feel myself tensing. The gloves. Why had I blocked their relevance before? Did Tanguay's physical handicap really lead him to sexual fantasies that ended in violence? Was he really a man with a desperate need to control? Was killing the ultimate act of control for him? I can just watch you, or I can hurt you, or even kill you. Did he also play out the fantasy with animals? With Julie? Then why murder? Did he keep the violence in check, then suddenly succumb to a need to act out? Was Tanguay the product of abandonment by his mother? His deformity? A bad chromosome? Something else? And why Gabby? She didn't fit the picture. He knew her. She was one of the few who would talk to him. I felt a wave of anguish. Yes, of course she fit the picture. A picture that included me. I found Grace Damas. I identified Isabelle Gagnon. I was interfering, challenging his authority, his manhood. Killing Gabby vented his rage against me and reestablished his sense of control. What next? Did the picture mean he would have gone for my daughter? A teacher, a killer, a man who likes to fish, a man who likes to mutilate. My mind continued to drift. I closed my eyes and felt heat trapped below the lids. Bright colors swam back and forth like goldfish in a pond. A teacher, biology, fishing. Again, the nagging. It was there. Come on, what? A teacher. That's it, a teacher, since 1991. St. Isidore's. Yes, we know that, so what? My head was too heavy to think. Then, the CD-ROM. I'd forgotten all about it. I grabbed for my towel. Maybe there was something there. Chapter 39. I was perspiring heavily and felt weak all over, but I managed to drive. Bonehead move, Brennan. Microbes win this one. Reduce your speed. You don't want to be stopped. Get home. Find it. There's got to be something. I flew along Sherbrooke, circled the block, and shot down the drive. The garage door was beeping again. Damn, why can't Winston fix that? I parked the car and hurried to my apartment. Checked the dates. A satchel rested on the floor outside my door. Shit, now what? I looked down at the backpack. Black leather, made by Coach. Expensive. A gift from Max Ferranti. A gift to Katie. It was lying outside my door. My heart froze in my chest. Katie. I opened the door and called her name. No answer. I punched in the security code and tried again. Silence. I raced from room to room, searching for signs of my daughter, knowing I would find none. Did she remember to bring her key? If she had, she wouldn't have left her pack in the hall. She had been here, found me not home, left her pack, and gone somewhere. I stood in the bedroom, trembling, a victim of virus and fear. Think, Brennan, think! I tried. It wasn't easy. She arrived and couldn't get in. She's gone for coffee, or window shopping, or to look for a phone. She'll call in a few minutes. But if she didn't have the key, how'd she get through the outer door into the corridor to my unit door? The garage. She must have come through the pedestrian door into the garage, the one that's not latching as it closes. The phone. I ran to the living room. No message. Could it be Tanguay? Did he have her? That's impossible. He's in jail. The teacher is in jail. But he's not the one. The teacher isn't the one. Or is he? Did he keep the Rue Berger room? Did he bury the glove with Katie's picture in Gabby's grave? The fear sent a wave of nausea rising up my esophagus. I swallowed, and my swollen throat screamed in protest. Check the facts, Brennan. They may have been holidays. I booted the computer with shaking hands, my fingers barely able to work the keys. The spreadsheet filled the screen. Dates, times. Francine Morissette Shampoo was killed in January. She died between 10 a.m. and noon. It was a Thursday. Isabelle Gagnon disappeared in April between 1 and 4 p.m. It was a Friday. Chantal Trottier disappeared on an afternoon in October. She was last seen at her school in Centreville, miles from the West Island. They died or disappeared during the week, during the day, the school day. Trottier may have been abducted after school hours. The other two were not. I grabbed the phone. Ryan was out. I slammed the receiver. My head felt like lead, and my thoughts were coming in slow motion. I tried another number. Claudel? Monsieur Claudel, this is Dr. Brennan. He didn't answer. Where is St. Isidore's? He hesitated, and I didn't think he was going to answer. Beaconsfield. That's, what, about 30 minutes from downtown? Without traffic. Do you know what the school hours are? What's this about? Can I just have an answer? I was pushing the envelope and about to crack. My voice must have told him. I can ask. Also, find out if Tanguay ever missed any days. If he called in sick or took personal leave, particularly on the days Morissette Shampoo and Gagnon were killed. They'll have a record. They'd have needed a substitute unless school was not in session for some reason. I'm going out there tomorrow. Now! I need it now. I was poised on the edge of hysteria, toes clutching the end of the board. Don't make me jump. I could hear his face muscles harden. Go ahead, Claudel. Hang up. I'll have your ass. I'll get back to you. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring numbly at dust playing tag in a shaft of sunlight. Move. I went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. Then I fished a plastic square from my briefcase and returned to the computer. The case was labeled with the Rue Berger address and the date, 94/6/24. I raised the lid, removed a CD-ROM disc, and set it in the drive. I opened a program for image viewing, bringing up a row of icons. I chose Album, then Open, and a single album name appeared in the window, Berger.abm. I double-clicked, and 3 rows of pictures filled the screen, each displaying 6 still photos of Saint-Jacques' apartment. A line at the bottom told me the album contained 120 shots. I clicked to maximize the first image. Rue Berger. The second and third showed the street from different angles. Next, the apartment building, front and back. Then the corridor leading to the Saint-Jacques apartment. Views of the apartment's interior started with image 12. I moved through the pictures, scrutinizing every detail. My head pounded. My shoulder and back muscles were like high-tension wires. I was back there again, the suffocating heat, the fear, the odors of filth and corruption. Image by image, I searched. For what? I wasn't sure. It was all there. The Hustler centerfold, the newspapers, the city map, the staircase landing, the filthy toilet, the greasy countertop, the Burger King cup, the bowl of SpaghettiOs. I stopped, stared at the still life. File 102, a grimy plastic bowl.
fatty white rings congealing in red sludge. A fly, front legs clasped as if in prayer, an orange boulder rising from the sauce and pasta. I squinted, leaned in. Could I be seeing what I thought I was seeing? There, coursing across the orange chunk. My heart pounded. It couldn't be. We couldn't be that lucky. I double-clicked, and a dotted line appeared. I dragged the cursor, and the line became a rectangle, its borders a string of rotating dots. I positioned the rectangle directly over the orange blob and zoomed in, magnifying the image again and again. Double, triple, up to 8 times its actual size. I watched as the faint parabola I had spotted became an arched trail of dots and dashes. I zoomed out and examined the entire arc. Oh, Jesus. Using the image editor, I manipulated the brightness and contrast, modified the hue and saturation. I tried reversing the color, changing each pixel to its complement. I used a command to emphasize edges, sharpening the tiny trail against the orange background. I leaned back and stared. It is. I inhaled deeply. Sweet Jesus, it really is. With a trembling hand, I reached for the phone. A recorded message told me Bergeron was still on vacation. I was on my own. I sifted the possibilities. I'd seen him do it several times. I could try. I had to know. I looked up another number. Centre de détention Parthenay? This is Tempe Brennan. Is Andrew Ryan there? He'd be with a prisoner named Tanguay. Un instant. Gardez la ligne. Voices in the background. Come on, come on. Il n'est pas ici. Damn. I looked at my watch. Is Jean Bertrand there? Oui, un instant. More voices. Clatter. Bertrand. I identified myself, explained what I'd found. No shit. What did Bergeron say? He's on vacation until next Monday. Jeez, that's beautiful. Kind of like your false starts, eh? What do you want me to do? Find a piece of plain styrofoam and get Tanguay to bite down on it. Don't stick it too far into his mouth. I just need the front 6 teeth. Have him bite edge to edge, so you get nice, clean tooth marks. 1 arch on each side of the plate. Then, I want you to take the styrofoam downstairs to Marc Dallaire in photography. He's way in back behind ballistics. You got that? Yeah. How do I get Tanguay to agree to this? That's your problem. Figure something out. If he's screaming innocent, he should be delighted. Where am I supposed to come up with styrofoam at 4:40 in the afternoon? Go buy yourself a bloody Big Mac, Bertrand. I don't know. Just get it. I've got to catch Dallaire before he leaves. Get moving. Dallaire was waiting for an elevator when my call came. He took it at the reception desk. I need a favor. Oui? Within the hour, Jean Bertrand will bring bite mark specimens to your office. I need to have the image scanned into a TIFF file and sent to me electronically as soon as possible. Can you do that? There was a long pause. In my mind, I could see him glance at the elevator clock. Does this have to do with Tanguay? Yes. Sure, I'll wait. Angle the light across the styrofoam as close to parallel as possible to really bring the marks out. And be sure to include a scale, a ruler or something. And please make sure the image is exactly 1:1. No problem. I think I have an ABFO ruler here somewhere. Perfect. I gave him my email address and asked him to call when he'd sent the file. Then I waited. Seconds crept by with glacial slowness. No phone, no Katie. The digits on the clock glowed green. I heard them change. Click, click, click as the rotors turned. When the phone rang, I grabbed it. Dallaire? Yes. I swallowed and the pain was excruciating. I sent the file about 5 minutes ago. It's called tang.tif. It's compressed, so you'll have to unencode. I'll stick here until you've downloaded, to be sure there's no problem. Just send a reply. And good luck. I thanked him and hung up. Moving to the computer, I logged into my mailbox at McGill. The mail waiting message glowed brightly. Ignoring the other unread mail, I downloaded the file Dallaire had sent. and returned it to its graphic format. A dental imprint arched across the screen, each tooth clearly visible against a white background. To the left and below the impression was a right-angle ABFO ruler. I sent Dallaire a reply and logged off. Back in the imaging program, I called up tang.tif and double-clicked it open. Tanguay's impression filled the screen. I retrieved the bite mark in the Rue Berger cheese and tiled the two images side by side. Next, I converted both images to an RGB scale to maximize the amount of information in the pictures. I adjusted tone, brightness, contrast, and saturation. Finally, using the image editor, I sharpened the edges on the styrofoam impression as I had with the indentations in the cheese. For the type of comparison I planned to try, both images had to be to the same scale. I got out a needlepoint caliper and checked the ruler in the Tanguay photo. The distance between hash marks was exactly 1 millimeter. Good. The image was 1:1. There was no ruler in the Berger photo. Now what? Use something else. Go back to the full image. There has to be a known. There was. The Burger King cup touched the bowl adjacent to the cheese, its red and yellow logo clear and recognizable. Perfect. I ran to the kitchen. Let it still be here. Throwing open the cabinet doors, I rummaged through the trash under the sink. Yes! I washed off the coffee grounds and carried the cup to the computer. My hands trembled as I spread the calipers. The upright arm of the logo B measured exactly 4 millimeters across. Selecting the resize function in the image editor, I clicked on one edge of the B on the Rue Berger cup, dragged the cursor to the far border, and clicked again. Having chosen my calibration points, I told the program to resize the entire image so that the B measured exactly 4 millimeters across at that position. Instantly, the picture changed dimension. Both images were now 1:1. I looked at them side by side on the computer screen. The impression Tanguay had given showed a complete dental arch with 8 teeth on each side of the midline. Only 5 teeth had registered in the cheese. Bertrand was right. It was like a false start. The teeth had gripped, slid, or been retracted, then bitten a chunk from behind the mark I was now seeing. I stared at the trail of indentations. I was sure it was an upper arch. I could see 2 long depressions on either side of the midline, probably the central incisors. Lateral to them were 2 similarly oriented but slightly shorter grooves. Farther out, on the left of the arcade, was a small circular dent, probably made by the canine. No other teeth had registered. I ran my sweaty palms down the sides of my shirt, arched my back, and took a deep breath. Okay. Position. Choosing the effect function, I clicked on rotate and slowly maneuvered Tanguay's dental impression, hoping to achieve the same orientation as the mark in the cheese. Click by click, I rotated the central incisors clockwise, forward, then backward, then forward again, a few degrees at a time, my anxiousness and clumsiness prolonging the process. It took an entire growing season, but at last I was satisfied. Tanguay's front teeth lay at the same angle and position as their counterparts in the cheese. Back to the edit menu. Stitch function. I selected the cheese as the active image and the Tanguay impression as the floating image. I set the transparency level at 30%, and Tanguay's bite mark grew cloudy. I clicked on a spot directly between Tanguay's front teeth and again on the corresponding gap in the cheese arcade, defining a stitch point on each image. Satisfied, I activated the place function, and the image editor superimposed Tanguay's bite mark directly over that in the cheese. Too opaque. The cheese trail was completely obliterated. I raised the transparency level to 75% and watched the styrofoam dots and dashes fade to ghostly transparency. I now had a clear view of the dents and hollows in the cheese through the impression made by Tanguay. Dear God. I knew instantly the bites were not by the same person. No amount of manual manipulation or fine-tuning of the images could alter that impression. The mouth that had bitten into the styrofoam had not left the marks in the cheese. Tanguay's dental arch was too narrow, the curve at the front much tighter than that preserved in the cheese. The composite image showed a horseshoe overlying a partial semicircle. More striking, the person eating cheese at the Rue Berger flat had an irregular break to the right of the normal midline gap, and the adjacent tooth shot off at a 30-degree angle, making the tooth row look like a picket fence. The cheese eater had a badly chipped central incisor and a sharply rotated lateral. Tanguay's teeth were even and uninterrupted. His bite showed neither of these traits. He had not bitten that cheese. Either Tanguay had entertained a guest at Rue Berger, or the Rue Berger apartment had nothing to do with Tanguay at all. Chapter 40. Whoever used Rue Berger had killed Gabby. The gloves matched. The strong probability was that Tanguay was not that person. His teeth had not bitten the cheese. Saint-Jacques was not Tanguay. "Who the hell are you?" I asked, my voice raspy in the silence of my empty home. Fears for Katie erupted full force. Why hadn't she called? I tried Ryan at home. No answer. I tried Bertrand. He'd gone. I tried the task force room. No one. I went to the yard and peeked through the fence at the pizza parlor across the street. The alley was empty. The surveillance team had been pulled. I was on my own. I ran through my options. What could I do? Not much. I couldn't leave. I had to be here if Katie came back. When Katie came back. I looked at the clock. 7:10 p.m. The files. Back to the files. What else could I do from inside these walls? My refuge had become my prison. I changed clothes and went to the kitchen. Though my head was swimming, I took no medication. My mind was dull enough without sedation. I'd blast the germs with vitamin C. I got a can of frozen orange juice from the freezer and dug for the opener. Damn, where is it? Too impatient to look for long, I grabbed a steak knife and sawed the top of the cardboard can to remove the metal lid. Pitcher, water, stir, you can do it. Clean up the mess later. Moments later, I was settled on the couch, tightly quilted, tissues and juice within arm's reach. I played with my eyebrow to hold my nerves together. Damas. I descended into the file, revisiting names, places, and dates I'd visited before. The Monastère Saint-Bernard. Nikos Damas. Father Poirier. Bertrand had done a follow-up on Poirier. I reread it, my mind resisting concentration. The good father checked out. I reviewed the original interview, looking for other names to chase after, like clues in a road rally scavenger hunt. Next, I'd rehash dates. Who was the caretaker? Roy. Émile Roy. I dug for his statement. It wasn't there. I went through everything in the jacket. Nothing. Surely someone had talked to him. I couldn't recall seeing the report. Why wasn't it here? I sat for a moment, the friction of my breath the only sound in my universe. The pre-idea sensation was back, like an aura presaging a migraine. The sense that I was missing something was stronger than ever, but the elusive fact would not come into focus. I went back to Poirier's statement. Roy tends the building and grounds, fixes the furnace, shovels the snow. Shovel snow? At age 80? Why not? George Burns could do it. Past images drifted into my mind. I thought of the apparition I'd had, alone in the car. Grace Damas's bones lying behind me in the rain-soaked woods. I thought of my other dream that night. The rats. Pete. Isabelle Gagnon's head. Her grave. The priest. What had he said? Only those who worked for the church could enter its gates. Could that be it? Is that how we got onto the grounds of the monastery? And Le Grand Séminaire? Is our killer someone who works for the church? Roy. Right, Brennan, an 80-year-old serial killer. Should I wait to hear from Ryan? Where the hell is he? I pulled out the phone book with trembling hands. If I can find the caretaker's number, I'll call. There was one E. Roy listed in Saint-Lambert. Ouais. A gravelly voice. Be careful.
Take your time. Monsieur Émile Roy? Ouais. I explained who I was and why I was calling. Yes, I had the right Émile Roy. I asked about his duties at the monastery. For a long time he said nothing. I could hear him wheezing, the breath drawing in and out like air through a blowhole. Finally, I don't want to lose my job. I take good care of the place. Yes. Do you do it by yourself? I heard his breath catch, as though a pebble had clogged the blowhole. I just need a little help from time to time. It don't cost them nothing more. I pay for it myself, out of my wages. He was almost whining. Who helps you, Monsieur Roy? My nephew. He's a good boy. Mostly he does the snow. I was going to tell Father, but...
What's your nephew's name?
Leo. He's not going to get in no trouble, is he? He's a good boy. The receiver felt slick in my palm.
Leo what?
Fortier. Leo Fortier. He's my sister's grandson.
His voice receded. I was pouring sweat. I said the necessary things and hung up, my mind flailing, my heart racing. Calm down. It could be a coincidence. Being a caretaker and a part-time butcher's helper doesn't make one a killer. Think. I looked up at the clock and reached for the phone. Come on, be there. She picked up on the fourth ring. Lucy Dumont? Yes. Lucy, I can't believe you're still there. I had some trouble with a program file. I was just leaving. There's something I need, Lucy. It's extremely important. You may be the only one who can get it for me. Yes? I want you to run a check on someone. Do whatever it is you do to pull up everything there is on this guy. Can you do that? It's late, and I will... This is critical, Lucy. My daughter may be in danger. I really need this. I made no attempt to hide the desperation in my voice. I can link through to the SQ files and see if he's there. I have clearance. What do you want to know? Everything. What can you give me? Just a name. Anything else? No. Who is it? Fortier. Leo Fortier. I'll call you back. Where are you? I gave her the number and hung up. I paced the apartment, crazy with fear for Katie. Was it Fortier? Had his psychotic rage fixed on me because I had thwarted him? Had he killed my friend to vent his rage? Did he plan the same for me? For my daughter? How did he know about my daughter? Had he stolen the photo of Katie and me from Gabby? The cold, numbing fear went deep into my soul. I had the worst thoughts I'd ever known. I pictured Gabby's last moments, imagined what she must have felt. The phone exploded into my train of thought. Yes, it's Lucy Dumont. Yes. My heart was pounding so hard I thought she might hear it. Do you know how old your Leo Fortier is? 30, 40. I came up with two. One has a date of birth, 2/9/62, so he'd be about 32. The other was born 4/21/16, so he'd be, 78? 32, I said. That's what I thought, so I ran him. He's got a big jacket. Goes back to juvenile court. No felonies, but a string of misdemeanor problems and psychiatric referrals. What kind of problems? Caught for voyeurism at age 13. I could hear her fingers clicking on the keyboard. Vandalism, truancy. There was an incident when he was 15. Kidnapped a girl and kept her for 18 hours. No charges. You want it all? What about recent things? Click, clickety-click. I could picture her leaning into the monitor, her pink lenses bouncing back the green glow. The most recent entry is 1988, arrested for assault. Looks like a relative. Victim has the same name. No jail time. Did 6 months in Pinel. When did he get out? The exact date? Do you have it? Looks like November 12th, 1988. Constance Pitre died in December of 1988. The room was hot. My body was slick with sweat. Does the file list the name of his attending psychiatrist at Pinel? There's reference to a Dr. M.C. Laperrière. Doesn't say who he is. Is his number there? She gave it to me. Where is Fortier now? The file ends in 1988. You want that address? Yes. I was on the verge of tears as I punched in a number and listened to a phone ring on the far northern end of the island of Montreal. Composez, they say in French. Composez le numéro. Compose yourself, Brennan. I tried to think what to say. L'hôpital Pinel, puis-je vous aider? A female voice. Dr. Laperrière, s'il vous plaît. Please, let him still work there. Un instant, s'il vous plaît. Yes, he was still on staff. I was put on hold, then led through the same ritual by a second female voice. Qui est sur la ligne, s'il vous plaît? Dr. Brennan. The sound of more empty air. Then, Dr. Laperrière. A female voice, this one sounding tired and impatient. I'm Dr. Temperance Brennan, I said, fighting to keep the tremor from my voice. Forensic anthropologist at the Laboratoire de Médecine Légale, and I'm involved in the investigation of a series of murders which have taken place over the past several years in the Montreal area. We have reason to believe one of your former patients may be involved. Yes? Wary. I explained about the task force and asked what she could tell me about Leo Fortier. Dr. Brennan, is it? Dr. Brennan, you know I can't discuss a patient file on the basis of a phone call. Without court authorization, that would be a breach of confidentiality. Stay cool. You knew that would be the response. Of course, and that authorization will be forthcoming, but we are in an urgent situation, Doctor, and we cannot delay in speaking with you. And at this point, that authorization really isn't necessary. Women are dying, Dr. Laperrière. They're being brutally murdered and disfigured. The individual doing this is capable of extreme violence. He mutilates his victims. We think he's someone with tremendous rage against women, and someone with enough intelligence to plan and carry out these killings. And we think he'll strike again, soon. I swallowed, my mouth dry from fear. Leo Fortier is a suspect, and we need to know whether, in your opinion, there is anything in Fortier's history to suggest he could fit this profile. The paperwork for production of his records will catch up, but if you have a recollection of this patient, the information you provide now may help us stop the killer before he strikes again. I had wrapped another quilt around myself, this one a blanket of icy calm. I could not let her hear the fear in my voice. I simply cannot. My blanket was slipping. I have a child, Dr. Laperrière. Do you? What? Affront vied with weariness. Chantal Trottier was 16 years old. He beat her to death, then cut her up and left her in a dump. Jesus Christ. Though I'd never met Marie-Claude Laperrière, her voice painted a vivid scene, a triptych done in metal gray, institutional green, and dirty brick. I could picture her, middle-aged, disillusionment etched deeply in her face. She worked for a system in which she'd long ago lost faith, a system unable to understand, much less curb, the cruelty of a society gone mad on its fringes. The gangbang victims, the teenagers with vacant eyes and bleeding wrists, the babies scalded and scarred by cigarette burns, the fetuses floating in bloody toilet bowls, the old starved and tethered in their own excrement, the women with their battered faces and pleading eyes. Once she'd believed she could make a difference. Experience had convinced her otherwise. But she'd taken an oath. To what? For whom? The dilemma was now as familiar to her as her idealism had once been. I heard her take a deep breath. Leo Fortier was committed for a 6-month period in 1988. During that time, I was his attending psychiatrist. Do you remember him? Yes. I waited, heart pounding. I heard her click a lighter open and shut, then breathe deeply. Leo Fortier came to Pinel because he beat his grandmother with a lamp. She spoke in short sentences, treading carefully. The old woman needed over 100 stitches. She refused to press charges against her grandson. When Fortier's period of involuntary commitment ended, I recommended continued treatment. He refused. She paused to select just the right words. Leo Fortier watched his mother die while his grandmother stood by. Grandma then raised him, engendering in him an extremely negative self-image that resulted in an inability to form appropriate social relationships. Leo's grandmother punished him excessively, but protected him from the consequences of his acts outside the home. By the time Leo was a teen, his activities suggested he was suffering severe cognitive distortion, along with an overwhelming need to control. He'd developed an excessive sense of entitlement and exhibited intense narcissistic rage when thwarted. Leo's need to control, his repressed love and hatred toward his grandmother, and his increasing social isolation led him to spend more and more time in his own fantasy world. He had also developed all the classic defense mechanisms: denial, repression, projection. Emotionally and socially, he was extremely immature. Do you think he's capable of the behavior I have described? I was surprised at how steady my voice sounded. Inside, I was churning, terrified for my daughter. At the time I worked with Leo, his fantasies were fixed and definitely negative. Many involved violent sexual behaviors. She paused, and I heard another deep breath. In my opinion, Leo Fortier is a very dangerous man. Do you know where he lives now? This time my voice trembled. I have had no contact with him since his release. I was about to say goodbye when I thought of another question. How did Leo's mother die? At the hands of an abortionist, she answered. When I hung up, my mind was racing. I had a name. Leo Fortier worked with Grace Damas, had access to church properties, and was extremely dangerous. Now what? I heard a soft rumble and noticed that the room had turned purple. I opened the French doors and looked out. Heavy clouds had gathered over the city, casting the evening into premature darkness. The wind had shifted, and the air was dense with the smell of rain. Already the cypress was whipping to and fro, and leaves were dancing along the ground. One of my earliest cases unexpectedly came to mind. Nellie Adams, 5 years old, missing. I'd heard it on the news. There had been a violent thunderstorm the day she was reported missing. I'd thought of her that night from the safety of my bed. Was she out there, alone and terrified in that storm? 6 weeks later, I'd identified her from a skull and rib fragments. Please, Katie, please come back now. Stop it. Call Ryan. Lightning flickered on the wall. I latched the doors shut and walked over to a lamp. Nothing. The timer, Brennan. It's set for 8. It's still too early. I slid my hand behind the couch and flicked the timer button. Nothing. I tried the wall switch. Nothing. I felt my way along the wall and rounded the corner into the kitchen. The lights wouldn't respond. With growing alarm, I stumbled down the hall and into the bedroom. The clock was dark. No power. I stood for a moment, my mind grasping at explanations. Had there been a lightning strike? Had the wind felled branches onto a feeder line? I realized the apartment was unnaturally quiet and closed my eyes to listen. A mélange of sounds filled the vacuum left by stilled appliances. The storm outside, my own heartbeat. And then something else. A faint click. A door closing? Bertie? Where was it? The other bedroom? I crossed to the bedroom window. Lights glowed along the street and from the apartments on de Maisonneuve. I ran back down the hall to the courtyard doors. I could see the lights in my neighbors' windows gleaming through the rain. It was just me. Only my power was off. Then I remembered the safety alarm had not beeped when I opened the French doors. I had no security system. I jumped for the telephone. The line was dead. Chapter 41. I hung up and my eyes swept through the dimness around me. No threatening form met them, but I could sense another presence. I trembled and then tensed, my thoughts running through my options like a deck of cards. Stay calm, I told myself. Make a break for it through the French doors into the garden. But the garden gate was locked and the key was in the kitchen. I pictured the fence. Could I scale it? If not, at least in the garden I'd be outside, and someone might hear me scream. Would anyone hear? The storm was raging out there. I strained to hear the slightest sound, my heart banging against my ribs like a moth against a screen. My mind flew in 1,000 directions. I thought of Margaret Atkins, of Pitre and the others, of their slashed throats, their sightless, staring eyes. Take action, Brennan. Make a move. Don't wait to be his victim. My fear for Katie was making rational thought difficult. What if I get away and he waits for her? No, I told myself, he won't wait for anything. He needs to be in control. He'll disappear and plan for next time. I swallowed and nearly screamed in pain, my throat parched from illness and fear. I decided to run, to throw open the French doors and fling myself into the rain and freedom. My body rigid, every muscle and tendon taut, I sprang for the door. In 5 steps, I rounded the couch and was there, one hand on the handle, the other turning the latch. The brass felt cold in my feverish fingers. From nowhere, a hand, like a ham, whipped across my face and jerked me back, pressing my skull against a body solid as concrete, crushing my lips and twisting my jaw out of alignment. The hard palm covered my mouth, and a familiar scent filled my nostrils. The hand felt unnaturally smooth and slippery. From the corner of my eye, I saw a glint of metal and felt something cold against my right temple. My fear was like white noise, overpowering my mind and obliterating everything beyond my body and his. Well, Dr. Brennan, I believe we have a date this evening. Spoken in English, but with a French pronunciation. Soft and low, like a love song with the lyrics recited. I struggled, my body twisting, my hands flailing. His grip was like a vice. Desperate, I lashed out and clawed the air. No, don't fight. You're with me tonight. There's no one else in the world but us. I could feel his heat against my neck as he pressed me against him. Like his hand, his body felt oddly smooth and compact. Panic overwhelmed me. I felt helpless. I couldn't think. I couldn't speak. I didn't know whether to beg, to fight, to reason with him. He held my head immobile, his hand mashing my lips against my teeth. I could taste blood in my mouth. Nothing to say? Well, we'll talk later. As he spoke, he did something odd with his lips, wetting them, then sucking them back against his teeth. I brought you something. I felt his body twist, and the hand came off my mouth. A present. A slithery metallic sound. Then he pulled my head forward and slid something cold past my face and onto my neck. Before I could react, his arm jerked and I was yanked into a place far beyond thinking, a place of bursting light and choking and gagging. At this point, I could do nothing but categorize my pain according to the moves he made. He released, then pulled up hard on the chain once more, crushing my larynx and twisting my jaw and vertebrae. The pain was unendurable. I clawed and gasped for air, and he spun me, grabbed my hands, and circled my wrists with another chain. He pulled it tight with one sharp tug, clipped it to the neck chain, then yanked and held both high above his head. Fire roared through my lungs, and my brain begged for air. I fought to remain conscious, tears running down my face. "Oh, did that hurt? I'm sorry." He lowered the chain, and my tortured throat gasped for breath. "You look like a big fish dangling there, sucking for air." I was facing him now, his eyes but inches from mine. Through my pain, I registered little. His could have been anyone's face, an animal's face. The corners of his mouth quivered, as though teased by an inner joke. He circled my lips with the tip of a knife. My mouth was so dry, my tongue stuck to it when I tried to talk. I swallowed. Shut up! You shut your fucking mouth. I know what you'd like. I know what you think about me. I know what you all think about me. You think I'm some kind of genetic freak that ought to be exterminated. Well, I'm as good as anybody. And I'm in charge here. He gripped the knife so hard his hand trembled. It looked ghostly pale in the gloom of the hallway, the knuckles bulging white and round. Surgical gloves. That's what I'd smelled. The blade bit into my cheek, and I could feel warmth trickle down my chin. I felt utterly without hope. Before I'm through, you'll be tearing your panties off. You'll want me so bad. But that's later, Dr. Brennan. For now, you speak when I tell you to. He was breathing hard, his nostrils white. His left hand toyed with the choke chain, wrapping and re-wrapping the links around his palm. Now, tell me. Calm again. What are you thinking? His eyes looked cold and hard, like some Mesozoic mammal. You think I'm crazy? I held my tongue. Rain pounded the window behind him. He pulled in the chain, drawing my face close to his. His breath brushed the sweat on my skin. Worried about your daughter? What do you know about my daughter? I choked. I know everything about you, Dr. Brennan. His voice was low and syrupy again. It felt like something obscene crawling in my ear. I swallowed through my pain, needing to speak, not wanting to provoke him. His moods were swinging like a hammock in a hurricane. Do you know where she is? I might. He raised the chain again, this time slowly, forcing my chin into full extension. Then he drew the knife across my throat in a slow backhand motion. Lightning flashed and his hand jumped. Tight enough? He asked. Please, I gagged. He eased off on the chain, allowing me to drop my chin. I swallowed and took a deep breath. My throat was on fire, and my neck was bruised and swollen. I raised my hands to rub it, and he jerked them down with the wrist chain. His mouth did another rodent twitch. Nothing to say. He stared at me, his eyes black and all pupil. The lower lids quivered, like his lips. Terrified, I wondered what the others had done, what Gabby had done. He lifted the chain above my head and began to increase the tension. A child torturing a puppy. A homicidal child. I remembered Elsa. I remembered the marks in Gabby's flesh. What had J.S. said? How could I use it? Please, I'd like to talk to you. Why don't we go somewhere where we can have a drink and... Bitch! His arm snapped, and the chain tightened savagely. Flames shot through my head and neck. I raised my hands in reflex, but they were cold and useless. The great Dr. Brennan doesn't drink, does she? Everyone knows that. Through my tears, I could see his lids jump wildly. He was reaching the edge. Oh, God, help me! You're like all the others. You think I'm a fool, don't you? My brain was sending two messages. Get away. Find Katie.
He held me while the wind moaned and rain lashed the windows. Far away, I heard a horn honk. The smell of his sweat mingled with my own. His eyes, glassy with madness, bore into my face. My heart was beating wildly. Then something plopped in the silence of the bedroom, and his lids tightened momentarily as he paused. Bertie appeared in the doorway and emitted a noise between a squeak and a growl. Fortier's eyes shifted to the white shadow, and I took my chance. I shot my leg out and brought it up between his legs, concentrating all my fear and hatred in the force of that blow. My shin slammed hard into his crotch. He screamed and doubled over. I jerked the chain ends from his hand, spun, and flung myself down the hall, terror and desperation propelling me forward. I felt as if I were moving in slow motion. He recovered quickly. His scream of pain converted into a howl of anger. "Bitch!" I pitched down the narrow hall, nearly tripping over the dragging chain. "You're dead, bitch!" I could hear him behind me, lurching through the dark, breathing like a desperate animal. "You're mine! You won't get away!" I staggered around the corner, twisting my hands, fighting to loosen the wrist chain. Blood pounded in my ears. I was a robot, my sympathetic nervous system working the controls. "Cunt!" He was between me and the front door, forcing me to cut through the kitchen. One thought drove me. Get to the French doors. My right hand slipped free of the chain. "Whore! You're mine!" 2 steps into the kitchen, the pain slammed into me again, and I thought my neck had snapped. My left arm flew up, and my head whipped back. He had gotten a hand on the trailing neck chain. I felt my insides heave as my air supply was again choked off. With my unbound hand, I tried to free my throat, but the harder I clawed, the tighter he pulled. I twisted and pulled, but the chain only cut deeper. Slowly he reeled in the chain, drawing me back toward him. I could smell his frenzy, feel his body tremble in the shake of the chain. Loop by loop, he shortened my leash. I began to feel dizzy and thought I was fainting. "You'll pay for that, bitch!" His voice was a hiss. My face and fingertips tingled from lack of oxygen, and my ears filled with a hollow ringing. The room began to heave about me. A spatter of dots formed in the middle of my field of vision, coalesced, then spread outward as a black cumulus. Through the growing cloud I saw ceramic tile rise toward me, as if in slow motion. I watched my hands reach out as I floated forward, an insensible host tumbling with its parasite rider. As we pitched forward, my stomach struck a section of counter, and my head slammed into an overhead cabinet. He lost his grip on the chain, but pushed up hard against me. He spread his legs and molded his body against mine, pressing me against the counter. The edge of the dishwasher cut painfully across my left pelvic bone, but I could breathe. His chest heaved, and every fiber of his tissue felt taut, like a slingshot stretched to deliver. With a looping wrist motion, he retrieved his grip on the chain and forced my head into a backward arch. Then he reached across my throat and placed the tip of the knife under the angle of my jaw. My carotid throbbed against cold steel. I felt his breath on my left cheek. He held me for an eternity, head back, hands straight out and useless like a carcass dangling on a hook. I seemed to be watching myself from across a wide gulf, a spectator, horrified but powerless to help. I got my right hand onto the counter, trying to push against it to elevate myself and slacken the chain. Then I touched something on the countertop. The orange juice container. The knife. Silently, my fingers wrapped around the handle. I moaned and tried to sob, divert his attention. "Quiet, bitch. We're going to play a game now. You like games, don't you?" Carefully, I rotated the knife, gagging loudly to cover the tiniest scrape. My hand trembled, hesitated. Then I saw the women again, saw what he'd done to them. I felt their terror and knew their final desperation. "Do it!" Adrenaline spread through my chest and limbs like lava rolling down a mountainside. If I was going to die, it would not be like a rat in a hole. I would die charging the enemy, guns blazing. My mind refocused, and I became an active participant in my own fate. I gripped the knife, blade upward, and estimated the angle. Then I thrust across my body and over my left shoulder with all the strength that fear, desperation, and vengeance could muster. The point struck bone, slipped a little, then plunged into mushy softness. His earlier scream was nothing compared with what now ripped from his throat. As he lurched backward, his left hand dropped, and his right had passed across my throat. The chain end slithered to the floor, releasing its death hold. I felt a dull ache across my throat, then something wet. It didn't matter. All I wanted was air. I gulped hungrily, reaching up to loosen the links and feeling what I knew must be my own blood. From behind me, another scream, high-pitched, primal, like the death cry of a feral animal, panting and holding the counter for support. I turned to look. He stumbled backward across the kitchen, one hand to his face, the other thrown out in an attempt at balance. Horrible sounds gurgled from his open mouth as he slammed against the far wall and slid slowly to the floor. The outthrust hand left a black streak snaking down the plaster. For a moment, his head rolled back and forth. Then a thin moan rose from his throat. His hands dropped, and his head settled, chin down, eyes fixed on the floor. I stood frozen in the sudden stillness. The only sounds, my rasping breath and his fading whimpers. Through my pain, my surroundings began to register. Sink, stove, refrigerator, deathly still. Something slippery underfoot. I stared at the form, slumped inert on my kitchen floor, legs splayed forward, chin on chest, back propped against the wall. In the dimness, I could see a dark smear trailing down his chest toward his left hand. Lightning sparked like a welder's torch and illuminated my handiwork. His body looked sleek, smoothed by the peacock-blue membrane that encased it. A blue and red cap stretched across his scalp, flattening his hair and turning his head into a featureless oval. The handle of the steak knife rose from his left eye like a flag pin on a putting green. Blood streamed down his face and throat, darkening the spandex on his chest. He had stopped moaning. I gagged, and the flotilla of spots sailed back into my field of vision. My knees buckled, and I tried to lean against the counter. I tried to breathe more deeply and raised my hands to my throat to remove the chain. I felt a warm slipperiness. I lowered one hand and stared. Oh, yes, I'm bleeding. I was moving toward the door, thinking of Katie, of getting help, when a sound froze me in place. The slither of steel links. The room flickered, white, black. Too beaten to run, I turned. A dark silhouette moved silently toward me. I heard my own voice, then saw 1,000 spots, and the black cloud rolled over everything. Sirens wailing in the distance, voices, pressure on my throat. I opened my eyes to light and movement. A form loomed over me. A hand pressed something against my neck. Who? Where? My own living room? Memory. Panic. I struggled to sit up. Attention! Attention! Elle se lève! Hands pressed me gently down. Then a familiar voice. Unexpected. Out of context. Don't move. You've lost a lot of blood. There's an ambulance on the way. Claudel. Where? You're safe. We've got him. What's left of him? Charbonneau. Katie? Lie back. You've got a gash on your throat and right neck, and if you move your head, it bleeds. You've lost a good amount of blood, and we don't want you to lose any more.
My daughter?
Their faces floated above me. A bolt of lightning flared, turning them white. Katie? My heart pounded. I couldn't breathe. She's fine. Anxious to see you. Friends are with her. Tabernacle. Claudel moved away from the couch. Où est cette ambulance? He strode into the hall, glanced at something on the kitchen floor, then back at me, an odd expression on his face. A siren's wail grew louder, filled my tiny street. Then a second. I saw red and blue pulse outside the French doors. Relax now, said Charbonneau. They're here. We'll see your daughter is looked after. It's over.
Chapter 42. There's still a gap in my official memory files. The next 2 days are there, but they're fuzzy and out of sync, a disjointed collage of images and feelings that come and go, but have no rational pattern. A clock with numbers that were never the same. Pain. Hands tugging, probing, lifting my eyelids. Voices. A light window, a dark window. Faces. Claudel in harsh fluorescence. Jewel Tambo silhouetted against a white-hot sun. Ryan in yellow lamplight, slowly turning pages. Charbonneau dozing. TV blue flickering across his features. I had enough pharmaceuticals in me to numb the Iraqi army, so it's hard to sort drugged sleep from waking reality. The dreams and memories spin and swirl like a cyclone circling its eye. No matter how often I retrace my steps through that time, I cannot sort out the images. Coherence returned on Friday. I opened my eyes to bright sunlight, saw a nurse adjusting an IV drip, and knew where I was. Someone to my right was making soft clicking noises. I turned my head, and pain shot through it. A dull throbbing in my neck told me further movement was ill-advised. Ryan sat in a vinyl chair, entering something into a pocket organizer. Am I going to live? My words sounded slurred. Mon Dieu. Smiling. I swallowed and repeated the question. My lips felt stiff and swollen. The nurse reached for my wrist, placed her fingertips on it, focused on her watch. That's what they say. Ryan slid the organizer into his shirt pocket, rose and crossed to the bed. Concussion, laceration of the right neck and throat region with significant loss of blood. 37 stitches, each carefully placed by a fine plastic surgeon. Prognosis: she'll live. The nurse gave him a disapproving glance. 10 minutes, she said, and left. A flash of memory shot fear through the layer of drugs. Katie? Relax, she'll be here in a while. She was in earlier, but you were out cold. I looked a question mark at him. She showed up with a friend just before you left in the ambulance. Some kid she knows at McGill. She'd been dropped at your place, sans key, that afternoon, but talked her way through the outer door. Seems some of your neighbors aren't exactly security conscious. He hooked a thumb inside his belt. But she couldn't get into your unit. She called you at the office, but no score. So she left her pack to flag you that she was in town and reconnected with her friend, Sayonara Mom. She meant to get back by dinner time, but the storm hit, so the two of them hung tight at Hurley's and sipped a few. She tried to call, but couldn't get through. She nearly blew a valve when she arrived, but I was able to calm her down. One of the victim assistance officers is staying in close touch with her, making sure she knows what's up. Several people here offered to take her in, but she preferred to crash with her friend. She's been here every day and is going snake wanting to see you. Despite my best efforts, tears of relief, a tissue and a kind look from Ryan. My hand looked strange against the green hospital blanket, as though it belonged to someone else. A plastic bracelet circled my wrist. I could see tiny flecks of blood under my nails. More memory bites. Lightning. A knife handle. 48?
Later.
Now.
The ache in my neck was intensifying. I knew I wouldn't feel like conversation for long. Also, Florence Nightingale would be back soon. He lost a lot of blood, but modern medicine saved the bastard. As I understand it, the blade slashed the orbit, but then slid into the ethmoid without penetrating the cranium. He'll lose his eye, but his sinuses should be great.
You're a riot, Ryan.
He got into your building through the faulty garage door, then picked your lock. No one was home, so he disabled the security system and the power. You didn't notice since your computer goes to battery when the power fails, and the regular phone isn't tied in to the electricity, just the portable. He must have cut the phone line right after you made your last call. He was probably in there when Katie tried the door and left her back.
Another icicle of fear. A crushing hand, a choke collar. Where is he now?
He's here. I struggled to sit up, and my stomach felt as if it were doing the same. Ryan gently pushed me back against the pillow. He's under heavy guard, Tempe. He's not going anywhere.
Saint-Jacques?
I heard a tremor in my voice.
Later. I had 1,000 questions, but it was too late. I was slipping back into the hollow where I'd been curled the past 2 days. The nurse returned and shot Ryan a withering look. I didn't see him leave. The next time I woke, Ryan and Claudel were talking quietly by the window. It was dark outside. I'd been dreaming of Jewel and Julie. Was Jewel Tambo here earlier? They turned in my direction.
She came on Thursday. Ryan.
Fortier?
They've taken him off critical.
Talking?
Yes.
Is he Saint-Jacques?
Yes.
And?
Maybe this should wait until you're stronger.
Tell me. The two exchanged glances, then approached. Claudel cleared his throat.
Name's Leo Fortier, 32 years old. Lives off the island with his wife and 2 kids. Drifts from job to job. Nothing steady. He and Grace Damas had an affair back in 1991. Met at a butcher shop where they both worked.
La Boucherie Saint-Dominique?
Oui.
Claudel gave me an odd look.
Things start going bad. She threatens to blow the whistle to wifey. Starts dunning Loverboy for money. He's had it. So he asks her to meet him at the shop after hours. Kills her and cuts her body up.
Risky.
The owner's out of town. Place is closed for a couple of weeks. All the equipment is there. Anyway, he cuts her up, hauls her out to Saint-Lambert, and buries her on the monastery grounds. Seems his uncle is custodian. Either the old man gave him a key, or Fortier helped himself.
Émile Roy?
Oui.
Again the look.
That isn't all, said Ryan. He used the monastery to do Trottier and Gagnon. Took them there, killed them, dismembered their bodies in the basement. He cleaned up after himself so Roy wouldn't suspect. But when Gilbert and the boys gave the cellar a luminol spray this morning, it lit up like halftime at the Orange Bowl.
That's how he also had access to La Grande Séminaire, I said.
Yeah. Says he got that idea when he was following Chantal Trottier. Her father's condo's right around the corner. Roy keeps a board at the monastery with all kinds of church keys hanging on hooks, neatly marked. Fortier just lifted the one he wanted. Oh, and Gilbert has a chef's saw for you. Says it glows.
Ryan. He must have seen something in my face.
When you're feeling better.
I can hardly wait. I was trying, but my bruised brain was withdrawing again. The nurse came in.
This is police business, Claudel said.
She folded her arms and shook her head.
Merde.
She ushered them out quickly, but returned in a moment, with Katie. My daughter crossed the room without a word and clasped both my hands in hers. Tears filled her eyes. Softly, "I love you, Mom." For a moment, I just looked at her. 1,000 emotions boiling inside me. Love, gratitude, helplessness. I cherished this child as no other being on earth. I desperately wished for her happiness, her safety. I felt completely unable to assure her of either. I could feel tears of my own. "And I love you, darling," She dragged a chair close and sat alongside my bed, not releasing my hands. The fluorescent light gleamed a halo of blonde around her head. She cleared her throat. I'm staying at Monica's. She's commuting to McGill for summer school and living at home. Her family's taking good care of me. She paused, unsure what to say, what to hold back. Bertie's with us. She looked toward the window, back at me. There's a policewoman who talks to me twice a day and will bring me here whenever I want. She leaned forward, resting her forearms on the bed. You haven't been awake very much. I plan to do better. A nervous smile. Dad calls every day to make sure I don't need anything and to ask about you. Guilt and loss joined the emotions that were churning in me. Tell him I'm fine. The nurse returned quietly and stood next to Katie, who took her cue. I'll be back tomorrow. It was morning when I got the next installment on Fortier. He's been a nuisance sex offender for years. Got a sheet going back to 1979. Kept a girl locked up for a day and a half when he was 15, but nothing ever came of it. The grandmother kept it out of court. No arrest record. Mostly he'd pick out a woman, follow her, keep records of her activities. He finally got busted for assault in 1988. The grandmother. Another Claudel look. I noticed his silk tie was the exact mauve of his shirt. Oui. An evaluation by a court-appointed psychiatrist at that time described him as paranoid and compulsive. He turned to Ryan. What else did that shrink write? Tremendous anger, potential for violence, especially against women. He got 6 months and walked. Typical. This time, Claudel just stared at me. He pinched his eyes at the bridge of his nose and continued. Except for the kid and Granny, Fortier up to that point hasn't really done much beyond nuisance stuff. But he gets a real rush killing Grace Damas. Decides to move on to bigger things. It's right after that he rents his first hidey hole. The one on Berger was only his latest. Didn't want to share his hobby with the little woman at home. Ryan. Where did he get the rent money with only a part-time job? Wife works. He probably squeezed it from her, told her some lie. Or maybe he had another hobby we don't know about. We're sure going to find out. Claudel continued in his detached, case-discussing voice. The next year, he begins stalking in earnest, going about it systematically. You were right about the metro. He's got a thing about the number 6. He starts out riding 6 stops, then follows a woman that fits his profile. His first random hit is Francine Morissel's shampoo. Our boy gets on at Berry-UQAM, gets off at Georges Vanier, and follows her home. He tracks her for several weeks, then makes his move. I thought of her words and felt a rush of anger. She wanted to feel safe, untouchable in her home. The ultimate female fantasy. Claudel's voice reconnected. But the free stalk is too risky, not controlled enough for him. He gets the idea of using real estate signs from the one on the Morissette Shampoo condo. It's the perfect inn. Trottier? I felt sick. Trottier. This time he takes the Green Line, rides his 6 stops, and gets off at Atwater. He walks around until he spots a sign. Daddy's condo. He watches, takes his time, sees Chantal come and go. Says he spotted the Sacré-Cœur logo on our uniform, even went to the school some days. Then the ambush. By this time he'd also found a safer killing spot, added Ryan. The monastery. Perfect. How did he get Chantal to go with him? One day he waits until he knows she's alone, rings the bell, asks to see the condo. He's a potential buyer, right? But she won't let him in. A few days later, he pulls up next to her as she's leaving school. What a coincidence. Claims he had an appointment with her father, but no one showed up. Chantal knows how badly the old man wants to sell the place, so she agrees to walk him through. The rest we know. The fluorescent tube above my bed buzzed softly. Claudel went on.
Fortier doesn't want to risk another body on the monastery grounds, so he drives her all the way up to Saint-Jérôme. But he doesn't like that either. It's too long in the car. What if he got stopped? He's seen the seminary, remembers the key. Next time he'll do even better. Gagnon, learning curve. Voila. At that moment, the nurse appeared, a younger, gentler version of my weekday keeper. She read my chart, felt my head, took my pulse. For the first time, I noticed that the IV was gone from my arm. "Are you getting tired?" "I'm fine. You can have another painkiller if you need it." "Let's see how it goes," I said. She smiled and left. "What about Adkins?" "He gets agitated when he talks about Adkins," said Ryan. "Closes up. It's almost as if he's proud of the others, but feels different about her." A medicine cart passed in the corridor, rubber wheels gliding silently over tile. Why didn't Adkins fit the pattern? A robotic voice urged someone to dial 237. Why so messy? Elevator doors opened, whooshed shut. "Think about this," I said. "He's got the place on Berger. His system is working. He finds his victims with the metro and the for sale signs. Then he tracks them until the right moment. He has a safe place to kill and a safe place to dump the bodies. Maybe it's working too well. Maybe the rush isn't there anymore, so he has to up the stakes. He decides to go back into the victim's home, like he did with Mauricette Champoux." I remembered the photos, the disheveled warm-up suit, the dark red pool around the body. "But he gets sloppy. We found out he called ahead to make an appointment with Margaret Adkins. What he didn't count on was the husband phoning during his visit. He has to kill her quickly. He has to cut her fast, mutilate her with something close at hand. He pulls it off, gets away, but it's rushed. He's not in control." The statue, the severed breast. Ryan nodded. "Makes sense. The kill is just the final act in his fantasy of control. I can kill you or let you live. I can hide your body or display it. I can deprive you of your gender by mutilating your breasts or vagina. I can render you powerless by cutting off your hands. But then the husband calls and threatens his whole fantasy satisfaction." "Spoiled the rush." Ryan. "He never used stolen items before Adkins. Maybe he used her bank card afterward to reassert control. Or maybe he had a cash flow problem, needing to blow something up his nose and had no purchasing power." Claudel. "It's weird. Can't shut him up on the others, but he turns into a potted palm on Atkins." Ryan. For a while, no one said anything. "Pitre and Gauthier?" I asked, avoiding what I really had to know. "Claims they're not his." Ryan and Claudel exchanged words. I didn't hear them. A chill spread and filled my ribcage, a question taking form. It coalesced, hung there, then slithered up and forced itself into language. "Cabby?" Claudel dropped his eyes. Ryan cleared his throat. "You've had a cabby?" I repeated. Tears burned the insides of my eyelids. Ryan nodded. "Why?" No one spoke. "It's because of me, isn't it?" I fought to keep my voice even. "This fuckhead's a nutcase," said Ryan. "He's crazy for control. He won't open up much about his childhood, but he's got so much rage against the grandmother, you have to scrape it off your teeth when you leave the room. Blames all of his problems on her. Keeps saying she ruined him. From what we've learned, she was a very domineering woman, and fanatically religious. His feelings of powerlessness probably stem from whatever went on between them. Meaning the guy's a real loser with women, and blames it on the old lady," added Claudel. "What does this have to do with Gabby?" Ryan seemed reluctant to continue. "At first, Fortier gets a sense of control through peeping.
He can watch his victims, track them, learn all about them, and they aren't even aware of him. He keeps his notebooks and clippings and runs a fantasy show in his head. An added bonus is that there's no risk of rejection. But eventually, that's not enough. He kills Damas, finds he likes it, and decides on a career move. He starts kidnapping and killing his victims. The ultimate control, life and death. He's in charge and unstoppable. I stared into the flame-blue irises. Then you come along and dig up Isabelle Gagnon. I'm a threat, I said, anticipating where he was going. His perfect M.O. is jeopardized. He feels a threat. And Dr. Brennan is the cause. You may topple the whole fantasy in which he's the supreme player. I ran over the events of the past 6 weeks. I dig up and identify Isabelle Gagnon in early June. 3 weeks later, Fortier kills Margaret Adkins, and the next day we show up on Rue Berger. 3 days after that, I find Grace Damas' skeleton. You've got it. He's furious. Exactly. The hunt is his way of acting out his contempt for women. Or his anger at Granny, Claudel. Maybe. Anyway, he sees you as blocking him. And I'm a woman. Ryan reached for a cigarette, remembered where he was. Also, he made a mistake. Adkins was sloppy. Using the bank card almost cost him. So he needs someone to blame. This guy can't admit he's screwed up, and he definitely can't deal with a woman catching him out. But why Gabby? Why not me? Who knows? Chance? Timing? Maybe she walked out before you did. I don't think so, I said. It's obvious he'd been stalking me for some time. He put the skull in my yard? Nods. He could have waited, then grabbed me like he did the others. This is one sick fucker, Claudel. Gabby wasn't like the others. She wasn't a random stranger killing. Fortier knew where I lived. He knew she was staying with me. I was talking more to myself than to Ryan and Claudel. An emotional aneurysm formed over the past 6 weeks and held in check by force of will was threatening to burst. He did it on purpose. The psycho prick wanted me to know. It was a message, like the skull. My voice was rising, but I couldn't hold it back. I pictured an envelope on my door. An oval of bricks. Gabby's bloated face with its tiny silver gods. A picture of my daughter. The thin wall of my emotional balloon ruptured, and weeks of pent-up grief and tension rushed through the puncture. Razors of pain shot through my throat, but I screamed, "No, no, no, you goddamn son of a bitch!" I heard Ryan speak sharply to Claudel, felt his hands on my arms, saw the nurse, felt the needle, then nothing. Chapter 43. Ryan came to see me at home on Wednesday. The earth had turned 7 times since my night in hell, and I'd had time to construct an official version for myself. But there were holes I wanted to fill. Has Fortier been charged? Monday. 5 counts of first degree. 5? Pitre and Gauthier are probably unrelated. Tell me something. How did Claudel know Fortier would show up here? He didn't really. From your questions about the school, he realized Tanguay couldn't be the perp. He checked, found out the kids are in at 8, out at 3:15. Tanguay earned a perfect attendance ribbon. Hadn't missed a day since he started. And there were no school holidays on the days you asked about. Also, he learned about the glove business. He knew you were exposed, so he hauled ass back to your place to keep watch until he could get a unit back on site. Got here, tried the phone, and found it dead. He vaulted the garden gate and found the French doors unlocked. You two were too busy dancing to hear him. He would have broken the glass, but you must have gotten the latch open when you tried to split. Claudel, my rescuer again. Anything new turn up? They found an athletic bag in Fortier's car with 3 choke collars. a couple of hunting knives, a box of surgical gloves, and a set of street clothes. I packed as he talked, perched on the end of my bed. His kit. Yes. I'm sure we'll tie the Rue Berger glove and the one with Gabby to the box in his car. I pictured him that night, Spider-Man smooth, gloved hands bone white in the darkness. He'd wear the cycling suit and gloves whenever he went out to play, even at Berger. That's why we always came up empty. No hairs, no fibers, no latents. No sperm. Oh, yeah, he also had a box of condoms. Perfect. I went to the closet for my old sneakers, tucked them into the duffel. Why did he do it? I doubt we'll ever know. Apparently, the grandmother could have run the showers and sifted the gold crowns out of the ovens. Meaning? She was tough and fanatic. About? Sex and God. Not necessarily in that order. For example? Gave little Leo an enema and dragged him to church every morning to cleanse body and soul. The daily mass and swish protocol. We talked to a neighbor who remembers one time the kid was wrestling on the floor with the family dog. The old biddy nearly stroked out because the schnauzer had a hard-on. 2 days later, the pup turned up with a belly full of rat poison. Did Fautier know? He doesn't talk about it. He does talk about a time he was 7 and she caught him jacking off. Granny tied little Leo's wrists to her own and dragged him around for 3 days. He's got spiders in his head when it comes to hands. I paused in the middle of folding a sweater. Hands. Yeah. That's not all. There was an uncle, a priest, who'd been forced to take an early retirement. Hung around the house in his bathrobe. Probably abused the kid. It's another topic he goes mute on. We're checking it out. Where's the grandmother now? Dead. Right before he killed Damas. The trigger? Who knows? I started going through bathing suits. Gave up. Stuffed them all in the duffel. What about Tanguy? Ryan shook his head and expelled a long breath. Looks like he's just another citizen with a seriously impaired approach to sex. I stopped sorting socks and looked at him. He's mainline fruitcake, but probably harmless. Meaning? He was a biology teacher. Collected roadkill, boiled the carcasses down, and mounted the skeletons. He was building a display for his classroom. The paws? Dried them for a vertebrate paw collection. Did he kill Elsa? He claims he found her dead on the street near Ucam and brought her home for the collection. He'd just cut her up when he read the article in the Gazette. Scared him. So he stuffed her in a bag and left her at the bus station. We'll probably never know how she got out of the lab. Tanguy is Julie's client, isn't he? None other. Gets his jolt by hiring a hooker to dress in Mama's nightie, and... He hesitated. And? You ready for this? Tanguy was Dummy Man. No. The bedroom burglar? You got it. That's why his butt was sucked right up his throat when we were questioning him. He thought we'd hold him on that. The dumb little bastard came out with it all by himself. Apparently, when he couldn't score on the street, he'd use Plan B. Break in and crank up on someone else's jammies? You got it. Better than bowling. There was something else that had been bothering me. The phone calls? Plan C. Phone a woman, hang up, feel your genitals twinkle. Typical peeper stuff. He had a list of numbers. Any theories on how he got mine? Probably lifted it from Gabby. He was peeping her. The picture I found in my wastebasket? Tanguy. He's into Aboriginal art. It was a copy of something he saw in a book. Did it to give to Gabby. Wanted to ask her not to cut him out of the project. I looked at Ryan. Pretty ironic. She thought she had a stalker when she actually had 2. I felt my eyes well with tears. The emotional scar tissue was forming, but was still embryonic. It would take time until I could think of her. Ryan rose and stretched.
"Where's Katie?"
he asked, changing the subject. "Gone for suntan lotion." I pulled the drawstring on the duffel and dropped it to the floor.
"How's she doing?"
"She seems fine. Looks after me like a private duty nurse." Unconsciously, I scratched at the stitches in my neck. But it may trouble her more than she lets on. She knows about violence. But it's evening news violence in South L.A. and Tel Aviv and Sarajevo. It's always been something that happens to other people. Pete and I purposely sheltered her from what I do, kept Katie apart from my work. Now it's real and close and personal. She's had her world tipped, but she'll come around.
"And you?"
"I'm fine. Really." We stood in silence and studied each other. Then he reached for his jacket and folded it over his arm.
"Going to a beach?"
His affected indifference was not quite convincing. "Everyone we can find. We've dubbed it the Great Sand and Surf Quest. First Ogunquit, then a swing down the coast. Cape Cod, Rehoboth, Cape May, Virginia Beach. Our only plan is to be at Nag's Head on the 15th. Pete had arranged that. He planned to be there. Ryan placed a hand on my shoulder. His eyes spoke of more than professional interest.
"You coming back?"
I've been asking myself all week. Am I? To what? The work? Could I go through this again with yet another twisted psychopath? To Quebec? Could I bear to let Claudel carve me up and serve me to some hearing commission? What about my marriage? That wasn't in Quebec. What would I do about Pete? What would I feel when I saw him? I'd made only one decision. I wouldn't think about it for now. I'd vowed to put tomorrow's uncertainties aside and leave my time with Katie unblemished. "Of course," I said. "I'll have to finish my reports, then testify."
"Yeah."
A tense silence. We both knew it was a non-answer. He cleared his throat and reached into his jacket pocket.
"Claudel asked me to give this to you."
He held out a brown envelope with the CUM logo on the upper left-hand corner. Great. I stuck it in my pocket and followed him to the door. Not now. "Ryan," he turned. "Can you do this, day after day, year after year, and not lose faith in the human species?" He didn't answer right away. Seemed to focus on a point in space between us. Then his eyes met mine. "From time to time, the human species spawns predators that feed on those around them. They're not the species. They're mutations of the species. In my opinion, these freaks have no right to suck oxygen from the atmosphere. But they're here, so I help cage them up and put them where they can't hurt others. I make life safer for the folks who get up, go to work each day, raise their kids or their tomatoes or their tropical fish, and watch the ball game in the evening. They are the human species." I watched him walk away, admiring once again the way he filled his 501s. And brains, too, I thought, as I closed the door. "Maybe," I said to myself, smiling. "May, by God, be." Later that evening, Katie and I went for ice cream, then drove up the mountain. Sitting on my favorite overlook, we could see the whole valley, the St. Lawrence a black cutout in the distance, Montreal a twinkling panorama, spreading from its edges. I looked down from my bench, like a passenger on Mr. Toad's wild ride. But the ride was finally over. Perhaps I'd come to say goodbye. I finished my cone and jammed the napkin in my pocket. My hand touched Claudel's envelope. Hell, why not? I opened it and withdrew a handwritten note. Odd. It wasn't the formal complaint I'd expected. The message was written in English. Dr. Brennan, you are right. No one should die in anonymity. Thanks to you, these women did not. Thanks to you, Leo Fortier's killing days are over. We are the last line of defense against them. The pimps, the rapists, the cold-blooded killers. I would be honored to work with you again. Luc Claudel. Higher up the mountain, the cross glowed softly, sending its message out over the valley. What was it Kojak said? Somebody loves you, baby. Ryan and Claudel had it figured. And we were the last line. I looked at the city below. Hang in there. Somebody loves you. À la prochaine, I said to the summer night. What's that? Asked Katie. Until the next time. My daughter looked puzzled. Let's go to the beach.
The End. You've been listening to Deja Dead by Kathy Reichs, narrated by Barbara Rosenblatt. This book is copyrighted 1997 by Kathy J. Reichs. This recording is copyrighted 1998 by Recorded Books. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.